Bore da a chroeso i S4C ar ddiwrnod olaf y sioe frenhinol eleni. Cofiwch fod Sylwebaeth Saesneg ar gael ar y bottom coch. With English language commentary available on the red button, we go live now to the Royal Welsh Show.
It was Champions Day here at the show yesterday, and it certainly was a day to remember. And for all the winners, there was plenty of time to celebrate. Well, today is the last day of this year's Royal Welsh Show, and it's not quite as busy this morning, but it's drier than it was yesterday, and the weather's set to improve. Well, a very warm welcome to you all on day 4 of the People's Show. The last 3 days have simply flown by. If you can't actually make it to the Showground, then why not stay with us here on S4C as we look forward to the major championships in the main ring today, the Royal Welsh Supreme Horse Championship, and there's plenty going on elsewhere as well. Well, there's plenty of activity going on in the cattle shed, and although it's not going to be as busy in the cattle ring today, we will be featuring the Junior Beef Bull Interbreed Championship, as well as the Young Cattle Handlers Competition and the Native Breed Championships. Well, yesterday in the sheep shearing shed, we saw Gethin Lewis winning the Champion Shearer of Wales title, and Richard Jones won the Open All Nations title. Today, we'll be focusing on the ladies and the veterans before the shearers take on the axemen. Well, later on, Aaron will be visiting the pig ring, where he'll be focusing on the young handlers, and once again he'll be walking around the showground. He'll be calling at the machinery section, he'll be calling at the young farmers area, as well as the forestry section. So another busy day ahead for Aaron. And it's going to be a busy day as well, once again, in the main ring. The Welsh Stallion Cob, Gwynfai Serenwledig, won the Prince of Wales Cup yesterday. Well, today we'll see the Tom and Sprightly Championship for the best Welsh pony or cob, as well as the Supreme Horse Championship. And for the first time this year, there's an added live feed from the 3 rings within the main ring. You'll see all the classes in the North, Middle and South ring. All the information you need is on our website, s4c.cymru/sioe. Well, Mainir is here as well. She's obviously been spending her time at the sheep ring, and this being the last day, yes, just as has there been any surprises in the sheep ring at all this week? Well, as you can imagine, it was really, really busy. And yesterday, the winner of the Champion of Champions was the Dutch Spotted Breed, which was a bit of a surprise to many people. It's been a successful time for the Jackson family from Scotland, especially when you consider that they've had to spend 9 hours travelling from Scotland down here to the showground here at Llanelwedd. And obviously, there's during the course of this particular week, there's a lot of announcements being made. So there's plenty to talk about, discuss during the course of the Royal Welsh Week. And that's what's great about being here, according to Maynir. It's nice to meet people and discuss the current issues. It's good to talk, basically. It's very important. And of course, Maynir will be appearing on S4C's Question Time, Pawb a'i Farm, later this evening at 8 o'clock. There'll be representatives from the Welsh Government, from the farmers' unions, as well as Maynir and a few other farmers there as well. And I'm sure there'll be plenty to discuss. Nia's just mentioned the fact that there's a bit of sunshine above, which is quite welcome. And let's hear the rest of the weather forecast from Alex Humphreys. Yes, it is different to yesterday afternoon, where we had a few heavy showers here at Llanelwedd. But for the rest of the day today, it's going to be drier and sunnier. A few scattered showers, but not many. And the temperature here at Llanelwedd could get up to 20 degrees centigrade. Well, tonight it's going to be drier. Just a few scattered showers here and there. Inland, it could be about 15 degrees centigrade overnight. And the wind from the southwest is going to be pretty mild. A clear day tomorrow morning. A dry day. Those scattered showers, by the way, some of them could be quite heavy. Temperatures ranging from 17 degrees to about 20 degrees tomorrow. And if you're coming here to the Showground today, well, the weather is going to get better. And it's always a good sign where you see the weather forecaster not wearing a coat.
Tan 5 o'r gloch. A chofiwch, mae yna Sylwebaeth Saesneg ar gael hefyd, a hynny yng ngofal Gareth Roberts a'r tîm.
Yes, English language commentary is available on this programme and our main ring webcast. If you're watching on Sky Plus, Freeview or Virgin Media, then press the red button. TiVo or Sky Q box users, go into settings and use the audio selection option. Good morning on this, the last day of this year's Royal Welsh Show. I hope you have the opportunity to join us on the English language service. I'll be here with our team of experts, Gerald Lewis, Will Pritchard, Rachel Davis and Lottie Stevens. And if you're having any trouble whatsoever, ring the number on the screen. The members of the S4C's viewers hotline will be more than happy to help you.
Now tan 5, fel Dolly Pat.
Well, just a quick reminder that we will be broadcasting live today until 5 o'clock this afternoon. So if you can't make it to the Showground, as I said before, then stay with us here on S4C. And he had just mentioned the fact that later on she will be interviewing the winner of the Bob Davis Memorial Award. But there's plenty going to be happening here today. It's been busy in the main ring, of course, since 8 o'clock this morning. So we're going to head over there now. And for the first time this week, it's a very good morning to Lottie Stevens. Good morning.
Good morning. Here we are in the main ring, and we've come to the first result of the day with the Section C class. It's a Section C Baron broodmare, the young broodmare. The judge is Mr. Geraint Thomas from Gwynedd, and as you can see, the sun shining on a very full class. And we have a lineup. And this is Ryan Wilson, who's got almond rose gold. 7 and 8 is Bryn Sion, Queen of the Desert, bred by Kerry Fell.
Savoy Welsh model.
Savoy Welsh model. As you can see, it's good entries. And the judge is making his final choice. Mr. Geraint Thomas from Gwylfa Farm, Gwynedd.
Rhai moyn yr hetydd o bant eraill. Moyn di aros arno a neud penderfyniadau munedol eto.
Yeah.
It's a good start to the morning then, Lottie, and quite a large number of entries in the show.
Yes, very good entries. A lot forward, which is good too.
So the judge will have his work cut out.
Yes, very much. He's pointing now, making his decisions.
Black dress yw hon, I ddwy
Everyone working hard.
Gaffel Bangor, Bryn Ddi. Dwi'n siŵr os yn dod o hi lan. Ydy.
Ydy.
So he will have missed the actual run round and that, so he will have drawn his initial line from the run round initially, and now he's swapping a few positions round, yes?
Yes, that's right. Yes, he's swapping a few up, bringing somebody up. Someone will be happy. Somebody will be a bit fed up because they've gone down one.
But he's made his decision when he removes his bowler hat.
That's right. He's made his decision, and the winner is 734 Ormond Rose Gold, owned by Ryan Wilson. He'll be very, very pleased. Homebred. Sorry, it's not homebred. Bred by R.S. Morgan. Second is Brynsine, Queen of the Desert, bred by Kerry Fell and owned by Laura Davis.
Yeah, wir.
Big smiles from Ryan.
Mae'r wên yn gweud cyfrolau.
Beautifully produced.
Ryan Wilson, y perchennog ac yn arddangos.
Sad to see the mud in the ring, but at least it's not like it has been.
Fe fath y lliw coch a thipyn o lwc I Ryan.
And there he goes, lap of honour.
Perchen ac yn arddangos Ormond Rose Gold. Llon gyferchedau mawr iawn iddo fe yn dod yn fuddugol ar gasau gwag.
Takes some keeping up with some of these section Cs. They go well.
Good start to the morning.
Good start.
Dyma fi yng nghwmni Ryan Wilson, llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn I ti Ryan. Many congratulations. Tell me about this mare. I know she's very special to you, but tell us about her history.
Oh, I don't know. She's been a hell of a good show mare. As a youngster and now as a mare. She's been to Hoys under saddle as a 4-year-old. And yeah, she's been to the Royal Welsh 3 times, and she's been third, second, and now first. So.
Just fantastic. There's not many mares or any horse in general that can come and do the ridden job and the in hand and keep performing and just keep getting better and better. What's in the pipeline for her now?
Oh, I don't know, a bit of a break now. She's in foal for next year, so hopefully we'll expect her first foal now in the spring.
Well, fantastic. Good luck now in the championship and enjoy the rest of your day. Llongyfarchiadau.
Very much.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground here at Llanelwedd. The last day of this year's show. 3 days have simply flown by. We're going to head over to the cattle ring, and it's a good morning to Rachel Davis and Will Pritchard.
Well, good morning, Gareth, and delighted we are to be back in the cattle ring for the Thursday and final day of the Royal Welsh Show, and an exciting class for a lot of young people currently taking place in the cattle ring. This is the young handlers, young handlers competition, the beef competition, and a lot of young people up bright and early, Rachel, and
yes.
Ready for action.
Yes, been prepping for quite a while now, getting them all cleaned and brushed up properly. You know, they've still got to keep the candle burning right through to the end of the week now for their main competition for the best young handler of the show. Cattle are still looking well, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a credit to all the breeders and the teams that are back in the cattle shed, I guess, to keep them looking like this for the whole 4 days of the show is quite a feat.
That's it, you know, because like quite a few of them come in on the Saturday as well. So you know, it's a long time for the cattle to be tied up in the in the sheds doing nothing really. You know, and to keep them looking so well, and you know, the locomotion of them still going as they're not getting stiff, and that is a credit to them.
And here's our judge, Drew Hislop, all the way down from Scotland, from Asia. Someone you've bumped into in the cattle shed this week?
Yes, yeah, he's actually got cattle stored opposite us, so you know, we've been having a bit of a chat, like, and the girls have been helping him muck out and everything, so you know, that's the good thing about the cattle lines down here. You know, everybody helps everybody, and you know, it's just one great big team effort, isn't it?
One great big party every time I've gone down there, I think, isn't it? Everybody enjoys themselves in the cattle halls at the Royal Welsh Show.
You must be going at the wrong times.
You could be right.
It's nice to see a great variety of different breeds actually going out into the young handlers. You know, it's still showing, you know, the general public, you know, how many different breeds are actually represented at the show, isn't it?
And I believe this particular competition is split into 2 parts. It's there's a younger handlers and then the more senior handlers before we find our champion a little later on this morning. But great to see the variation in breeds as well. I know they're judging the people in the white coats really, but it's great to see the different breeds of cattle in the ring together.
Yes, that's it. Like, you know, it's nice to see even like the commercial cattle boys are getting involved. It's, you know, it's not just for the main, you know, actual breeds. Then, you know, anybody and everybody can have a go, like, isn't it, if you're in the stock lines.
And for those of you who are a little worried that you've got a little deja vu, yesterday, of course, there was a young handlers competition. It was judged by Sarah Cox and her dad Leonard. And of course, that was the interbreed, I should say, not the breed, but the interbreed, where the competitors will have been nominated by the relevant breed societies. Yeah. This is an open competition today, though.
Yeah, yesterday's was breed society only. That's why you didn't have no commercial cattle in yesterday's competition. Nice Highland heifer there now.
Always extremely impressive in the ring, aren't they? They're
yes.
Made for the show ring, the Highland.
Commercial heifer then, just walking up to the judge.
What exactly do you think the judge will be looking for as they're coming around?
I think it's style and presence of the actual young handler. You know, it's remembering to keep that one white coat for the last day that's still very clean, and you know, your shirt, tie, you know, make sure your boots are clean and tidy. You know, and then, you know, it's also looking, you know, on the presentation of the animal. Like we said earlier, it's not the actual animal itself, but it's still got to be presented in a way that, you know, you're going into a show ring to impress somebody. You know, yeah, you might have one that's bit fed up, like, you know, doesn't want to stand still, but if you handle it properly and well and keep your cool, then you're still in with a chance.
Yn amryw o wahanol sioe o rai lleol I rai chymod lan yn Lloegr a
You've done it now. I'm just looking at all the white coats to see who's got the cleanest. There's none with any egg yolk down the front on a Thursday morning, which is my normal trick.
And the thing with on Monday, it was a bit drizzly, wasn't it, when the cattle were showing? So, like, when you're soaping them up, you know, the soap goes onto the white coats and everything. So, you know, it's the arms and that then are turning colour.
Dod mewn i'r cylch yn bwysig bod gwên gyda chi a bod chi yn dangos bod chi moyn bod. A hyder.
That's your blonde aquitaine there now, isn't it? You know, it's depending on, like, what style coats they've got.
Thank you very much, Rachel and Will. We will be returning, of course, to the cattle ring later on, and during the course of our transmission here, we're with you until 5 o'clock here on S4C. Right then, let's return quickly now to the main ring, and it's welcome back to Lottie.
Jones, line fine Royal Jubilee, a tad.
Here we're looking at the Partbred, Class 114. It's the yearling. And in first place is 1344, Blind Lane Royal Jubilee. I suspect named after the Queen's Jubilee. Bred by and shown by Mandy Jones. The Partbred register was set up in 1960 with the Welsh Pony Cob Society stud book, and the Partbred has no breed description, and therefore the qualifying status is derived from breeding alone. This means the classes have a wide range of types and height, which make them very difficult to judge. The judge is Laura Ferris of the Rotherham stud, and they have breed cobs and Partbreds.
A gyda'r rhanfryd Cymreig, o dwi'n gywir I wneud bod eisiau 12.5% o wag.
A joint effort on the judging system here? Or just an individual judge?
No, it's an individual judge. Yeah, just an individual judge for this. I think they only have the joint effort on the ridden.
Then when there is a rider judge and a confirmation judge.
That's right, yeah.
I'm learning fast.
It's very happy.
Not quite as large a number forward as we've seen earlier on.
No, there never is with the Partbreds. But even so, there's some super animals forward. And it's lovely to see them in the main ring with the C's and the B's.
Blind Line Royal Jubilee.
As you alluded to before, then the rain has arrived and made the ring a little bit messier than what it was. So
yes.
Anyway, nice to see this, and we'll come back in a while, hopefully another class.
Amanda Jones.
Well, thank
you very much, Lottie and Gerald. We join Aaron now, who's looking at the ornamental ironworks competition. He's joined by Lisa Harding, who's been competing herself and been judging as well. This is the work of a former student, or a current student, at the college in Hereford, at his first year. There's a lot of detail within that particular piece of work. His name's Josh Macy, who's also a steward here at the Royal Welsh. This is by Simon Hall, who's a fourth-generation blacksmith, and he is a regular competitor here at the Royal Welsh Show. And moving on, now then, Aaron's just asked Lisa to explain how that works. Adam, this is Adam's work, again, who's also a steward here, but he's also a lecturer at the college in Hereford. This has all been made from one piece of metal. It's 20 millimeters in length, well, 20 millimeters square. So when you ignite or light the candle, as it burns, it slips down, and that little hat on the left-hand side will put out the flame. There's a lot of thoughts obviously gone into that particular piece, and here, and this is another piece of Adam's work. It's a lamp that you can adjust, as you can see, and it's all based on the small little hinges that Lisa is pointing out. And Lisa herself, as I mentioned early on, has been competing herself and has won a third prize, and it took her about 6 hours, which has surprised Aaron. Actually, he's surprised that it only took her 6 hours to finish that particular piece. Obviously, it's not made out of one piece of metal, but there aren't enough people who have your skill and ability to be able to create as many ornamental pieces of work as this, and this is one piece that drew my attention, according to Aaron. As you can see, it's a seating area. Is it comfortable? Well, there's only one way to find out. He's asking if there's a cup of tea available, and from that particular place you can sit actually and watch the events in the main ring. Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground here at Llanelwedd, and he has just mentioned the fact It's not often you get as much room to walk around the food hall as you do at the moment. It's early in the morning. Not many people arrived at the showground, and she's just arrived at the Welsh Lady stall. The company producing lots of jams, chutney, preserves. She's with Carol Jones, and of course this week is a very, very busy week because not only do you come here to the Royal Welsh, you also visit the Winter Fair, and they've been coming for many, many years now. We're familiar with we're very familiar with the company Welsh Lady, but are you still making new contacts? Yes. Carol's just emphasising the fact we get many people who come here who want to buy things for members of the family, and maybe they missed them one particular year, but they're back then again in the winter fair. But obviously these days people can find us on all the social media, like Instagram, for example, and it just makes it easier for us to get in touch with people that way. Now then, pumpkin pie curd. This is a new product they've got. Basically, it was made to coincide with Thanksgiving because and they have also been out to a food festival in New York, and they've had an opportunity there to show the new produce as well as the old produce that they have as well. It's very similar to the lemon curd, butter, eggs, sugar, the basic ingredients. It's a curd that's very versatile. You can do the old traditional pies, meringue pie as it were. It's also very nice with bara brith. Yeah, Nia just mentioned the fact that the company is now spreading its wings, as it were, having recently been to New York. Nia's just asking, what do people buy the most? What are the favourite products? And I think Carol's referring to the fact that lemon curd is their most popular produce. Now then, what does curd mean? Because people are probably more familiar with the saying lemon cheese rather than lemon curd, but the curd is a kind of a byproduct. When you produce an awful lot of milk on the farm, then you could use that milk to make butter or cheese. So whatever was the byproduct of that would be used to make the curd. Because with cheese you'd have curds and whey. So the byproduct of making the butter and the cheese would be what you'd use to make the curd, I think. We're just going to have a look now at the other different products that they have for sale on the Welsh Lady stall. The most popular ones are the traditional ones, the gooseberry, whatever that's grown wild. What does grow wild rather here in Wales? Blackberries, gooseberries, and these preserves are very, very popular. Unfortunately, we don't buy the gooseberries or the blackberries locally. We have to buy them from abroad because of the quantity that's required. But it's not unknown, of course, that sometimes people visit our factory with damsons, for example, and ask us, can you make use of these? Christmas is on the horizon. Yeah, these are they're preparing stuff for Christmas right now. Cranberry sauce, brandy butter, red currant jelly and so on. And a lot of these products, of course, we sell in the United States. Some of these will be on the way to New York quite soon. This is Hannah, Carol's daughter, second generation. And you, Pat, in the middle of all the jams and sauces? Yes, I am. I'm back with the family business now. It's great being back with Mum and Dad, keeping things going. Yes, it's been a great show so far. And it's, yep, as Nia was saying, it's nice to see the sun once again. And of course, here we have mustards, barbecue sauces.
Caramelised red onion, hwnna di'r mwyaf poblogaidd. Mae hwnnw di mynd, diwrnod cynta. Mae di mynd. Ond wrth gwrs sos coch, botel sos coch.
The ketchup, or as it's referred to in Welsh, the red sauce. And the branding is goes with the shape of the bottle. And what do we have here? We have with barbecue sauce, chili sauce, brown sauce, red sauce, various mustards.
Wel, Steddfod fydd nesa, ond ia, heilo cron a bydd y jariau mae gyd a'r poteli gyd wedi mynd erbyn tua canol dydd.
Oh, Carol's quite hopeful that all these products, the jars and preserves and whatever, will have gone by mid-afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay, we leave the food hall, but we will be back there, I'm sure, to see where Nia is visiting next. But in the meantime, we'll head over straight back to the main ring, and it's back to Lottie.
Hello, we're back with the Section Bs. This was the first class of the day, the Junior Baron Mare. And we're on the final lineup. The judge is Mr. Stephen Howard from the Boston Stud in Yorkshire. He's been involved with Welsh ponies for exactly 50 years. As a 9-year-old boy, he was hanging over the gate of the Boston Stud to see the ponies when he was invited in by the then owner Margot Rees, and then he's come from that. Hats off. So we have a winner.
Richard Miller.
And it looks like it's 5-1-3. Which is Richard Miller and Meiran Davis from the Henyath stud with Henyath Arietta, bred by the exhibitor. I think the Henyath stud have won at the Royal Welsh so many times that they probably have a wall full of red rosettes, but every red rosette from the Royal Welsh is precious. And then in second is Alex Williams with Ringside Pearlesque. Again, bred by exhibitor. And in third is the Landon family with Linksbury Jessie. All three bred by exhibitor, which is lovely to see. And there she goes. Very happy by the looks of things. Showing the Welsh spirit. There's nothing like a beautiful grey, except when there's mud.
Well, Richard, I'm not sure who's more excited, you or the pony, but once again, you're stood here with me with a red rosette. How are you feeling on this Thursday morning?
Muddy. Muddy and tired, but thrilled. She won here as a 3-year-old, with a reserve female champion here as a 3-year-old, and she's not been shown since. She's now 7, I think. So, yeah, just a pity it's so wet this morning, but yeah, it's not ideal for a white pony.
Not ideal for a white pony or the white trousers, for both of us, really.
It's the look I'm going for.
It is. Well, congratulations once again.
Thank you.
You're going to have a very successful afternoon, I can tell.
Yes, busy.
Yes, and good luck. Pob lwc. Llongyfarchiadau mawr.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you.
And as usual, there's going to be plenty going on in the main ring during the course of the day. Many major championships will be decided there later on, of course, in the afternoon. But in the meantime, it's back to the cattle ring, and it's back to Rachel and Will.
Yeah, thanks, Gareth. Our judge has been working away while we've been away.
Looks like he's brought him into his lineup.
So, na, prig pencampwriaeth y gwartheg.
Drew Hislop is the man in charge. He's the man who's got the opportunity to select this, the first of our 2 beef young handler competitions this morning.
Show sticker's got tangled up into the Hereford's tail there. Bit of a technical issue by the looks of it. There you are, sorted out now.
A tithe wrth gwrs, fel o'n i sôn yn gynharach, wedi cael y fraint a'r pwysau o arwen a
And corrected in the young handler that the actual animal has no bearing at all on this competition.
Unless he's on the end of your show stick, I would have thought, maybe.
It's still looking pretty clean in this ring. It hasn't trodden up anything near like the main ring, has it? The cattle ring?
No, you're quite right. There's still...
Yeah, it's held well with the rugby yesterday and that. They do look a picture though, don't they? Fair dues, they've turned them out well.
Of course, this is the next generation of...
yes.
Of the Royal Welsh Show, I guess, isn't
well,
it?
Hopefully, isn't it? Hopefully. Well, it's the future of farming, isn't it? Agriculture. Big smile on that face there now. It's nice to see that they've got like the nose clips and the actual halter, you know, coordinating. There you are, and that goes with the red rosette too. All matching.
Maisie Beresford. Then cipio'r garden goch.
She's leading a blonde Aquitaine heifer, and then there was a Highland then come into second place. She's doing well with the horns.
Bendad, dyna dosbarth cryf iawn. Mae yna safon ar y throf.
That's one very proud young lady.
Yes, it is, and the competition's sponsored by Marks and Spencer's as well. So, which is helpful for them, isn't it? That's it. Nice to see them congratulating each other.
Well, congratulations, Maisie.
Thank you.
How long have you been showing?
Nearly 2 years now.
Only 2 years?
Yeah.
Why do you think you won that red rosette today? What made you stand out, do you think?
I think it's just the cow, Tanza. She's just a dream to work with, and she is literally my dream cow. Every chance I get to show her, I do.
Oh, that's quite special. You've got a wonderful relationship, haven't you?
Yeah.
Were you nervous coming in?
Yeah, I was a bit nervous.
But it's all paid off. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr.
Well, what an aerial view of the showground here at Llanelwedd. This is the last day of this year's Royal Welsh Show, and obviously been a very, very busy time and well attended over the last 3 days. Let's head over now to the sheep ring and we'll join Gerald Lewis.
Yes, good morning all. First visit of the day to the sheep ring, and it is the Supreme Pairs Championship, where we see the Breed Society will nominate one male and one female to go forward and represent their respective breeds in this championship. So we have whether they are the actual prize winners of the breed or not, but people will put forward what they consider to be the best pair. We have the all to be seen in front of us. The Welsh Mountains of all the breeds right throughout Wales here, and South Wales Mountains to Brecknock Hill Chiviots, to the coloured breeds and the Torddies, the Torwens, the Blacks. They're all forward here, and just in shot is the pair of Glamorgan Welsh, South Wales Mountain, and our Black Welsh pair.
Well, it was second disgwyl, but a
good testament to the handlers, and as we alluded to many times, the numbers of sheep are up in this year's 2023 competition in the Royal Welsh Show here, so all of them will have a significant number of animals to be able to choose from. As we go down the line, we see the Torwens and the Torddies there. We've seen these feature yesterday. The ram most definitely was out and became reserve champion of his breed, and I believe that he was champion last year as well of overall, so he's held his condition and held well to be able to come back this year again. And here we have the Torwens, and I see a familiar friend holding one there is Mr. Matthew Brown, holding the female, trying his best to impress the judge and ourselves on the camera. And then we have the Balwens and Miner's husband and holding the ram there. Then I'm sure that Miner will be doing a bit to guide the judge in that direction. Every trick. The Hill Speckles. Hill Speckles have done very well in previous years here in the show. And there's our first look at our judge, Mr. Geraint Jones, Bryn Owen Powys. He's certainly got his work cut out here to decide the best pair of animals. We look at the Hill Radners. A lot of these breeds have done very, very well in the previous shows, so they will hope to repeat the same feat. And there we see the pair of Beulah Speckles we've seen win the group of 3 yesterday, but I would suggest perhaps that Mr. Irwin Richards there has maybe one of the competitors in the group of 3, but it is a different ram that is forward in the competition today. So, as we've seen them come to the fore many times before, and probably have a very good chance here today again as well. And then we see the Kerry Hill. Kerry Hill have had a very, very good show. Individual overall champion yesterday in the Hill breeds. I'm not too sure if that particular ewe is here today, but they've got a very good, and we've featured them quite a few times throughout the Royal Welsh Show, and they've had a very good show and very good numbers here in attendance. Then we see the Brecknock Hill Cheviot with Joseph and Carol Morgan from Nanguina, then with the ram that won the championship. But we'll have to come back later on for the conclusion of that, and hopefully we'll see a result when we come back.
Thanks, Gerald. Thank you very much. Yes, you don't have to be here physically in the show to be part of it. We're all over social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and all the information that you need to get in touch is on our website, which is s4c.cymru/Sioe. Well, we're certainly moving from ring to ring here this morning, and it's back to the main ring, to the horses, and it's back to Lottie.
And this is the part-bred class. It's class 115, which is the colt filly or gelding 1-year-old, calculated at maturity to exceed 148 centimetres. So it's the bigger part-breds. As I said before, the part-bred has no breed description, and it just has to have 25% of Welsh blood. And so it really is a difficult class to judge. This is the winner, who is Rebecca Lamb, with Becklem Amora. Beautiful animal.
Rebecca Lamb. Wedi magu'r y ceffyl yma, Becklem Amora.
Very useful animal.
Wedi cael llwyddiant yma dan yr enw brydfa Penstrymlu, sef Eiddor Hall, ond bellach yn magu hunan, ac yn cael tipyn o lwyddiant hefyd.
Now Rebecca standing the pony up for a photo. The Welsh in the mix has undoubtedly given strong constitution, good bone, and a temperament that allows them to be handled easily. That is one of the beauties of the Welsh pony. And 25% blood obviously does have an influence.
A dyna chi. Mae'r wyn yn adrodd stori o lwyddiant i Rebecca Lamb yn dangos ac yn berchen ar Becklem.
Lap of honour from Rebecca.
Sydd i ennill y dosbarth ifanc gyda'r hanflyd Cymreig. Llongyfarchiadau mowr iawn i'r tîm.
Well, Rebecca Lamb, llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn i ti. Many congratulations, not just winning the Royal Welsh, but with a homebred as well. How are you feeling this morning?
Oh, ecstatic. It's always great. Had a lot of success, but to win with my own is just something else. So
yeah, of course. We used to work for Kath at Penstrymlu Stud and still help out, but now you're here with Becklem Stud, relatively young stud, but you do so well, as you say, in the part-breds. We always see you at the Winter Fair and now at the Summer Show as well. What does it mean for the part-breds to be doing well?
Oh, everything. I mean, they're, an equal part of the stud book, and, we want to keep promoting them, and, it's just nice to have them in the main ring and next to the C's and D's and A's and B's, so...
Perfect. Well, good luck in the championship and enjoy the rest of your day. Llongyfarchiadau mawr.
And now we cut to class 41, which is the broodmare, 4 to 7 years old, with the own foal at foot. And this is the winner, who is Thistledown Athene, bred and owned by Sandy Anderson from the Thistledown stud. Sandy Anderson breeds A's, B's, C's and D's, I think.
Thanks, Lottie. And we will be back in the main ring shortly. In the meantime, our first visit of the day in the pig ring. And I think we saw a young handlers competition in the cattle ring earlier, and I believe that's the young handlers competition in the pig ring as well, Rachel.
Yes, we have. This is for the junior, so like the little young handlers. As we can see in front of us now, these two little junior handlers have got British Saddleback pigs showing. One thing that they do with like the junior pig handlers is if they're under 16, you should always have an adult, in with them, accompanying them, just to help them on their way. As you can see, in the background, then you've got a big Tamworth sow out. That's more laid back compared to the younger pigs. But they do have a lot of fun in the pig young handlers classes, especially if they decide to take off.
Mae nhw'n mynd yn classes gwahanol wedyn, mae yna 7 ag 8, a wedyn mae nhw'n mynd ymlaen fyny. Pryd mae nhw'n mynd yn proffesiynol?
That little saddleback going across the middle of the ring there is really showing itself off. As you can see, they've put a bit of oil on it to get it to shine in the sun that we're having here at the show today. Easier going than what it was yesterday afternoon in the rain, anyway. Our judge today, Stephen Lovelace from Bridport down at Dorset, is off to pick his winner. And that's the little lad from Perkins's, showing a little saddleback January gilt there. And then second place is going to... Where have we gone? Oh, saddleback again there to a young lady.
A mae'r rosettes ma'n mynd i gymryd lle bwysig iawn ar wal y siop pan nhw'n adre wan.
Odyn. Amser oedd y mab yn cysadlu, oedd e mor proud.
Third is going up to the Welsh pig.
Ie, hollol. Joyce, gwn i weld chi nes ymlaen.
And then our fourth prize then is going to our little young handler with the Tamworth sow from Barbara Warren.
Well, ni wedi symud draw o'r trinwyr ifanc.
Right, let's go quickly from the pig ring into the cattle ring, and it's back to Rachel who's with Will.
Keeping you busy now, Rachel. Straight back to the cattle, and I can see it's the junior bull class that's being judged at the moment, the interbreed continental.
Yeah. This class now is for the junior interbreed bull, which they split continental native. And as you can see, we've got Charlie, a blonde, a Limmy. There was a Simmy and a Belgian blue in the picture as well just now. As you can see, we've got the Charlie in front of us here right now. The blonde bull then is shown by Johnny Hinkin. We've got the Simmy there with an Erin Francis.
Dyma chi tarw cywir sydd yn gwybod.
Can't see who's showing the Limmy. But
will these bulls have been out previously this week?
Yes, these bulls will have won the junior championship of each breed section on Monday, and then they'll come forward then for today. I know the Simmy actually went on and was overall male champion of the Simmy section, but he won the junior section as well. Oh no, you've got your Belgian blue there on the end as well.
Be ti'n meddwl o'r Charlotte? 3.82 i'n gwyn ar y pen pethau?
We see our judge, Mr. Grant Anderson, all the way down from Roxburgh in Scotland. Great to see judges coming from
far and wide now, aren't they?
Yeah, we had a lot on Monday from Northern Ireland in the cattle ring.
Pulled forward the Belgian blue with Ali Jackson.
Gyda'r Dutch Spotted.
Yeah, he won the Dutch Spotted, didn't he, with the interbreed sheep yesterday, Ali Jackson.
They're having a very good Royal Welsh.
Yeah. He obviously likes the black and white colouring of both sections with his Belgian blue and his Dutch Spotted.
Winner of the junior bull.
Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
What a show you're having.
Some to go, innit?
He looks like a Dutch Spotted.
He's not far off, is he? Huh? No, it's been good, innit? It's been good.
One to remember.
Very, very.
Junior bull, the sheep yesterday, and now this.
Yeah, no, we had a big one last night to celebrate the sheep, but yeah, no, he's a good bull, and he's done well now. That's all three. He's won male champion, so yeah, no, it's good.
It's great to have you down here in Wales. Safe journey home to you all.
Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Cheers.
Well,
welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground.
Perfect.
And we've been going round the houses this morning, the pig ring, the sheep ring, the cattle ring. Now we're heading for the main ring and the horses. Let's rejoin Lottie.
Right, we're now back at class 61, which is the senior Baron Mare. Judge is Mr. Geraint Thomas.
Mr. John Kirk.
Going to tell an eye stud.
This should be one of the strongest classes that we would have featured throughout the show, actually. There's a lot of mares in that ring now.
Yeah, it looks a very, very strong class, and he's still pulling them in. I think the ones at the top are getting quite excited, but it's not one until the hat is off. Beautiful, beautiful mares. 8 years old and over. The Baron Mare class has really taken up popularity because with people not breeding so many foals, and it's also easy. You only need one handler.
So obviously a Baron Mare is basically then designed for the show ring then, realistically.
Absolutely, yeah. No foal and easy to produce. It's easy to get them in show condition. Though you have to be careful you don't put too much show condition or you won't get them in foal for next year. Just having a final look. And there goes the hat. And the winner is 741, who belongs to the Costello family, with Blue Haven, Little Miss Perfect. And she is bred by the exhibitor. In second place is John Kirk, who lives here in Bilth, with Starland's Danielle. And in third place is Holly Robertson Ross Thomas with Gurnos Welsh Rose Lee. Beautiful animals. To stand in the top three at the Royal Welsh is truly perfect.
Danielle, yeah. Wrth y march, Donis Flash Harry, John Newbrid Donis, ag allan o Donis Lucy Lockett.
Wedyn Holly Roberts a Ross Thomas, Gurnos Welsh Roselle.
To be in the top 6 at the Royal Welsh is absolutely good, and I think that's what everyone hopes when they go in. Everyone hopes for the red one, but to be in the top 6 is fantastic. Costello family come here every year and show and breed some lovely animals, and fantastic win for them. Beautiful mare.
Blue Haven, Little Miss Perfect yn profi i bod yn berffaith. Teulu'r Costello yn mynd ar dosbarth y cesig gwag hun yn adron y merlod.
I think it's getting muddier there, and the socks are getting muddier.
Well, dyma fi gyda Blue Haven, Little Miss Perfect, and she certainly was that for you today, wasn't she, Vic?
She was. I'm in complete shock. My voice is shaking. I'm shocked.
What does it mean to win here at the Royal Welsh? Is this your first win?
No, she was pulled top last year and unfortunately dropped to second, but this is her first win now.
Well, that is fantastic. It's quite a run in there. I don't envy you at all in this mud. How did you find it?
It's challenging to say the least, but she's a good mare. She's an easy mare, so I can't complain.
Well, huge good luck now for the rest of the day. A llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn I ti.
Here we are at the Park Breds, it's class 116, which is colt filly or gelding, 2 or 3 year olds, not to exceed 148. This is bred by the exhibitor, bred by Elizabeth Hampson, Trindod Celtic Lord. Another pony from north of the country, north of England.
Thanks, Lottie. We'll be back in the main ring shortly, but let's hop over quickly to the sheep ring. We were looking at the Pairs Championship earlier on. It didn't come to a conclusion, so let's return to Gerald Lewis.
Yes, our judge, Mr. Geraint Jones, has been working hard since we've been away. And obviously, as I alluded to, all the breeds that are in here, and we're looking here at the Dorsets in front of us. And then on to the Cleans.
This would be what they call the MV section of the sheep, wouldn't it?
I would think so, yes.
Yeah.
You see the border Leicesters. Next on again. And as we stated earlier on, it comprises of one male, one female from the respective societies. And we go on there, we can see the Hampshire Downs. Fantastically well trimmed and prepared as per normal. And a lot of work from these shepherds have gone into preparing these sheep for this particular event here today. And
that's your Shropshire's there, isn't it, from Sue Farquhar?
Yes, indeed. And then we see the familiar Suffolks. And then just been examined there is the Suffolks are very strong, powerful sheep, and they've selected a very good pair of strong animals to represent their breed here today. We have the Rouge just there before the Zwartables. Probably the biggest and tallest pair of animals in the class, but especially that ram is an exceptional, big, strong, long, tall animal. And we have a lovely pair there of Blue Domains. They're exceptionally well turned out, to be fair.
I was going to say, they're looking very strong, aren't they? Powerful.
They are very strong animals, to be fair, yes.
Finer in the leg than the Suffolk,
they're quite a bit finer boned, yes.
Yeah.
And,
but, you know, there's some power above them, isn't there?
Yes, there is. A judge who has stated in his notes that these will have to have exceptional good mouths before he will consider them, so it's down to the Breed Society to put forward good animals that are of good in the mouth.
As ni edrych ar y bryd nesa, sef y Charolais, Frank, y bryd y Charolais yn reiddiol o Frank, a Frank...
Is the judge a Dorset breeder himself?
Sorry?
The judge, he breeds Dorsets himself,
yes, he does.
Isn't it?
Yes, he does, George Dorsets himself, yes. Where we have the Charolais, and we've seen the Charolais come to the fore many, many times in the past here in the... not only in the pair section but in the single section, and they didn't quite get there yesterday in the singles, but maybe the society themselves now will be hoping that they can make a small men's and get there in the pair section. And just in the background we can see the judge yesterday, Sir Adrian Davis, that actually judged the Charolais competition, but having won it himself many times here before, and
keeping a keen eye.
Move on, yes, indeed, to the Bereshon, but we'll have to come back once again.
Thank you, Gerald. Thank you, Rachel. Well, Nia is with the Food and Drink Wales Sustainability Cluster. And to cover is Jennifer's Coffee, and there's a smokery and chili jams also. Now then, Nia's with Ellen from Sophie's Coffee, but she's just asking to see what is the purpose of this particular stall. Well, we're trying to bring businesses together so that they can aim to be as sustainable as possible. Right, Jennifer's Coffee. Who is Jennifer to start with? Well, Jennifer is one of Ellen's friends. She's been living in Wales for quite a while now, from Uganda. So she's been buying the coffee from Uganda. And how does it work then? Because Ellen's based in Porthcawl. It's roasted in Bridgend, as close to Porthcawl as possible. And thanks to the partnership between the base in Bridgend and Porthcawl, they also roast coffee for various other people as well. So that ticks one sustainability box, but let's look at the cups. Right, this is the new cup called the Good Cup. The prototype was made in Wales. There's no lid on it. Right, Anthony said, here's one we prepared earlier. There's coffee inside this one. That includes Jennifer's coffee. So you bend the sides, it comes down, and you click the top in and you drink it through the side. Now then, this can be recycled. It can be, yeah, you can use it as part of your compost. And the thing is, as Nia's saying, we buy so many cups of coffee from various coffee shops with plastic tops, for example. So this is a great step in the right direction. We're a fair trade country, as in here in Wales, and it's important that we can do as much as possible to protect our own environment here in Wales. And we have to look also as to see where does our food come from and where does our waste go. And Nia's just asking, okay, so how far can we go? There is obviously a plan, as it were, but where do you see yourself as a company? Well, Ellen's just referring to the fact, well, the fires that we see in Europe at the moment. Obviously, climate change is of major concern. And as young companies, we have to have an action plan insofar as where does our food come from, where do our children's food come from, and how can businesses help to solve the problems as far as plastic waste is concerned.
Hello, Catherine. Sut wyt ti?
Sut wyt ti? Iawn, diolch.
Da iawn. Ac wyt ti'n gweithio'n dwyt efo clwstwr cynnal y
This is Catherine who works with Sustainability Cluster.
I work as part of the cluster, as part of the sustainability cluster, and we are a Welsh government funded programme, and essentially we started in 2020, and we've been supporting businesses since then, really with the main aim to make Welsh food and drink businesses the most sustainable in the world. So I think at the moment we actually have 100 cluster members, and some of which have been here today.
Well, yes. Well, will you introduce me to guys? I've had a word now with Ellen. So we have the Welsh Homestead Smokery. Claire?
Hello there. Hi. Yes. Hi.
And where are you from? Where are you based?
We're near Tregaron. Yes, we've got a smokery up in the hills up there, and we smoke different kinds of bacon, including a lamb bacon and lots of chilies and salt and sugar as well. So smoke different things.
Okay, and sustainable in which way?
In which way? We try to do it all based on the farm. We're really careful with our packaging. That's a really big thing for us. And try to use everything from as locally as we can do. So really trying to use as many Welsh products as we can do, and making sure that our supply chain is really short.
And when the customer comes here, because you were here yesterday as well, weren't you? I mean, what are the questions they're asking you? People care. They want to know.
They want to know, and they want to know where it's, particularly with things like the meat. They want to know where it's come from. So so using sort of Welsh meat from our point of view, and getting it sort of sourced very locally is important to us.
You've got lamb bacon.
Lamb bacon, exactly. I couldn't make bacon in Wales, could I, and not make lamb bacon?
That's quite unusual, though, isn't it?
I think we're some of the only people smoking a lamb bacon, actually. So quite unusual. And then all the chilies, we don't import any of the chilies, so they're all grown here for us in the UK as well. So we try and as many things as we can do like that to keep everything.
You've got so many jars of chilies. And you sold out of one type yesterday.
We sold out. We do a smoked bacon jam made with our bacon. So we use all the trim from our bacon, where we produce so much bacon now. We use all the trim from our bacon rather than it being waste. We turn it into a bacon jam.
Cwestiwn i ti, Claire. Ydy e'n dwym? Is it hot?
Some are.
Poeth, ti'n gwybod y gair poeth? Poeth iawn? Poeth iawn. Pa un ydy'r poeth?
Poeth, by the way, is hot. Poeth iawn is very hot. So I don't know which one Claire's actually going to give. Oh no, she's just going to show the jar.
For now, if you don't mind. I hope you have a good day today. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi. Ac ymlaen ar gwaith da, Elen. A diolch am y coffi. Nice. A'r cwpan. Ac i Jennifer. Ac i Jennifer, ie.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground here at Llanelwedd on the last day of this year's Royal Welsh Show. Let's head over to the sheep ring, and we're looking at the Pairs Championship. Here's Gerald.
Yes, it looks as if our judge has been busy while we've been away, and whittled his class down to a few, and as we see, we have the Mighty Visner and non-Mighty Visner section, so therefore the judge has to travel between rings and being cleanliness and having to wash his hands on every time he goes. We're going to have to handle in the one, he'll have to go through and handle the other, so it looks as if he's actually ended up with 3 particular pairs in each section. We see the South Downs and the Suffolks and the Shallery there, and we have actually something that we haven't featured all the way through the show is the Valley Black Nose has made it through to this particular section, and sorry, the South Down is in the middle there, and then we have the Torrid Wens actually have come through. So we could actually have a champion in the one section and a reserve in the other, but only Mr. Jones will decide that. The Valley Black Nose will be very happy to have made it this far, because they are a minority breed at the moment. Our numbers aren't great in the country, and but they are improving all the time. So Mr. Jones now will have to return to the other side, and
Eitha gwahanol yn dyn nhw, Elen. Ydyn, yn bryd newydd iawn i'r circuit yn ydyn.
This is a new breed, this Valley Black Nose has come on the scene in recent years to the British Isles. Here we go, Mr. Jones has got his stick in his hand, so it looks as if he means business now. He's around the back of the Shalleries, and the Suffolks and the Hampshire Down. But it is the Shalleries that have come to the fore, and 2 individual breeders in the Ingram family and the Amphlett family have joined forces to represent the Shalleries, and they are the supreme pairs champion here in the Royal Welsh Show this particular year. Congratulations to the Shallery breed.
Elin yn Aberystwyth ac wedi gweud mae'r rhain o ddam ennill ac oedd hi'n iawn.
And I do believe that our judge has disappeared into the other section. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see.
Brilliant, thank you. Yeah, no, thanks very much. No.
You came to the show, you've been here quite a few years, but you've never won a red ribbon. And what have you won in this show?
We've had a good go, champion with the Showley, and then to go on to have the champion pairs this year. It's brilliant. No, chuffed to bits.
2023 certainly was your year.
No, thank you.
Well, congratulations to you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Well done.
Don't forget, this year we have a new live feed from the rings within the main ring. You can see all classes in the middle, centre and south ring. All the information that you need is to be found on our website, which is s4c.cymru/Sioe.
s4c.cymru/Sioe. Felly rhannwch y stori I 4 ban.
Well, that's where we're heading now. Back to the main ring, and it's back to Lottie.
And we're back at class 42, which is the senior mare class, 8 years old and over, with the foal at foot. Pulling them in for the result. Judges Stephen Howard from the Boston Stud in Yorkshire. He's actually spent his career in the public sector finance and currently working for the British Library. I think we tend to meet people in the pony world and not know what they do, and sometimes it's quite interesting to see what their career is outside the ponies.
Lindeen Royal Masquerade. Arctic Rose, mas o ryw wad enwog iawn gyda Sandy.
They're still going round, waiting for the result.
Arctic Rose and ffefryn mawr i'r perchynog y brydfa, Sandy Anderson.
The chap with the foal is Derry Evans from the Hill Inn Stud. He's the current president of the Welsh Pony Cob Society for this year. And he has an open day next weekend if anyone wants to go along and see his
brydfeydd
ponies and his stud.
Yn y byd Cymraeg ar hyn o bryd, yn yr A a B, yn dywe. A wy'n clywed mae'n dechrau magu yr cyfle rhan rhywbeth, yn dywe.
Odi.
Mr Stephen Howard.
Fi hefyd yn clywed bod wedi dechrau ar ambell i geffil gwedd.
Ceffylau gwedd?
Odi.
Having his final look.
Ni ddim yn gwybod ni.
Wel, newydd I ti.
Wel, ti siarad bod i mwd.
Ie, fi'n gwybod.
Wel, bydd dim tir ar ôl dyma.
Na, fydd.
Bydd y bonis bach yn diflannu mewn i'r mwd. O, dim, ni ddim yn gwybod ni. A ni'n gweld ceipolwg o'r cyfle gwedd yn y pellter.
Here and foal class, is the foal judged with the mare or is it just the mare?
No, the foal class follows on and they'll split the foals into fillies and colts. And it'll be the foals from both the classes, the junior and the senior mare class.
Fi'n credu bod e wedi benni.
So hapus.
It's the worst job in the world showing the foal. They're always naughty.
Ar y brig, Thistledown Arctic Rose.
As you get older, you get put on the foal, but actually it really needs a young person.
Hilyn Cameo.
Ddangos pa mor step.
And the hats off. And the winner of the class is 528, and that's Mr. Sandy Anderson with Thistledown Arctic Rose. Having a good day, Sandy. Obviously bred by the exhibitor. By Thistledown Calon Lan out to Curti Cadna Cadfridog. And in second place is Arwyn Evans with Highland Cameo, and again bred by exhibitor. A lot of ponies bred by the exhibitor in the front line today, which is fantastic.
Sandy Anderson.
Mae fe wedi cael tipyn o lwyddiant.
There she goes.
A dyma ni, yr ail riban goch I brydfa Sandy Anderson, Thistledown, gyda enillydd.
A beautiful mare.
I cysig fagu gyda Thistledown Arctic Rose.
Thank you, Lottie. Right, we'll leave the main ring and we're heading back to the pig ring, and we saw the young pig handlers aged 7 to 8 earlier on. We're jumping up an age group where I think it's 9 to 12, Rachel.
Yep, it's split into 3 or 4 sections, depending on how many they have entered. As we can see, we've got four out in this. And because they're that bit older, they don't need to have an adult assisting them in the ring. There will be just a few adults just dotted around the edge of the ring just in case they're needed. As you can see again, we've got a couple of saddlebacks and some Welsh in. They might not necessarily be their own pigs, they might borrow off somebody else, but these gilts are having a nice little run around as they go. One ruling in the young handlers is that, you know, they have to be female pigs, no male pigs are allowed, because like obviously with the pigs, if you're showing boars you've got to be 2 handlers anyway, so defeats the whole object of a young handlers class. We've got a young girl there showing a saddleback from the Perkinses. There's the one Welsh is a Roberts daughter. So they're doing well to still be active at this time of the show week, these young handlers, after a long, hard week. And the pigs are just enjoying their bit of freedom. There's a Welsh sow now out in front of us. The Welsh are out in the ring on Monday showing, so she quite likes keeping to the edge of the ring, doesn't she, the sow? Our judge here today is Stephen Lovelace from Bridport down at Dorset. He keeps modern pigs himself, does a lot of showing, has a lot of success. He judged at Interbreed yesterday, put a dual Rock Cup champion, and the saddleback was reserved.
Mae'r nifer wedi mynd lawr yn ofnadw ar y landres. So mae'n neis bod...
Looks like he's made his decision and he's heading off.
Stewardiad wedi gwneud penderfyniad, gwn i weld. Pwy sy'n mynd I fynd â carden goch neu rosett neu hi.
Where's he heading to? Welsh gilt from the Roberts' family. Taken first.
Teulu.
Second is going
Hiw ac Ela wrth gwrs, o Lithfaen, a mae Alice y ferch. Dilyn ho praid yn am a dad yn amlwg.
To a saddleback.
Odi Manes yn neud yn dda war y teg.
Da iawn wir. Neis I weld. Diolch am y sgwrs, Joes.
Diolch yn fawr.
Welcome back to the showground at Llanelwedd. We haven't been to the cattle ring for a while, so let's head over there now and we'll join Will and Rachel.
Yeah, thanks, Gareth. We're in the top corner of the ring now watching the junior bull class. And this one being judged by Grant Anderson, down from Scotland, down from Roxburghshire.
He's currently looking at the Welsh Black. This is the native half of this competition. We had the Continentals earlier, which the Belgian Blue won. He'll pick his winner out of this section now and then bring the two together for an overall, you know, to finish the competition off completely.
Correct looking Welsh Black there, isn't he? He's very square and
walking out well there now, isn't he?
Parading well. And these, of course, will be the stars of the future, I guess. You know, we could be looking at a future Royal Welsh Supreme Interbreed champion here. In the making.
Or he might produce one.
Or he might produce one, you're quite right.
Yeah.
It's a long-term game, this is, isn't it?
That's it. Coming up next, we've got the Hereford. That's got presence in it, isn't it? It's a bit of a hey, look at me.
He's a powerful, powerful bull for a youngster.
Yes. Lovely colour, rich colour, isn't he? We've got the Angus then in the background, and the Longhorn.
The Hereford, of course, easily recognisable by its white head, and that comes through very often in his progeny as well.
Yes.
It's used extensively throughout the world as a terminal sire in the beef industry.
It's a very good crossing one, isn't it, for producing suckler cows and that. It's a very popular breed for that side of it. This judge will check him over, have a good feel and look to see what he thinks, and then he'll watch him parade off then.
Yeah. A Dydd of 9 to teulu Roden livestock.
Certainly an impressive Hereford we've seen.
Yes, we've got South Devon coming in next. This, the handler of this South Devon judged yesterday, didn't he, Richard Hartshorn? He judged the Group of 3 exhibitor bred Continentals yesterday.
Right, he's had a busy week.
Yes, he has. He's very busy.
And of course, it's not all about this morning and getting them ready, is it? It's weeks and weeks of preparation, not months, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ensure that you get the right nutrition into your bull. And
a lot of people are looking. Once they go home now this week, they'll be looking into next year's show team, won't they? And you know, what bulls to put on what cows to produce some nice calves and everything. It's you know, it's a big game, isn't it? It's not a case of just turn up on the day, is it?
And of course, these animals change as they go through their lifetime, and I guess something that looks a little bit special as a calf doesn't always materialise into a show animal. And,
with their growth spurts and everything, you know, it's. You try and pick a show and aim for it and hope you can get it for 12 o'clock for that show, like, isn't it?
And that's the skill, I guess, isn't it? Here we're looking at the Angus.
Angus there now. Being shown by Stephen O'Kane.
He'd died of it.
Odi, mae fe'n darw sydd yn dangos y bryd ar ei orau.
Ac Grant Anderson sydd â ni'n beirniadu'n arwerthwr yn marchnad Carlisle.
A little bit excitable, isn't he? He's like many of the young gentlemen at the Royal Welsh Show, I guess.
Yes, not overly struck on having somebody walk behind him. He's got a shine to him, though, hasn't he? Especially when that sun catches him, right? He's not going to stand up for the judge to handle him very good. Our Longhorn is starting to play up a bit in the background.
I guess if they've been sitting down for the majority of 4 days, they're quite keen to stretch their legs a little bit, aren't they?
Yes, and all these females that they've been smelling, it's getting them a bit excited.
British White, Sarah Cook a Allcroft Goliath sydd â ni fan hyn. Neis gweld y...
British White there in the picture.
Well, lot ohonyn nhw dylen ni wedi yn cael eu cynrychioli yn...
He's looking quite chilled, isn't he?
Yeah, pretty relaxed.
Perhaps he had a good night last night and he's half asleep now.
Seen it all, done it all before. He looks... Just adjusting the feet there. I mean, there's quite an art to that, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Getting them to stand.
It's getting them used to the show stick as well, isn't it, you know?
There's the beef shorthorn.
Wel, werth I weld a gweud y gwir. Mae hwn yn un...
Some good cattle here at the show this week, and
there's a good show of the beef shorthorns, isn't there? There's large numbers of beef shorthorns here this year.
And a lot of stock down from Scotland as well this year at the show, isn't there?
Yes. I believe stock were arriving from 2:30 Saturday morning, waiting to come in, ready for the gates to open. So, you know, there's cattle move, you know, travelled long distance.
That's a good shot of the longhorn there.
Oh, we got a Highland there. You can get many colours of variations for the Highland, can't you? Predominantly brown, but...
it's definitely one breed that'll be happy that the weather's a bit cooler this year than it was last year.
Yes.
Well, we'll come back shortly to find out what our judge has decided in the native junior bull class.
Well, it's been an exciting few days in the sheep shearing shed, and we're going to head there now for the first heat in the ladies' competition. And we'll join Gerald, who's with Will.
Tilly Abbott o Loegr ar ddau, ar dri Becca Jackson.
Thank you,
yeah, good morning, and the ladies are plying their trade here today, and with some exceptional ladies forward here and that, and there's only 5 in this particular heat then, and on stand 1 is Hannah Rose, stand 2 is Tilly Abbott, stand 3 is Becca Jackson, Amy Silcock is on 4, and Atta Simonoff is on stand 5. So will we have a few ladies from different parts of the world?
Yes, indeed. The Royal Welsh Show is seen as the pinnacle of many people's shearing career, I guess, isn't it? Coming to be on that stage. I spent a bit of time in there on yesterday morning, and the atmosphere was just incredible. I mean, they really can get the crowd going when those shearers are starting to fly. And this morning, it's the chance for the ladies to impress.
Yes, indeed, and we've seen a significant rise in lady shearers throughout the world of competition shearing, and also plying their trade in the workplace, in the shearing sheds, and all over the world. And in this part of the world, then obviously we alluded to many times, there ain't a quantity of sheep. Yes, there's a lot of sheep in Wales, but not on the extent of the stations of New Zealand and Australia then. And then when they have permanent shearing sheds built on their farms, most of the shearing that's done here in Wales especially is clean the barn out and set the pens up and ready to go. But we do have a few larger farms with quite a lot of sheep, but so gangs tend to move around here, whereas in New Zealand a lot of these will be staying on the farm for a longer period of time to shear the large flocks.
I don't know if you know the answer to this question, but it's something I was puzzling while sitting in the auditorium yesterday. Do you have any idea how many sheep they've got to have to shear at the Royal Welsh? It'll be thousands,
I want to make assumption, but I'm scared that I might be wrong.
Yeah.
But there's something in about the 4,500 to 5,000 sheep will be going through this particular stand here over the 4 days of shearing. But anyway, let's hope we'll come back and feature another part of the ladies' competition later on.
Amy Simonoff and Sitari Hawley.
Mae 'na Sylwebaeth Saesneg. English commentary is available on this programme and on our main ring webcast. Depending on your device, either press the red button or use the audio selection option. Any problems, contact the S4C Viewers Hotline.
Yes, and I hope you can stay with us here on the English commentary service until 5 o'clock. We're here with you until then. Let's head over to the main ring quickly, and here's Lottie.
Thank you. This is the winner of 117, which is the 2- and 3-year-old to exceed 148 at maturity. And as you can see, coloured animals often come into the part-bred classes. And this is Jackie Holford with Pippi Longstocking, bred by Chris Osborne.
Jackie Holford o dan y beirniad. Laura Ferris.
A lovely animal. Lovely animal. By Panlagrig Darcy out of Fruit Pastel. Rather lovely names.
Well, llongyfarchiadau mawr, Bradley Jordan here, Bradley Butler, with your pony Pippi Longstockings. Now, I happen to know very well this pony means a lot to you. Tell us about this pony's history.
So, the day she was born, I knew she'd be special. We signed her for the part breds, came close. Last year she won the colours here. She's done it again this year. And then she made my dreams come true when she won the Winter Fair. And she just gets better and better every time.
I can tell this pony means a lot to you.
She means the absolute world.
You've got the championship coming up now, so I'm not going to keep you much longer. One quick brush over. Massive good luck in the championship at llongyfarchiadau mawr i ti, Bradley.
Footwear, because I've lost my socks.
Oh, bob luck.
Yeah, and hopefully Bradley will get his breath back by the time he's in the ring again in the championship. In the meantime, back to the cattle ring. And here's Gerald and Rachel.
Yes, we return to the Junior Bull Championship of the native breed sections, and our judge has lined them up, and looks as if he has close to making his decision, if he hasn't already.
The glasses have come off instead of the bowler hat, as in most other categories. That's our Welsh black there.
And as I heard you talking to Will earlier on, then a lot of these are the junior bulls, and there will be other interested parties. Obviously these are homebred bulls, and there'll be other interested parties into maybe purchasing one of these bulls if they're offered for sale, and there is also genetic traits to these bulls, and the AIs of the country wouldn't be short of advertising if they did actually purchase one of these and take semen off one of these, and they go forward to the genetic to produce semen to sell. So they will be short of advertising the fact that the bull has maybe taken a red rosette in the Royal Welsh Show here to promotion.
He's coming round now behind, by the looks of it, to tap out his winner of this section, which will go up against the Belgian Blue then from the Continentals. He's having his last good look along them. Rosette in hand.
Some strength within these particular breeds.
Where's he going to go? He's walking forward. The Hereford's been tapped out. Number 3047.
Well done, Harvey Bros, GNS Harvey. And dare I say it, Harvey Bros, Willie the Womanizer is his official name.
He must have a nickname.
Well, let's hope he lives up to his reputation and becomes a very productive stock bull.
He's looking well. We liked him when the judge was looking at him earlier, didn't we? He stands out well.
Thank you. What's your name, sir?
My name's George.
I'm Sophie.
George and Sophie, father and daughter, I believe?
Yes.
One of the best young Hereford bulls I've seen here at the Royal Welsh.
Lovely.
He is tremendous.
Well, we think so, but it's nice for other people to think that.
He really is. And what's the next chapter for him now? Is he going to be your next stock bull or what?
No, he's going to the Scottish National Hereford Show, and then we'll take him to Shrewsbury in October to the bull sales and sell him, hopefully.
Well, good luck then. And who chose the name?
That was me.
Good job. Well done, Willie the Womanizer. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Scotland have had some success here at the Royal Welsh Show this year. Well, as we can see, Leah's back in the food hall, and she's stopped this time by the Dragon Cheese stall from the South Carnarvon Creamery, and they have a reason to celebrate at the show this year. They've had success with the red Leicester cheese and the butter. Come on, what kind of success have you had? We've had Supreme Champion with the red Leicester cheese. It's something we're very, very pleased about because it's one of our new products, and it's great to see that it's been so popular. It's good for us as a company because we've just launched this particular kind of cheese, so it reflects the fact that we're heading in the right direction, as it were. Now then, have you noticed that people have come from the South Glamorgan Pavilion, where all the dairy products are located? Have you noticed that they've come here to kind of have a look to see what else you have here, following the success you've had with the red Leicester? That's certainly been the case, because we've got two other cheeses that are part of the series. The Cavan Emerald is one, and this is another cheddar cheese that has been matured in the slate caves just outside Harlech, so it changes the texture of the cheese and gives it a different taste to the type of cheese you'd buy at a supermarket, for example. Now then, people traditionally, I suppose, would go for a cheddar. Is this more difficult to market? It's matured for a longer time, but what's beneficial about that is the fact that it affects the taste. It's a richer, deeper taste, as it were. Now the Emerald, this is relatively new. We did have it before, but we've added some leek to the cheese that has been matured in the caves outside Harlech. So we have the Platinum, which is the normal kind of cheddar cheese, and the other one in the series is a cheddar cheese with the Penderyn whiskey in it. Well, Nia's obviously taken to the Emerald cheese, and as has been explained, it's very, very popular, and it's very popular as well as an ingredient when you're cooking with toasties and so on. Now then, she used to prefer the Emerald. She's gone to the red, the ruby. But no, the Emerald is just as popular as well. So it's obviously been a very, very successful week for the Dragon Cheese Company here at the Royal Welsh this year. OK, let's head straight back to the main ring and rejoin Lossie.
Thank you. We're now on the Junior Broodmare class 62. This is broodmares 4 to 7 years old with a foal at foot. Years ago, we didn't used to have these classes, the juniors. We used to have novice and open classes, whereby you could bring something out at 10 years old. It had never been in the show ring, but this makes it easier to bring something young out, as it's hard for a young mare to compete against an older broodmare. And obviously, as you can see, it's very popular.
Do. Cindy? Ie, a wedi ennill gyda Coben ddo. Do fe? Do, Coben Gwyneth Griffiths. Do.
Geraint Thomas is the judge from Telyn Stud, making his last choices, having a good look at everything, make sure he's got it right. He's got one chance, and the hat's off. The hat's off. So the winner of this class is the Oliver family with Roswen Cara. She is by Roswen Gethin, out of Blaen Silla Arabella, and a homebred mare. How proud must they be? Second in this class is a Tungundan stud with Tungundan China Doll, again bred by exhibitor, by Moorcroft the Master, out of Tungundan Moon Lady.
Odi, o'n i'n meddwl na, mae yna deip na, dos e?
O, smart idea.
Mae nhw matcho nes.
Fi'n credu bod nhw.
There's a happy face. Let's just smile. Obviously a crowd favourite.
David Oliver
the cheering.
David wedi cael yr ail rhyfangoch wrth ennill y dosbarth hyn. Hwni, maen nhw'n gweud, 3 tro i Gymro. Ti'n credu eithaf bellach, falle? Gewn ni weld.
Wel, Mr Oliver, mae rhaid ni stopio gwrdd fel hyn. Llongyfarchiadau unwaith yn rhagor.
Sioe hanner. Chwarae teg, mae hon yn fam i'r ebolus yn eich dydd mawr.
Well, obviously David Oliver is part of the Welsh language commentary team around the main ring here on S4C, so it's nice to see a familiar face having more success here at the Royal Welsh. He's also out of breath, and there's no surprise because it's hard work in that main ring, looking after the horses and showing them at their best. So we just like to wish you all the best, David, and many, many congratulations.
And here we have the young stock champion in the Parkbreds. And this is the Hampsons with the Trindod Celtic Lord. They must be so thrilled to win this. Any championship at the Royal Welsh is amazing.
Wel, dyma fi gyda pencampwr y stoc ifanc yn y Brydiau Rhanfryd Cymreig. I'm with the champion of the young stock classes in the Welsh Parkbred. How are you feeling? I know this pony's bred by Liz Hampson, who usually breeds the Welsh breeds, and has ventured into the Parkbred.
Well, I'm thrilled because obviously he's won as a yearling at the Winter Fair. He's bronze and silvered every year from being a yearling, so to come and get his gold in his 3-year-old year is fantastic.
You did just mention the stallion that this pony's by. Tell me a little bit about him.
Well, he was gold medal winner 2018 and 2019, and then overall Parkbred champion as well.
Following in Dad's footsteps, then.
His mother's a gold medal winner as well, though.
Well, he's bred in the purple. Many, many congratulations and good luck for the rest of the day. Diolch.
Right, we are going to return to the pick ring, I believe. We've seen the young pig handlers earlier on. We've seen the 7 to 8-year-olds. We've seen the 9 to 12-year-olds. Now, this time, we're looking at the 13 to 16-year-olds. Here's Rachel.
Yeah, back to the pig ring now, going up to the older generation now. These will be the future of the pig showing world. We've got 2 Gloucester old spots in there with the Ferber family. This is where the judge will put them through their paces a bit more now, because in theory they should be able to handle them a lot better. We've got a Tamworth there now in front of us. This sow looks well in pig, with the young handler coming from the Warren family. Oh, they've just dropped a rosette there. Looks like the judge has made his decision. Rosette in hand. Where's he walking off to? Oh, there you are. Gloucester Old Spot with Margaret Ferber. Second then is going to go to
Taylor
James from James's with the Welsh there. Third then is coming across to Saddleback with the Roberts family. You know, these youngsters have come up through the ranks.
Yeah, edrych mlaen. Yeah,
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Show, and without further ado, we'll head over straight to the cattle ring and join Will and Rachel.
Thanks, Gareth. And yeah, we've got to the final part of the junior bull competition now. We've got our native champion and we've got our continental champion. It's the Hereford versus the Blue.
Yes, Scotland versus Scotland, I believe.
It's Scotland versus Scotland with a judge from Scotland as well. So there's
Scotland all round then.
There's no worries. There's no worries there. Yeah, Ali Jackson with Top Gun Splash is representing the Continentals, and Harvey Bross with Willie the Womanizer is the Hereford that the judge is currently inspecting. So
they're both looking very well, aren't they? Hopefully go on then and do their work after.
Great examples of their breeds.
Yes. He's just handling them again now, just to compare the two of them together.
And what do you think he's looking for at the moment?
Well, it'll be for their confirmation and up to their breed standards, isn't it? And, you know, both of them are powerful bulls, aren't they, young bulls? I think it'll come down to personal preference, really, at the end of the day, won't it? There's not a lot between them, is there?
Ali Jackson had a very good and successful show, as you mentioned earlier.
Yes,
he had the sheep ring as well as the cattle ring
yesterday. Yes, yeah. But I think he had a good party last night, so he might have a sore head this morning. So
he's hiding it well if he has.
Yes. There's determination in the face of that, isn't there? Oh, he's gone across now, so I take it he's made his decision. They're obviously.
I'm guessing as it's a championship, they'll be looking for the microphone for the judge to give his reasons on
both
his
bulls,
comments.
Yeah, both bulls are behaving well, aren't they? Fair dues. They're not getting frustrated and impatient, are they? They're standing well.
Just a little scratch on the belly. That's all it takes.
Grant Anderson.
You see the old ring is starting to tread up down through the middle there at the moment. Oh, you are.
I'd just like to firstly say thank you to the Royal Welsh again for inviting me to judge this class of native junior bulls and continental junior bulls. The championship today has been phenomenal. Every bull that's been presented forward to me has been very true to breed. The native bull I pull forward is the Hereford here. An absolutely outstanding bull of his breed, and the qualities shine through him. He's good in every way. He's maybe as good a Hereford bull as I think I've ever seen. The continental champion being in the British Blue, he's again just as breed type for everything you'd ever ask for. This bull's got style, locomotion and quality. Probably one of the hardest classes I think I'm maybe going to have to judge in my time, I think, possibly here. But this is two great cattle in front of me here today, and you've both done yourself proud. I'm now going to champ out my champion today.
Well,
that's the judge saying some very nice things about both the bulls, and he's obviously been struggling to split these two. We'll see now which way he goes. And it's the Continental.
Belgian Blue from Ali Jackson.
Achos fel wedodd e David, un o'r teirw henffordd gorau mae e di weld ma.
There it is.
I don't think he'll ever forget this show, will he?
I doubt it. Top Gun Splash takes the rosette back over the border to Scotland. And yes, what a wonderful week at the Royal Welsh.
Yeah, long journey home for them. These bulls will most probably go on to the sales now and do very well. So our native then, the Hereford, comes into reserve.
Llonggorchiadau mawr iawn felly, Alistair Jackson a'r teulu. Wel, am sioe. Llonggorchiadau iawn. Taro glas Prydain.
Like we said, both are from Scotland.
y teirw ifanc yn y sioe eleni. Well, Alistair, congratulations once again, mate.
Thank you. No,
Incredible show.
Yeah, no, it's been good. Been good.
What's so special about him, do you think?
He's just one of them bulls. He knows he's good. You know, he does show himself off well, and that's a fortunate thing about it. It's hard to breed in him, but he kind of knows he's a good bull. So.
One for the sales?
Yeah, we'll maybe get him hopefully sold privately first, but obviously we're an auctioneer. You know, we do try and take him to Carlisle. So if not, it'll be January in Carlisle.
How much do you want for him?
Priceless.
Priceless. No, many congratulations. And Grant Anderson, the judge. Congratulations, if I can get my words out, on a cracking job, not just today, but the other day as well. No, have you enjoyed it?
I've absolutely loved it. It's been a privilege to be asked to come down here and judge such a prestigious show. And the quality cattle on offer has been second to none.
It was a tough decision, I think, because that Hereford bull is something quite special, but it just shows how good he is.
Well, this bull, the style and what he uses throughout him and breed type is, for a bull to carry as much muscle and have the locomotion, the type of him is, and he handles, it's unbelievable. Yeah. Just exactly what you look for in a modern day British bull.
Wonderful job. Thanks for coming down to Wales, all of you. Safe journey home to you all. Diolch yn fawr iawn. It's great to have you here. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Yes, indeed. As I mentioned before, successful time for Scotland here at the Royal Welsh, and that success continues. Let's go to the sheep shearing shed. It's the second heat of the ladies' competition.
Yes, heat number 2, and the ladies are strong representation with having 9 competitors, not quite as strong as the male counterparts in the other competitions we've seen yesterday and that, but still it'll mean a great deal to whichever lady comes out on top and wins this particular competition here. We have Susie Parish on 2, Molly Gittins on 3, Titania Keefe on 4, and Sinead Williams on number 5. I am going to be brave and say there might be a New Zealander there on number 4 with a name like that, I believe.
Well, you can never tell these days, Gerald, but if you were a betting man, I would say you're probably right.
And surely is a Welsh girl with Sinead name on the end there, number 5, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a international flavour to this competition, let's just say that, isn't it? And it's great for the crowd.
100%. Obviously, we have benefited this year. Then the World Championship was held up in Scotland there in the Royal Highland Show, and I'm sure that a lot of the competitors have stayed either working or holidaying while waiting to come to the Royal Welsh Show. So it's nice to see the competitors from down under coming here to shear in our sheep in our country and in our competitions.
And it's a tradition that's been going on for decades, isn't it? For generations, you could even say, isn't it?
Well, I've been in it a couple of decades, yes, but not for generations. Yeah, no, indeed, no. It's nice to see that people travel the world, and if you are a good sheep shearer, well, why not express yourself on the other side of the world, isn't it? And it is a young person's. I won't say it's a sport. It's a job for a lot of these people. Are full time in the wool industry, and like I say, it's traveling the world to shear. So, and the young lady on number 4 there is. Perhaps she's hungry. Perhaps is she? No, she unfortunately just taken a little bit of skin off, but the lamb will be none the worse for that. Basically just like a scratch, isn't it? So, but she will be marked down for that.
Yeah.
She is supposed to stay on the outside of the skin and not inside the skin. So she will be marked down for it, but it'll depend on the degree of marks and how much they take off at the back. But if a finished product with size and the time is good, she might just get away with it. But we will see. She goes in for the next lamb. These young ladies here are priding themselves on doing a clean, nice job. Oops. This lamb has decided that Must have remained with part of his jacket left on. It's raining outside, isn't it? They probably haven't seen the weather forecast.
It hasn't been the warmest of weeks, has it? So,
oh, indeed. Last year, then they would have been highly delighted to have got their jackets off. But this week, then weather has been a bit more traditional Welsh weather, hasn't it?
It's a proper family, isn't it? The shearing community. They're it's global, but it's a family, I would say.
Yes, indeed. Yes, well, we featured on Monday here all the wool handling competitions, and that was dominated predominantly by most ladies. But like you see, there's several of the ladies have progressed up into the shearing world, and good to see them then. So as I say, there's competitions from all around the world to shear, and a living to be earned at it. So I'm not too sure, is there any actual ladies that were competing in the wool handling competition are actually taking the stage here at the Royal Welsh? I'm not too sure, but I'm sure a lot of them have shown a lot of sheep at some stage. Showing us how to do it. The unfortunate thing, I don't think we're going to have time to see who actually wins this competition, but I hope that we do come back for our benefit and for theirs to see who actually does come out on top.
Well, that's very clean shearing there. Even I know that as a dairy farmer, isn't it?
Yeah, fair comment. Well, anyway, we'll have to come back a little bit later.
We'll be back later for the latter stages in the ladies' competition, and we'll also be looking at the veterans as well in the sheep shearing shed. In the meantime, it's back to the main ring and back to Lottie.
Thank you. We're here at the colt foal class.
Geraint Thomas, Brydfa Tylyne.
No, we're not.
Yng Ngwynedd. Wedi penderfynu.
We're at the broodmare class here. Class 63 in the section C's. With Geraint Thomas.
Yn eiddo I Owen Jones.
And the winner here is Nebo Raquel, who's out of Nebo Rachel, by Donis Highwayman, property of Owen Jones. And second is the Godabog stud, which is Alan Hughes from North Wales, with Llanidden Welsh Lady. And third is Rhian Wyn Roberts with Yardley Royal Gift.
Ac yn neud yn atyniadol iawn I ni fyd.
Odi ma fe, cadw ni ar blaen y sydd.
Llanidan Welsh Lady yn yr ail safle.
That's Larry, niece of Owen. And Owen with the foal.
Wedyn yn drydydd, mae da ni Shane Rogers yn dangos Yardley Royal Gift wedyn ar ran Rhian Wyn Roberts.
Good class again. He's had very good entries in the C's, to be fair.
Odi ma fe.
And it's nice to see big classes again after the few years of hiatus we've had.
Meddwl nawr, pwy sy'n mynd I ddangos y gaseg arall oedd yn ail yn y dosbarth cynt yn y bencampwriaeth, sy'n ni'n meddwl.
Lot o trafod I wneud yn dysau.
Ie, beth I wneud, Sydd angen 4, fydd e?
Wrth gwrs.
2 ar gyfer y swclyn yr bolion a 2 ar gyfer y gesig.
Mae yn problem neis I gael.
Now they're waiting for the run out. Owen's taking the foal away, so the mare will draw to him. Beautiful mare.
Dyna chi egni Lowri Reid yn dangos Nebo Raquel ar ei gore. Caseg fagu fuddigol yn yr adran ec ar dderchog.
Yeah. And this is the section B foal. And this is Alex Williams with a Ringstead foal who was at time of entry had no name, so just foal by A.R. Poseidon.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground at Llanelwedd. It's nice blue skies above. The sun is out to play. Let's head to the sheep ring and we'll join Gerald.
Yes, we have the group of 3 Interbreed Group of 3 Championship here. And this consists of 3 animals, 1 male, 1 ewe of any age and 1 ewe lamb, to be owned by 1 exhibitor, but not necessarily bred by the exhibitor. So again, it's a promotional job for the actual breed, and obviously there would have been several breeders and exhibitors in the lineup that would have owned more than 1 sheep or would have eligibility to qualify for this class, but the breed then would have had to decide who would they send forward. And then here we go, we have a first look at the day at our judge. Judge and man that I know very well is Mr. Emlyn Morgan, Tingan, Myddfai, down there not far away from Llandyfri. Exceptional good sheepman in his time, but has taken a back seat in breeding now and has gone to purchasing new lambs and selling them as yearling ewes in the autumn sale. So but a keen, very, very keen sheep man. Also a character. He was examining all the breeds as they go round and looking at the South Wales mountain there.
O, di glei, a fe fydd y beirniad yma wrth I fod. Mae wastad yn gwenu, yn dyw e?
Exceptional sheep turned out again, and a lot of these sheep would have been in the shearing ring many, many times throughout the last 4 days. I would think Emlyn would understand every aspect of the sheep, and as you can see, he's feeling the docks on every animal on the shoulder, so he's looking at it from a fat lamb perspective, because if you haven't got a dock, you haven't got a fat lamb, and if you haven't got a good shoulder, you haven't got a good fat lamb. So Emlyn is now ditched his stick. Now he goes to the business end in terms he'll examine every animal's teeth to see that they can live off the teeth and rather than out of the bag. And, testament to him then, judging all these particular groups here in one bunch. He will have a job to remember from the one group to the other, but I'm sure he's very capable of doing that, and he will have probably in his mind seen the 3 from the rear end view that he quite likes on his way round, and now we'll be having a look at the front end, and Emlyn's a confident person and will pick what he really likes and what he thinks as their best 3. See the Black Welsh have very, very nice show sheep, and there's another very, very nice show sheep that have done very well here with the Williams family Bank Tally. Have a good successful show, and they've put a lovely 3 sheep forward, and Torwens there by the side, and the Balwens next door, but we'll have to come back a little bit longer later on, hopefully, to see how Mr. Morgan has got on.
Thank you very much, Gerald. We'll be back in the sheep ring shortly. In the meantime, it's back to the food hall, and it looks a bit busier there now than it was earlier on. Nia is with a wine from Llaeth y Llan, one of the many companies that have been to the food hall at the Royal Welsh on more than one occasion. And as Owen's saying, it's nice to see so many customers and friends here. We first came back in 1985 and we've been here ever since. But Llaeth y Llan has changed. It's had to adapt over the years in many ways. Now, Mum and Dad have retired. They're here on the showground somewhere. So who's the boss now? Well, I try my best from day to day, but yeah, it's my responsibility now. Well, we obviously see your produce, the yogurt, in hotels and in several supermarkets, and we've been working a lot with a lot of companies, and here, of course, in the Royal Welsh, we meet with several people up in the business lounge, and our aim is to try and get all our products, the yogurt, in as many, if not all, of the supermarkets that are available. Yes, and over the years, that's another thing that's quite important. We can kind of gauge as to how much stock we need to bring with us to last the week. The coconut one is a new yogurt that we've produced, and as you can see, there are different size pots available. But the coconut one is new. The toffee one we've done before, and that is proving to be quite popular as well. Now then, you also have several recipes available, but there's an educational part as well, insofar as you can tell people how you're managing to be as sustainable as possible whilst producing the yogurt, but with different recipes, as you can see there on the stall now. And there are a couple of bucket hats there as well, I can see. Nia's just referring to them. They're part of a competition that they're running. Owain is just saying that he's aware of how popular bucket hats have become. So where they're limited edition. I'm tasty and I'm Welsh. Now then, it's reversible as well. And it's waterproof. Okay. There we are. I'm tasty and I'm Welsh. Sorry to say it, Owain, but your head's a little bit too big for that hat. No. But anyway, thanks for the chat, and all the very, very best for the future. Right, let's leave the food hall and go back to the main ring, and here's Lottie once again.
Yes, and here we are, back in the filly foal class in the Section B section. And some of these foals would have been entered before they were born, so. But this foal, you can see at the top, actually has got a name. He's just having a second look. It's very, very difficult to judge foals. If it's your bloodlines, you'll know how they grow. But if they're not your bloodlines, you can only judge on the day and hope that you've got a good eye for what they'll grow into.
Pan wyt ti'n meddwl am I hanneud fedrwydd nhw mewn ffordd mor ifanc, dwi'n ti'n quite yn siŵr falle.
Is the hat coming off? Yes, the hat's coming off. So the winner of the filly foal class is number 569, belongs to Paul Landon. It's Linksbury Miss Dwar, and it's by Menex Sea Scout out of Linksbury Miss Polly. And then second place is 570, which is Richard Miller and Mayron Davis with Henyath in the Mood. In the mood. Tour Vale Houston, Henyath Toodaloo. Great names.
Miss Dior.
So this is Miss Dior.
Miss Dior, Sanida.
Areboles. Oh. Lluniau hyfryd. Ac fel o ti'n sôn gyda Beth, y gwaith sy'n mynd mewn i'r dosbarth y gaseg.
Nice to see mares and foals. Quite a good entry of mares and foals in the bees.
Doi berson. I hyfforddi ac I arddangos, ac yna I ddod ar swclyn yn ôl.
Ie.
Ar paratoi.
Mama merch fyna wedi paratoi nhw gyda'i gilydd ac yn dangos nhw gyda'i gilydd. Tracy a Laura. Tracy'n dangos yr ebol.
So there she goes for a lap of honour. Very well trained for a young foal.
Linksbury Misty o'r yr eboles ddath yn fuddigol yn yr adran be ac wedi perfformio yn arferchog.
That's Linksbury Misty o'r.
A mynd ar garden goch. Wel, dyma ni fachan hapus yr wythnos hon.
And we're moving on to the Special 64, which is the broodmare champion. So this is between the junior broodmare and the senior broodmare.
Sioe i'w chofio beth.
Odi ma fe. Wrth I fod, sa'n i'n meddwl.
Rhoswen Cara.
And the winner here is Rhoswen Cara, belonging to the Oliver family. And she is the junior mare. Very special to win that with a junior mare.
Dod o'r tîm Sylwebaeth fan hyn yn y sioe ers blynydde yn wyneb cyfarwydd iawn ac i ni mor falch o weld David Oliver yn ennill pencampwriaeth y Cesig Magu gyda'r adran ec a'r Rhoswen Cara yn dod ar bencampwriaeth yn ôl i deulu'r Oliver.
Thank you, Lottie. And there once again is that aerial view of the showground here at the Royal Welsh. Aaron Pugh is at the moment with Gwyndaf Davies, who's been adjudicating the woodwork competition. He's been here many times before as a steward, and today he's taking on the responsibilities of judging the young farmers woodwork competition. Right, Aaron's asking, what is the task this year? Well, the task for all the competitors is to create a piece of garden furniture that has to be obviously used outdoors. Now then, there are no specific instructions as to what type of garden furniture is required. So it's quite open, but the yes. Gwyndaf is just explaining. Marks can be won in several ways. For the planning, the pre-planning beforehand. And as you're stewarding, having watched judges in the past, the first hour gives you some idea as to how competent the competitors are, because obviously they're very reliant on teamwork, and there are marks available for that as well. Yeah, in this competition, they are given 2 hours to fulfill the task. Obviously, they will have practiced back at home, but being in an environment like this, you know, there's a bit more pressure. Weather's not always in their favour, so the elements are different. And as they say, you measure twice and cut once. And of course, if anything was to go wrong, well, the builders merchants isn't far away. And another thing Gwyndaf was mentioning there, as a judge, you judge them on how much use they make of what they have available to them, so that there's no waste. Welcome back once again to the showground here at Llanelwydd, and as you can see, we're heading for the sheep ring, so let's hand over to Gerald Lewis.
Yes, we go back for part 2 of the judging of the group of 3, owned by one individual exhibitor, and all the breeds that we can see around the ring are been out here many times throughout the show. Perhaps they'll be hoping this may be the last, but there's a few more competitions to go. And when we left, Mr. Emlyn Morgan was been round on his first assessment, and from the rear, and he'd examined every shoulder and dock of every animal and wool, and then he was going to the front end, as we call the business end, to their teeth and the front end look. While he's around his job, we're looking ourselves at the cleans, which is a very popular breed, has a lowland productive view. And then the border Leicesters, the Hampshire Downs, the Shropshires and the Suffolks in the corner, and they are turned out fantastically well, as you can see. Every single one of them is true show sheep, and that's what this Royal Welsh Show is about, is people fetch their best sheep here to be in the public eye, and also to compete against their friends and fellow competitors in the sheep world. And we can see right along the way then the continental breeds there in Beltex, Texel, Challery. You see then the Texel sheep have moved slightly forward now. They call what they call peelers, and some of these sheep will discard a little bit of their wool around the major points on their shoulders and their back end and up around their front end, and it is basically alluded to that the tighter skin of the animal, or shows how tight the actual skin is of the animal, and apparently supposed to be a little bit better muscular, or muscling I should say. And talk about muscling, and there we look at the Beltex, and there's some serious shape on them particular animals there. And then we move on to the blue Texels, and we featured the blue Texels a lot throughout the show here, and there was an exceptional large number of blue Texel entries, and there you go. So we come round now to the Texels again then. I apologise, and the others were the Dutch Texels actually, and then sorry, I'm wrong again, they were the Bereshons actually. These are the Texels then. So these are the 3 Texels from one exhibitor, or owned by one exhibitor, and probably the strongest and biggest of the continental breeds, but behind the Challeries are quite large animals as well. Here we come to a very large cast. Was the Dutch spotted, but unfortunately we're going to run out of time again, and hopefully we will come back in a while to see where Emlyn's made his decision.
Well, don't forget, for the first time at this Royal Welsh Show, we have a live stream from the 3 rings that are within the main ring, so you can see all the classes in the north, in the middle, and in the south ring. If you're looking for the information on how to access that, then visit our website, which is s4c.cymru/Sioe, and it'll give you access to all the different rings that are within the main ring here at Llanelwydd. And talking about the main ring, that's where we're heading to next. Here's Lottie again.
Thank you. We're back here with the part-bred Baron mare, not to exceed 148 centimetres. And straight to the winner is John Williams with Llanwarn Miss Candy, bred by the exhibitor by Lynn Marie Royal Ninja out of Tarry Valley Cabaret. This is the winner of the part-bred Baron mare.
Mae'r egni yn codi yn y prif gylch wrth i ni weld Llanwarne Miss Candy
Nice to see the sun out, even on the mud.
Gyda'r hanfryd Cymreig.
Now I'm going to put you on the spot, Lottie. We've been here for 4 days, and there's been activity in the main ring with the horses from the start to the finish. Roughly how many classes in total have actually featured of different horse classes here in the show, do you know?
No, I don't know, but you're going to tell me, aren't you?
No, I'm not actually. No, I was hoping that you. It's not my major interest, the horses, but I can but do nothing but watch them and watch the quality and the class after class after class, and there's a serious amount of rosettes handed out throughout the period of the show, isn't there?
My father and mother-in-law own the mare, so it's all home produced. My mother-in-law does a fantastic job at producing these ponies. It's bred on the farm, and we just had a lot of fun with her. We were gifted, two Towie Valley for John was gifted 2 Towie Valley mares, and we put it to our Section B stallion, and this is what we produce.
A Royal Welsh winner.
A Royal Welsh winner, and absolutely fantastic. I tell you what, win or lose, we'll have some booze.
Love it. Well, many congratulations and good luck in the championship. Diolch yn fawr.
Yes, yet another winner at the Royal Welsh Show. Well, we go back to Nia, and the Bob Davis Memorial Award is offered to a media personality who has raised the public profile of Welsh farming every year, and this year's winner is Stefan Messenger, who, well, he was named as the winner yesterday, and it was a bit of a surprise. I was actually editing the radio packages for tomorrow morning, and I was told, you better get to the NFW pavilion as soon as you can. There's going to be quite a big announcement being made, and it certainly wasn't the announcement I was expecting, but it's I'm very pleased. I am very pleased to accept the award. And as Nia's saying, well, I suppose it's the first time ever you've had to report on a story that includes yourself. Well, yes, indeed, it's been a chance, because I did have to make a short speech. You know, I report on the agriculture, but my portfolio is quite big, basically. I have to cover several environmental issues and so on and so forth, and sometimes you have to try and persuade people to come and be interviewed. But my brief, in essence, is finding people who are willing to be interviewed, willing to be questioned, because we have to ask those difficult questions, and that's one thing that we as journalists have to do, and it's one thing that we are going to continue doing as well. And Nia's just mentioning that if you need somebody to interview and if you're looking for a story, this is the ideal place for this. What have the headlines been? Well, we've been here since Saturday preparing, of course. We started with the challenges that the show have had to face, the financial costs since COVID, and of course the fact that they have to produce this show, the biggest in Europe, with all the financial challenges that they face. And of course it's a very difficult time within the agricultural industry, with all the financial challenges that the farmers have to face. And of course they have to have also one eye on the future. They've suffered with Brexit, for example. There's been a lot of changes as far as the subsidies are concerned. So the political representatives have been here, so it's been a busy week, and this is going to come in handy, so I can hook 1 or 2 more politicians to interview. Yeah, we've also been discussing the new changes as far as the subsidies are concerned, and it's a responsibility for us as journalists to get all kinds of different reactions from both sides, if you like, and that's what we've been trying to do this week, and that's a story that's going to continue. And people think maybe about the subsidy payments that are being discussed at the moment, that it's something that's quite complicated, but it's our job to explain the situation so that people can understand properly the situation that some farmers have to face. On a personal note, Stefan, how much pleasure does following these types of stories give you? Well, I'm very lucky. I work as an environment correspondent, so I'm hardly ever in the office. I'm travelling up and down Wales. I'm often on a farmyard, on the top of a mountain, or whatever. I really enjoy doing that. It's beneficial because it's a kind of job that's very stressful at times. But I find, and this is what I was trying to say yesterday, when people are willing to be interviewed, and, if you like, willing to be challenged, then it's quite rewarding. Well, Stefan, you are the story today, and many congratulations on the Bob Davis Award. So, let's head back to the sheep ring, and here's Gerald again.
Yes, we're back, and Mr. Morgan has been working very hard since we've been away, and he has now in front of himself the Beulah Speckled Face 3 and the South down in the centre. Emlyn would have actually farmed a flock of Beulah Speckled Face sheep when he was farming himself and keeping breeding sheep. As also we alluded to, he has the Mighty Visner issue to contend with, so he will have to go through now and examine the few that he has pulled forward in the Mighty Visner section. And as we can see, he has 2 forward in that, and it is the Chalaray and I believe, yes,
So fydd hi'n ddiddorol gweld pwy ffordd mae'r beirniad yn mynd I fynd rwan yn bydd.
Ie, un sy'n gwybod, Emlyn Morgan Tyngarn. A fi'n gwybod mae'r Texel, y Badger Face Texel mae wedi cael sioe dda yn barod. Michael James y brychen rein dau honnw Powys. A fe di ennill oen fenw rhyngfryd ddoi. A dyma tro cyntaf nhw cael bryd I hunan yn y sioe.
Ie, wel gwych, ynddo, gwych. Maen nhw'n llawn hyddi bod yma, ynddo nhw.
A wedyn y Charolais oedd o, Arwyn a Jane Thomas, Bryn Gwyn, Hendi Gwyn ar daf.
Safon uchel y fanna wedyn.
Na'r te, beirniad wedi cael dweud.
Yeah, there's Emlyn Morgan thanking the society.
I ddatgan yr enillydd. Pwy ti'n credu?
O, swn i'n gofod roed ymhen ar y bloc. Dwi'n credu bys i'n mynd am y Charolais, dwi wir meiner.
O, ti'n iawn! Y Charolais.
Chalaray has taken it. I've seen earlier that they took the pair, so congratulations to the Chalaray.
Rhys Wobber yn mynd i'r Beulah, oedd o Eirwyn Richards, Cwm Cylynen, 500.
3 tremendous sheep.
Ser yma o eiddo Arwyn a Jane Thomas Bryngwyn, Hendi gyda daf. Wel, da sicrau I...
As he stated then, he's had a very hard task, and there was sectional groups on display. But he has to...
Siarad I hwnna, ni di?
Wel, ti gwybod ti ddweud hefyd, o bydd am Jane yn nes hefyd. Jane Durham.
Yeah, great, ti'n fe? Oh, fantastic. Yeah. Fantastic, really good. Oh, gee, great way to win the show, yeah.
Well, they're obviously pleased, Gerald, to have won the championship.
32 years now.
Yeah, sure.
A mae hwn siwr un o'r eich abwyntiau.
And this is most certainly one of the highlights because they've been visiting the Royal Welsh several years and very happy. And there's a lot of work involved, as we've alluded to before many times, when all the exhibitors are showing their livestock.
O dysgu, ond dal yn neud y demed. So, cario mlaen. O, os yn rhywbeth. Diolch yn fawr iawn I chi.
Ac Emlyn Morgan Tyngarn. Ti di joio?
Enjoy master. And Emlyn Tyngarn, who we've seen judging in the sheep ring, has enjoyed himself. He said it's a fantastic class. It's unbelievable, honestly. They all deserve to be recognised. There's not an awful lot between the best and the rest, but you have to have 3 that match, and those three certainly did that.
And
the sun came out especially for you. Yeah, well, it was pouring down yesterday, and I was praying that we'd have some nice weather today, and thankfully there we are, we had it. Well, we'll take a short break from all the competitions for the time being. There's a relaxed atmosphere here at the showground today. The weather is obviously better than it was yesterday, and there's a sight to behold. Next we'll hear the weather forecast. Yes, we've got blue skies above, a bit of sunshine, which is fortunate really, because other people are having to put up with a few scattered showers and a lot of clouds, but it's not too bad here in Llanelwedd. Temperature, by the way, could get up to about 20 degrees Celsius here in Llanelwedd. Lowest on the west coast around 17. Tonight it's going to be a dry evening, few scattered showers here or there. It'll be quite a warm evening really. Temperatures ranging from 14 degrees to 17 down in the southeast. Looking ahead to tomorrow, sunshine and showers. Tomorrow, basically, the showers will be scattered. They won't be everywhere. Temperatures anything between 17 on the west coast to 20 degrees in the southeast. But here in Llanelwedd, we're going to make the best of the sunshine, and it's much better here today than it was yesterday. And Nia's just having a brief chat with Alex, comparing the conditions here at the Royal Welsh last year, where it was really, really hot for the 4 days, and obviously alluding to what's going on in Southern Europe at the moment, which is making the news headlines. But it's been nicer, far nicer here this week, and it wasn't too bad, just having a little bit of rain yesterday afternoon. And of course, we will be back here at the showground following the championships later on, but we're going to leave you for the time being for the news headlines, but we'll be back shortly. We'll see you soon.
Prynhawn da, fe fydd hafau poeth 40 gradd Celsius yn dod o rhywbeth cwbl gyffredin ym Mhrydain ym mhen rhai degawdau. Dyna rhybydd gan y swyddfa dywydd ar ôl i'r tymheredd y llynedd gyrraedd y lefel ucha es dechrau cadw cofnodion. Ar wahân i'r acfyr, roedd pob mis yn gynhesach na'r cyfartaledd dros gyfnod o 30 mlynedd. Yng nghanol y pryderon fod y ddaear yn cynhesu, mae un arbenigwr tywydd newydd weld yr iâ'n toddi yn yr Arctig.
Holl icebergs yma yn toddi ac yn llifo mewn o'r rhewlif. Pob un o'r rheini yn ychwanegu i gynnydd yn lefel y môr. A mae'r effeithiau newid hinsawdd yn pellgyrhaeddol. Dyn nhw ddim yn aros fan hyn yn yr Arctig. Maen nhw'n ymestyn ar draws y ddaear i gyd gan gynnwys nôl adref yng Nghymru.
Mae yna gryn ymateb wedi bod i gyhoeddiad British Gas fod i helw hanner blwyddyn yn uwch nag erioed o'r blaen. Roedd hwnnw 969 o filiynau o bunna, a hynny wedi cynnydd yn y pris y gallan nhw i godi am ynni. Bod y corff rheoleiddio Ofgem yn dweud bod yr elw'n anarferol, mae ymgyrchwyr yn erbyn tlodi'n pwysleisio bod pobl yn ei chael hi'n anodd talu bilia. Fe all anafiadau'r pen ddal i achosi niwed i chwaraewyr rygbi ar ôl iddyn nhw ymddeol. Dyna un o'r prif gasgliadau wedi gwaith ymchwil gan Brifysgol De Cymru. Fe fu ymchwilwyr yn edrych ar effaith taro'r pen ar gyn chwaraewyr fy'n chwarae am 20 mlynedd, gan ddod i'r casgliad a galla hynny gynyddu'r peryg o gael dementia wrth fynd yn hŷn. Mae yna derngedau heddiw'r gan tores wyddolug Sinead O'Connor, sydd wedi marw yn 56 oed. Fe ddaeth yr amlwg ddechrau'r 90au gyda'r gan Nothing Compares to You, gan ryddhau 10 albwm yn ystod ei gyrfa. Fe gafodd golled anferth y llynedd pan fu farw ei mab yn 2 ar 15 oed. Fe all pobl ifanc sy'n hyfforddi weithio mewn coedwigwydd fod bron yn sicr o gael gwaith. Dyna be mae myfyrwyr ym Mangor wedi glywed ar ôl ymuno phrosiect yn y brifysgol i feithrin coedwigwyr. Mae llawer sy'n gweithio yn y maes yn esau at oed ymddeol, gyda disgwyl i 1 ym mhob 5 fod wedi rhoi'r gorau iddi erbyn diwedd y degawd. A felly mae hi ar hyn o bryd yn ôl am y sioe frenhinol yr awn ni nesaf ar S4C, gyda'r bwletin nesaf am 2 ar y brif raglen newyddion yn ôl i harfer am 1/2 awr wedi 7. Ond am y tro, pob hwyl i chi.
It's been a sunny morning here in Llanelwedd on the last day of the Royal Welsh Show 2023. And there's been a relaxed atmosphere here as people roam around leisurely. Yes, welcome back here to the Showground at Llanelwedd. It's a pleasant afternoon ahead, plenty of sunshine, and it's nice to see the people, as I said, roaming around leisurely, buying whatever they fancy before heading for home. We're here till 5 o'clock, of course, as usual, and looking forward to the horse championships in the main ring. But coming up very soon, it's the Native Beef Breeds Championship in the cattle ring. And of course, in the sheep shearing shed, we'll be watching the veteran shearers. And don't forget the live feed that's available from the 3 rings within the main ring. You can watch all the classes from the middle, the north and the south rings. Just visit our website for all the information, and that's on s4c.cymru/Sioe. And Nia will later on will be interviewing the female farmer of the year. That will be revealed later on. And also she'll be able to answer this question: where is the best ice cream to be had on the showground? We'll let you know later on. But maybe if you live in the Llandeilo area, you'll be quite happy. Anyway, in the meantime, let's head to the main ring, and here's Lottie.
Thank you. And I think we've come to the female championship with the section Bs. And forward we have the Baron Mare and the Mare from today, and the youngsters, the female youngsters from yesterday.
Richard Miller sydd yn arwen heniarth Mona Mia i'r bencampwriaeth.
And I think they've pulled their first 2 in. And it looks like the judge has chosen 491, which is Richard Miller and Marion Davis's Heniarth Mona Mia. By Turavale Houston, who was actually imported from Australia. And in reserve, it's also Richard Miller and Marion Davis with the Baron Mare. Heniarth Arietta. And handling the Baron Mare is Ashley Porter from Australia, from the Vinoca stud in Australia. He has a Heniarth stallion, which he imported years ago. And I know Ashley quite well because he was actually stud groom with us at Flyden for about 4 years. I taught him everything he knows. No, he's a good lad. They must be over the moon, all of them. What an achievement.
Richard Miller a Marion Davis yn faes apus iawn yn y gytre, fi'n credu, fydda nhw.
Bydd Glan y Ferry'n bouncer yno.
Lovely filly, 3-year-old filly from yesterday.
Uchelgais pob un sy'n
This is the point where you need a bigger belt to put all the rosettes on. How lovely. Beautiful pair.
Ac yn dangos I ddiolchgarwch I bawb sy'n fan hyn, llongyfarchiadau I heniarth Mona Mia yn ennill.
That's a 3-year-old filly from yesterday. Gold medal winner.
A dyma fi gyda'r pencampwriaeth benywaidd yn yr adran, but Richard Miller, what a show you guys are having.
Tremendous show, tremendous. Really tough, really couldn't be more thrilled.
Well, I mean, I've just introduced you as the champion, but of course you've taken the reserve champion spot as well, with Ashley leading from Australia. Couldn't get further away. No. How are you feeling with your experience?
I'm absolutely chuffed. It's so amazing to be over here and showing in this hallowed ground. So, yeah, fantastic.
Can I just thank you as well for bringing the sun back with you? Because it wasn't that great yesterday, but the sun is now shining down on you, the Australian. Llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn I chi. Pob lwc yn y pencampwriaeth ar I ben I gamp ar ddiwedd y dydd. Good luck with the championships that are to come. Da iawn chi.
Thank you.
Well, I'd imagine that that's not an accent you'd hear that often around the showground here at Llanelwedd. Now, we were with Aaron earlier on, and we were watching the competition, the woodwork competition, and the objective or the task for all these competitors was to create a piece of garden furniture, and he's interviewing the guys from Clwyd who seem to be quite satisfied with what they produced. They've obviously done this before in their county rallies. Now then, that's an interesting point. It was a harder task than at the rally because the wood was wetter here. If the wood had been out last night, if you'd left it out last night, it would have gone wet, but Aaron seems to be quite satisfied. Right, Welsh. There's a different bench here, a bit different to the previous one. He's with Osian and David from, it looks like Eglwys Uru.
Yeah,
that's the best one we've been able to make so far. Aaron's just asking, are you carpenters by trade? No, I'm a builder. Is that bottle full? Yes it is. And if we win the first prize, no doubt that's going to be opened. Right, let's have a look. Yes, it passes the practical test. And there's one left. Oh, here's the judge. Wow. Arwel from Llangeitho. And Aled. And they've been busy. Yeah. You're not selling it very well, boys, but it looks very impressive, must say. These two guys make their living as carpenters. They don't necessarily work together, but they're working together here at the show. And now then, are they confident that they've done enough to win? Now they're quite, in fairness, they're quite modest. Aaron's of the opinion that they'll end up in the top three, which, you know, you could get away with because there are only three competing. Right, the veterans in the ship shearing shed. Let's hand over once again to Gerald.
Yes, we return to another section of the shearing, and we see here the veterans. We could probably go as far as to say been there and done it and still trying to do it. But no, on gentlemen who serve the wool industry and the sheep industry in Wales here, and they are Gwynfor Evans, Andrew Rees, Ivan Morgan, Heath Evans and Elfed Jackson in that order of stands. These gentlemen will have done their bit through the shearing throughout the years, now competing to get an honour on the stage, which maybe several of them will have had honours in previous years in the younger age groups, but
they might be a bit, sorry Gerald, they might be a bit slower, but the style and the quality of the shearing is still there, isn't it?
Yes indeed, yes, to be fair, and we talk about experience, and every one of these gentlemen here will have had a lot of experience of shearing sheep throughout our country here over the years.
They'll have pushed a few sheep down the porthole over the years, won't they?
Yes, indeed, you're quite right, yes. I think a lot of these veterans will be focusing on probably quality, not quantity, and trying to do it correct and impress the judges who are actually on the boards they're marking with them. And they'll be quite proud to go down the back after a look and see the quantity that they've shown. They will have been shown exceptionally good. Every one of them you can see is shearing with a solid dropper. We have seen the solid dropper is something that has progressed worldwide, obviously, but it has progressed in shear. We used to shear, a lot of people used to shear with what they call the flex, which was a cable within a piece of plastic which would serve the same purpose, but the solid dropper is just based of two elements of the shearing machine, two joints, one hinged at the elbow, as we can see, and one on the back of the handpiece, but on the top there is a massive spring, which would be, say, the most flexible part of it. But you have to shear to the porthole, or you have to shear to the stand, otherwise you will get yourself in a mess, because that will not bend round your back. And there we see the first gentleman out, and number 2 was Andrew Rees. And hopefully we'll come back. There is a few more heats of veterans, and we'll come back later on to see who comes out on top.
Welcome back to Llanelwedd. Last day of this year's Royal Welsh Show. We're with you till 5 o'clock. And our next destination, as you can see, is the cattle ring. So we'll join Rachel and Will.
Thanks, Gareth. Yeah, back to the cattle ring we go. And suddenly the sun is shining and it looks a totally different proposition to yesterday afternoon. And here we have the native breed classes being judged. These are the pairs, I believe.
No, group of three.
Group of three.
Native group of three, yeah.
My apology.
Yeah,
yes.
being judged by Philippa Owens from Hereford.
Philippa, no stranger to the cattle ring, and I believe she judged the Fitzhugh.
Yeah.
A few years back.
A few years back, wasn't it? Looking very smart there today.
I think on that occasion she delighted the crowd with a Welsh Black winner, so it'll be interesting to see
where she goes today.
It will be indeed.
Got our British right group there. Longhorns just going through. Highlands. Shorthorns. Welsh Blacks over in the corner and the Herefords behind them.
She's bringing them through individually rather than as a group, I guess, to check
just
the
to
locomotion
yes.
on all of the animals.
And then they'll join back up then and go through as a group. Parade as a group then. Before she lines them up and has a look.
I guess this is the time to shine for the native breeds, and it would not be wrong of me to suggest that there's been a little more interest over the past few years in some of the native breeds, and all sorts of schemes with retailers and supermarkets.
Yes, they're starting to come back more popular, aren't they?
So in order to bring your three cattle forward, it's the society, or is it the judge? The society that chooses the three that comes forward.
Yeah, consists of one bull and two heifers.
And I guess there's the challenge. It might not be the best ones. It might be the ones that have won the biggest rosettes on Monday or Tuesday. It could well be.
It's anything that matches.
I was going to say,
yes.
you're judging as a group, and you need to.
It's got to be a group, hasn't it?
So dim lot I dewis o, ond
there's three good shorthorns there.
Uchder a lliw, ond dim wella
quite even across the top.
Ni'n gweld, ti'n sôn am y longos fyna nawr, ac ni'n gweld yr hirgor, a fel ysdi dim ond doi berchenog.
It's more younger stock, isn't it?
The actual beef shorthorns, we featured them quite a bit this week, and we've seen significant rise in the numbers of entries, and I think I would stick my neck out to say that it's as good a shorthorn section as we have seen at the show here for a very, very long time. And unfortunately for them, both Emma and myself earlier in the week were alluding to the fact that we thought that they would do very, very well, but the other breeds have passed them, so maybe this will be their turn now.
Yeah, I think it would be very fitting. It's been well supported, the show has, by the Shorthorn Society, but they're up against some stiff competition in the ring. It's the native breed of Wales that's being judged at the moment. It's the Welsh Blacks. Maybe the bull a little bit stronger than the two females, but
he's got a bit of power there, hasn't he, that bull?
He's got that look about him. This is my ring. I'm at my home show.
Yes, very true. It's surprising how many breeds are starting to bring their nationals to the Royal Welsh now, isn't it? You know, which is helping numbers go up as well.
Siawns go lew I fod yn onest. Cryf, neis o ran se.
She's just watching them walk away from her now and see how well the locomotion is.
Does it make it a little bit more difficult, I guess, in the ring, as it's as you can see, it's cutting up a little bit, isn't it? Trying to make your animal parade and show itself off is just that little bit trickier, I would have thought.
Yes, it's getting more awkward now, isn't it? It's all getting a bit slick, isn't it, as well as for the handlers as well. For the shine on those Herefords now.
Na, fi'n credu bod ni bach yn fach I cymaru.
Yeah, 3. I really wouldn't like to be judging this competition whatsoever.
It's going to get technical, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ond mae rhaid cofio dod lawr yn oedran sy'n angen.
Wel, ie.
Fi'n credu bydd hi'n gadw nhw lawr tyn bach.
Y beirniad sydd dan yw Philip Owen o Fferm Woodhouse.
The bull has had quite a bit of success already. That was the reserve bull that we saw earlier this morning.
Yeah, reserve interbreed, yeah.
Yeah.
Junior
bull. And very often you do get the junior bull with 2 younger females to get that evenness.
Yeah. They match better, don't they? Generally, the younger.
They do. So he's had a long morning, I guess. He's you ready for his ready for his lunch, a little like myself?
Yeah, getting a bit tired.
I'll push through, though.
She's waiting for her next lot to walk towards her now.
And we'll be back shortly.
Ma' na Sylwebaeth Saesneg. English commentary is available on this programme and on our main ring webcast. Depending on your device, either press the red button or use the audio selection option. Any problems, contact the S4C Viewers Hotline.
Well, thanks there to Will and Rachel. We will be returning to the cattle ring later on, but in the meantime, it's back to the main ring and we'll rejoin Lottie.
Hello, we're in the Class 122, which is the Barrow gelding 4 years old and over, exceeding 148 centimetres.
Ag dosbarth sy'n sicr wedi plesio y llygad, Beth, o ran yr amryw...
Smaller classes than the purebreds, but the quality is good.
Yeah, mae fe di blethu yn draddodiadol.
You can see the Welsh in this animal.
Cyffil Hela Esbo. A mae fe'n geffil eitha cryf. A ni'n gweld mae o deip hollol wahanol i'r ail. Sef Crystal Consort.
As you can see, there are variations in type.
A mae cliw arall, mae coch ar y ffrwyn achos bod e'n deip ffeinach gyda'r ail. Ond mae'r cynta ceffil cryf llwyn heli Welsh Wizard.
And there's the rosette being given out.
Wyt ti'n gweld y gwaith paratoi?
And the winner is Kerry Williams with Llwyn Heli Welsh Wizard.
I baratoi ag I ddangos.
O ie, mae fe meddwl y byd wedyn pan mae gyd yn dod at ei gilydd.
Ar y bartneriaeth di gweithio'n berffeth.
Kerry wrth ei bodd, fi'n siŵr.
She's very, very happy.
I ni'n gweld golygfa fendigedig fyna yn gadael law yn llawn. Na chi Kerry Williams wedi dangos ac yn berchen ar Llwyn Heli Welsh Wizard.
Beautiful animal, but she's very pleased.
Gyda'r handbryd Cymreig.
And in class 1-0, Amanda Joe.
Wel, yn gyntaf, Kerry, mae rai fi'n neud hwn. Ni ti llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn. Fi'n gwybod faint mae hwn yn golygu I chi. Kerry bach, fel I ni'n yn yr afon chi. Kerry Williams o Gogledd Cymru yn dod gyda'i ceffil. I chi wedi magu'r ceffil ma no? Do. Be mae hwn yn golygu chi? Os allid I roed y mynd I geiriau? Bob dim, sorry. Paid ti byth ymddiheirio? O'n i'n ystod fan hyn gyda'r fab a dy wr, a oedd pawb oedd y gwr fel beth sy'n digwydd. Mae wedi ennill!
No idea. Ond ie, dwi wedi magu hwn. Wedi attempted iddo fo 6 mlynedd yn ôl, and we didn't get in the ring, so we made it.
O, Kerry, allai weld yr emosiwn ar dywyneb. Llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn I ti blodyn. Pob lwc nes ymlaen.
Chai ddim cadw'r gŵr bonheddig yma'n hir iawn. Mae'n ddyn prysur eithriadol Dr Glyn Jones. Ar ei ffordd I weld y ceffyla oedd o, mae wedi cytuno I oedi gael rhyw sgwrs fach. Sut sioe dych chi'n gael?
Wel, fel arfer, ynddo. Mae 4 diwrnod heddiw. Ac eleni, dwi wedi bod yn mynd nôl ymlaen bob dydd. 51 milltir un ffordd o Gasgwent yma, a 51 milltir yn ôl. Bob dydd.
Mae hwnna'n dipyn o'n brofiad.
Os da chi'ch maths chi'n dda, 102 ynddo o filltiroedd. Bob dydd.
Bob dydd.
Ond llynedd, carafan oedd I ar un o'r carafania yma fan hyn. Ond mae'r music yn mynd ymlaen, mae'r rhai music yn cychwyn am 10 o gloch. Wel, dwi'n yn yngwelu erbyn hynny, de?
A fi'n Glyn.
Ie. Ddim yn Llangollen da ni, nag e? Ddim yn cael music yn bob dydd a bob nos.
Wel, mae hi'n wyl yn dydi, a mae'r llwyfannau perfformio, a mae yna gymaint o elfennau iddi hi yn dod.
Mae'r sioe fwyaf yn Ewrop, ac mae'r rhaid i ni gyfadde bod y sioe yn Lloegr, the Royal English Show, wedi benni, neu wedi gorffen ys 2 blynedd. Ac un o'r rhesymau o'n nhw'n dweud ydy, too many chiefs and not enough workers. Ond yn y sioe yma, mae gennych chi bobl sydd yn gwirfoddoli, a mae'n sir nawdd bob blwyddyn. Dwi wedi bod yn lwcus iawn i fod ar pwyllgor sir nawdd Ceredigion, a 2 waith, a nawr ar pwyllgor sir nawr Sir Fynwy. A mae ffrind i fi, Johnny Humphrey, fe yw'r llywydd eleni ar ran Glamorgan, ynde? A chi'n gweld, pan mae hwnna'n mynd rownd, mae 3 ar 10 o siroedd yng Nghymru. So bob yn 12 mlynedd, mae'ch tro chi'n dod rownd eto. A mae o'n dod â bobl newydd i fewn. Chi wastad yn cael bobl ifanc, ffermwyr ifanc, bobl wrach sydd yn fodlon helpu. Chi'n gwybod, i wneud te parti neu rhywbeth, jyst i godi arian at yr achos.
Ond mae'n ddiddorol hefyd, achos bod pob sir, fel ydych chi'n deud, yn ei tro, yn perchnogi'r flwyddyn arbennig honno o ran y sioe. Mae'n dod â ryw ogwydd gwahanol, achos mi ddidodd Jacob Anthony fod y llys genod. We've got the urban edge, meddwl fo'n Eleni. A mae hwnna'n wir yn dydi, oherwydd mae Morgannwg...
Mae Morgannwg yn cynnwys Caerdydd yn dydi.
Felly mae'n ffordd i gyflwyno yr hyn sy'n digwydd yma i bobl mwy dinesig ac yn y blaen, dydi.
Ond mae'n rhaid mi ddweud, ydych chi'n edrych yn smart iawn ia.
Wel, da chi ddim yn edrych yn bad, yn ysgrifennu.
Wel, da ni'n matcho rili, bach o lliw fan hyn a bach o binc.
Mae'n siw bach o liw, a mae'r hael yn gwenyn yn ei heddiw.
Ond mae'n rhaid ni gofio un peth, ffermwyr sydd tu ôl i'r sioe yma, erioed. A mae 80% o dir y wlad yma yn dwylo ffermwyr. Felly, beth bynnag maen nhw'n wneud yn politicaidd ac yn economaidd, maen nhw'n gorfod cael ffermwyr on board. A dyna beth sydd gen i ddweud heddiw.
Dr Glyn, mae wedi bod yn braf iawn cael sgwrs fach efo chi. Da chi'n edrych yn dda ar eich ffordd rwan i fynd lle fach chi'n mynd i fynd.
Ar y ffordd i watsio'r ceffylau.
Ia, fyna chi ta.
Diolch yn fawr i chi.
Diolch i chi.
Diolch yn fawr.
Welcome back to the English language service here on S4C. We're with you until 5 o'clock this evening. And without wasting any more time, we'll head to the cattle ring and we'll join Will and Rachel.
Yeah, back we are with a group of 3 within the native breeds, and our judge, Philip Owens, has been studiously following the individual breeds as they come past her, and
having a bit of a swap over here now with the handlers on the Longhorns. I think the bull is starting to get a bit fed up now, and they're starting to play up a bit, so
it's a great show, but on Thursday we're all just about ready to go home, aren't we?
Yes. Not only us, the cattle as well.
I think
or
you're
stock
right.
in general.
Yeah. It's time to get back out in the paddock.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, sa'n gwybod quite le, mae to keep.
For a lot of them, this will be their last show for the season, isn't it? You know, they will go out and rest then, grow on and mature, come back for next year, hopefully.
Yeah. So, as we mentioned earlier, the 3 cattle that are selected to take part in this are selected by the Breed Society, so not necessarily the judge, the Breed Society.
Ond chi'n joio?
Ydw, joio mas llaw.
Fi'n credu bod rhaid i chi fwynhau yn does, achos mae'n gymryd o waith, byddwch chi'n gallu neud ys chi, dywed sefyll y myndoch i'r angen.
3 nice animals going on there now.
Good.
Like you can see from there now, like the variation in like lengths of coat and everything that you can have on the same breed, isn't it? You know, and to how much then you can work on them to dress them ready for showing.
And I guess the breeds that are well represented on Monday in their individual breed classes, it means they've got more choice in terms
a lot
of trying
more
to put 3
selection now,
together.
isn't it?
So, some of the smaller, maybe more minority breeds are going to struggle
to get
in this competition.
Yeah.
But,
or struggle to get a strong group, isn't it?
To be fair, I'm impressed right the way through the whole of this class. British Whites.
These are just starting to grow a bit more in popularity now, aren't they, the British Whites?
Mae'n bwysig bod nhw'n cael cyfle fyd.
Again, these native breeds maybe producing beef from forage or from grazed grass a little more than their continental cousins.
That's it, yeah.
Have huge growth rates, and but maybe eating a little bit more grain than the more native breeds.
Slower maturing, aren't they? Yeah, they tend to turn them out to grass more, don't they?
There's the three short ones. They're the ones that Gerald fancied earlier, I think, and
they're looking powerful, aren't they?
Young Gerald.
Nice group there.
Oh, seithiadol o grif.
So I'm right in saying it's the national show is being held here at the Royal Welsh, so that's why we've seen so many.
Yeah, that's why there's so many shorthorns there. Do you notice how they've got the bull on the inside of the shorthorns, whereas every other group seems to have the bull on the outside? So they've obviously got a more powerful heifer on the outside. Yeah. Yeah, because I know the blonde Aquitaines in the Continentals have got their native.
Thanks, Rachel. Thank you, Will. Well, it's going to get busy in that ring. Later on, it's been busy in that ring since 8 o'clock this morning, in all honesty. And we're going to catch up with the latest now, and we'll join Lossie.
Ar yr hyn i wedi gofyn I ddod nôl mewn, wrth gwrs, ar ôl ennill I dosbarthiadau unigol nhw, a maen nhw gyd yn mynd yn erbyn I gilydd.
Well, this is Special 68, which is the female champion competing for the gold medal. And the coveted gold medal.
Ryan Wilson yn arddangos.
This is Ormond Rose Gold.
I ni yn llygad craff ar y gystadleuaeth arbennig yma hefyd yn dyn ni am reswm, ond dewn ni at hynny yn y man.
Ie, wir, Blue Haven, Little Miss Perfect. Iddo teulu'r Costello. Hi oedd yn illydd y gasau gwag hi.
So all the females can come forward for this. From yesterday as well. And the second prize try their luck. Geraint Thomas has had some lovely ponies in front of him today. I'm sure he must be very pleased with the standard.
Yn wir, o'r dyn I hun.
Cofyn dod, David Oliver yn cael sioe i'w chofio eleni.
This is David Oliver.
Wedi cael tair wobr gynta, os wy'n deall.
Yn wir, ie.
Ac i ni'n hynod y falch ohono fe hefyd. Ac yma gyda Rhoswen Cara.
Yn wir.
This is the most important run out so that the judge can decide.
Ddangos y ceffil yma ar ei rannau wrth gwrs. Sef partner I war. Dwi'n mae Rhoswen Cindy.
Dwbli'r siawns, twel.
Ie, wir.
This was the youngster from yesterday.
Yn I weired. Owen Jones, sy'n berchen ar hon.
A 3-year-old filly.
Lowry Reid yn arddangos.
And the broodmare from earlier.
Lowry yn dangos I sgiliau gyne fach wrth ddod i'r brig yn y gystadleuaeth unigol.
Felly Nebo Raquel yn y lle y gaseg hun gyda ebol wrth droed.
A wy'n credu bod ni wedi gweld pob un ohonyn nhw yn cael tro bach.
Now he has to decide who he wants as his female champion for the year and the gold medal. And the hat's off, that was a quick decision.
O, fi'n meddwl, bosib mae David sy'n mynd â hi. Dwi'n mynd siŵr os.
Diolch I ni gael gweld, ydy yn mynd I fynd mwy tuag at y fe.
Can I weld nawr?
And the gold medal winner is David Oliver with Rhoswen Cara.
Y gaseg sy'n mynd â hi.
Oh, he's thrilled.
Oh, am sioe.
Tipyn o ddiwrnod iddo fe.
Rhoswen.
How amazing.
Yn sicrhau.
And in reserve is Ormond Rose Gold with Ryan Wilson.
Mynd yn ôl gyda David Oliver. Mae'r sioe frenhinol yn nwy...
Lap of honour, how fantastic.
Wrth y diwrnod I David Oliver. Newydd o diwbod, mae fe sydd yn mynd a phencampwriaeth fenywedd.
Great achievement, great achievement.
Mowr I David Oliver a'r Rhoswen Cara.
David, llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn I chi fel teulu. Wel, o'ch chi mynd disgwyl hwnna ddechrau wythnos, o'ch chi?
Ddim o gwbl. O'n i'n gwybod bod gen I ceffylau neis, ond gen I wedi cael sioe anhygoel.
Na, ddod Dod dwi'n iawn I feddwl nawr, 3 dosbarth, a chi rhoswm go?
David's very pleased, obviously, and having a great day.
Dydd Mawrth un ddoi ag heddiw y Female Championship, so well, just arbennig. Dyn ni'n cwestiynu rhai dyddiadau os ydyn ni'n nuts, hollol bonkers.
O, ti'n bendant yn nuts?
Ond ie, mae diwrnodau fel yma, just yn eich chi. Dyma fe mae'r gwaith galed. So, yeah.
Mae jyst yn atgoffa ti, dyna pam ni'n neud e.
Yes, we reminded you earlier on that David Oliver is part of our S4C commentary team. Yes, he's done a few laps of that main ring and he's desperate for a drink of water. All the best, David, in the championship. Yes, good to see him. He's slowly but surely getting his breath back. And here's a couple of guys who need to get their breath back after competing as well. We're back to the veteran sheep shearers. It's back to Gerald.
Yes, the second heat of the veterans. So we had 5 in the first section and we have 3 in this particular section. And 2 of these gentlemen I do know very, very well. And we see there on stand 2 is Graham Lawrence. Letterdy Farm up in Llanafon there, just up the road from here. And just out of sight there on stand 4 is Ken Jones, just from Bilthier himself, and I had the pleasure of shearing with Ken for many, many years, all in the surrounding Bilth area, from Llanafon to and all throughout West Wales. Actually, we showed together, shearing for a contractor at that time called Raymond Davis, who I've seen here as an actual official on the stand. So, and I can quote then that both Graham and Ken were exceptional good shearers in the day at earning a living, and both done very, very well on the stage here at the Royal Welsh Show, plus numerous other shows around Builth area, well, and all throughout West Wales. Ken there still going very, very well, even though this veterans is for a 61-year-old and over, so I'm not going to tell you how old Ken is, but he's definitely over 61 years of age. And,
the question is, Gerald, will we see you on the platform in a year or two's time?
I would be there like a rocket, but unfortunately these TV people won't let me go, see, so... and the thought of you talking about me if I was there wouldn't be great, like, eh? I'm sure you'd have some comments or something which would... Unless I had live TV screen there so that I could watch and comment back, I don't know. No, yes, I would really like to go and have a go, yes, most definite, but...
I'd say you're a good 10 or 15 years off it yet, Gerald, but...
Yeah, fair comment. Graham is there giving Ken a run for his money, and Jeff Evans, who I don't know personally, on stand one, is going exceptionally well, to be fair, as well. I think he'll have to change his footwear, perhaps, or he's lost his footwear over the years, perhaps, and... But I would think that Graham and Ken will be a fair bit of rivalry between the pair of them, because they both have living and shown in the same area for many, many years, so maybe over in the Barleymoor in Builth Wells later on, then which one will be bragging and which one will be hiding in the corner, I don't know, but both very good cheerers in their day, and you can still see that they are still well there up amongst it. So hopefully later on we'll come back to see the Veterans Final and see whether Ken or Graham progressed to the final. There you go, Ken finishes first, and Graham is not too far behind.
Wel, machiolygfa o Didog.
Welcome back, and well, what a view in the cattle ring. That's where we're heading next. So we'll join Gerald and Will.
Yes, we come, and Mr. Philippa Owen has worked hard since we've been away, and she has lined her threes up, so she will make her initial selection, or a semi-final selection perhaps, is it? Has been the customary over the last couple of days.
Well, yeah, you're right, Gerald. The last few days they've been pulling 4s and 5s and 6s forward, haven't they? Depending on what they...
8 actually in the Fitzhugh, yeah. But this is obviously native, so there ain't quite so many animals to select from, but...
you can see the difference when they're lined up like that as well, isn't it? When they come around individually, they all look great, but now
yes,
I guess there's a bit more...
Perhaps then, to be honest, the actual size is very similar all across the native breeds. Them big continental cattle aren't stuck in amongst these, are they? And may dwarfed some of our smaller native breeds. So perhaps this is a bit more consistent lineup, isn't it?
Well, yeah, we've clywed ti'n dipyn o footballer.
Yeah, fairly sizable South Devons there, though. That, having said that,
to be fair, I'm not. Certainly don't think I'm trying to talk the size down.
No.
But, actually talking here and sitting here where we are and looking at the screen and that, you don't realise how big these animals are, because this morning I came down through the cattle lines and I seen the size of some of the limousine and Charlery cattle. They are enormous cattle, man. Enormous cattle, like. So she's made a start in her selection. She's asked her steward to pull forward, and we've got the Welsh Blacks, Herefords and South Devons coming forward, and
Shorthorns.
Now she's listening to me now, look. Big Shorthorns coming forward now.
They've passed the message down on the walkie-talkie, I think. Yes. Don't let Gerald down on the last day.
No, big comment.
Longhorns yma heddi yn anffodus, ond...
Fel la mae'n mynd yn
Ydy. Mae'r beirniad wedi mynd...
Actually, the Longhorns that left behind looked a very, very nice trio, didn't they?
You're right.
Felly mae wedi tynnu'r Dion Cymreig, yr henffordd y dydd yfnaint ar Byrgorn ymlaen. A wy'n credu bod y Byrgorn yn mynd i fod yn reit agos at y top. Pwy ti'n meddwl sy'n mynd i fynd â hit te, Rhianni?
I've been fancying the Herefords all week, but I haven't had a lot of success, to be quite honest. But
I'm not going to say, as Ewan asked me yesterday, where's your money? I said, in my pocket. And that's where it's going to stay again, because my success rate, thank goodness, hasn't been very good.
So there we have it. The Angus, the Herefords, the South Devons, and the Beef Shorthorns. 4 native breeds. Which one will our judge, Philippa Owens, select to be the native breed Group of 3 champions this year?
A ma'r Byrgorn ma hefyd, ti'n bod, mae'n dod nôl at y Byrgorn ma'r beirniad, Philippa Owen.
Gyda'r Byrgorn fyd, mae'n anodd I cael nhw'n cyson o ran y lliwiau. So I cael y lliwiau fel un heddi, mae'n eitha neis I weld.
Bydde hwnna'n rhywbeth fydde ti'n I ystyried sy ti'n beirniadu felly, ti'n bod y lliwiau'n weddol debyg?
Ie, mae rai cael lliwiau gywir. Os mae'r lliwiau ddim yn cyson, so nhw'n tri wedyn sy'n mynd I gilydd yn matcho o gwbl.
Na, digon teg. A pwy oer?
Mrs Owen is not too far, unless she is going to give a reason, as most judges when we come to this particular championship, she does give, the judge usually does give a small speech. So not only is she keeping us waiting, Will, she's keeping all the anxious competitors waiting.
She wants to get it right. Having a good look at the Welsh Blacks there. Now that's where she went a few years ago when she judged the Fitzhugh.
Indeed. As I've alluded to all along, nobody will ask how long it took you to do it. Who done it is the question.
A mae'r beirniad Philippa Owen, dwi'n meddwl, wedi Agosau.
Gone to the steward now for assistance, perhaps, yeah?
I would have said she's probably asking the steward, what is Gerald saying, isn't it? That's what's probably happening there, I think, yes.
Oh, no. Oh, there we are. I was right. She's going to give her reasons.
Royal Welsh for inviting me here to judge this wonderful class of native cattle. You come to the bills, and what do we see? We see, in livestock, we see the best. And the best are brought out by some of the best stockmen and showmen that you'll see anywhere. I thank you all. Now, yeah, give them a round of applause. They need it. Now, it's easy with an individual. It gets harder as a pair. But when you've got to find 3 animals with similar breed character, type, and good conformation as well, the job gets harder. But we've got a lovely line-up of cattle. It's been a joy to judge them. And really, my job's over. I've just got one job left to do, and that is to tap out the 2023 Native Group of 3 Champion and Reserve. Thank you.
Well, fine words of congratulations from the judge, Philip Rowans, and she will now tap out her champion. She's heading towards the Welsh Blacks, having a good look at them, moving away now, teasing the crowd.
And 3 really nice gyda'i gilydd fyd.
And it's the shorthorns, the beef shorthorns. The beef shorthorns have taken it. Well done, the beef shorthorns.
Yes, congratulations.
Natalie Hyde, Devons and Price, and Emma Sauter.
At last I've got a judge that'll listen to me, Will. After 4 or 3.5 days of trying, somebody is thinking on the same lines as myself. I wish Ewan and Emma were here to witness this.
I think all of us have been caught out this week.
Yeah, most definitely.
Just shows you what the calibre of the competition has been. And the Welsh Blacks take the reserve. Adrian Lewis, Nixon Farms and Sarah Jane Leighton, the exhibitors of the 3 Welsh Blacks. So well done to them. But it's the beef shorthorns that take the big one away.
Yeah, congratulations to them, and as a breed society, they'll be very, very pleased. And as I've said many times, bragging rights is to be used, and I'm sure they won't lack in doing it.
And it's not lost on me, it is their national show as well, so it's very fitting. There's a lot of short-horn breeders supported the Royal Welsh Show this year.
They made a great effort to come here and...
Thank you. On a team go special.
Oh, I think team bach nice today.
And it's great to see it. Last day they've taken the native group of 3.
Well done them.
And
well done them. But as I alluded to earlier on, then they had a very large number of beef shorthorns, so they had a good selection, didn't they? And obviously they couldn't have done it any better neither, could they?
It always helps. It always helps.
Very good.
Llan gwarchadau chi fel teulu, chi wedi cael sioe dda?
Sioe dda iawn.
Shwt fyddi di'n dathlu hynno nawr?
I've always thought winning the championship on the Thursday would never be quite as exciting as the rest of the days. You can't really celebrate if you've got to take them home on Thursday night, can you? No.
Well done them.
Yeah, many congratulations. Now then, Aaron is in an area that he enjoys being in. Dewi, the axeman, is the local axeman that Aaron meets up with every Royal Welsh. And the ladies' competition in the background, 10 competing. And we have several European countries being represented. Wales amongst them, Latvia. There's a female from Sweden we can see there. And then there's 3 women from the Czech Republic. which includes a mother and two twins. And they are the favourite.
Right, so mae gen I waith dal fyny.
But there's a handicap system, of course, and the Czech Republic contingent will have to wait for 47 seconds before starting. But I guess that evens everything out. This is the standing chop, and the clock starts ticking after the first cut. It's a very technical discipline.
Mae'r safon yn codi, a wedyn mae'r rhai gorau yn cychwyn ola.
And the best axe handlers start much later on. So every time you win, you gain more seconds on your handicap. So the Czech Republic contingency still waiting. The Swedish competitor is on her way. So some may well finish off before the others start, but we'll see how it goes. Here we go. Carolina, the mother, is on her way, and everybody's competing. It's difficult to cover all of the axe women at the same time, but the Czech Republic seem to be gaining time. Now then, the woman at the front is from Latvia. She's on the turn. And this is going to be very, very close.
Un gainc neu rhywbeth, neu un stroc wael, a mae'r llall i pasiau.
Ie, so mae Carolina mae'n mynd i fan acos.
Mae di pasio, dwi'n credu bod hon yn dechrau blino fan hyn ar yr ail bren.
This lady from Latvia's finished. It looked as if she was starting to tire, but at the far end,
well,
one of the twins from the Czech Republic has finished. So it was difficult to see if she'd finished before the lady from Latvia. The lady from Sweden's just finished as well.
Carolina yn y pen draw di gorffen y
A neu ti.
Chwarae teg, maen nhw'n gyson iawn, a neb yn hir iawn.
Na, dyn nhw'n malu awyr, de. O parch ydyn nhw.
A traed pawb dal yn gyfan.
Ie, ynddi, chwarae teg.
Dewi, gwni sgwrs yn yr un nesaf. Diolch yn fawr i ti.
Diolch Eiron.
Mae Stephen Howard.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground. We're going to head straight to the main ring and we'll say hello once again to Lossie.
Right, we're on class 46, which is the Section B stallion class. There isn't a junior, it's just one class for this. And the winner is Welseeker, Colorado.
Canlyniad y march 4 blwydd oed a throsodd sy'n fuddugol gyda'r adran B. Mae'n i Thistledown Sharif.
He's the property of L. Wilson and he's bred by the exhibitor. The sire is Paddock Rio and the dam is Paddock Petulia. That's Welseeker, Colorado.
Lynn Wilson sydd yn ail, Welseeker, Colorado. A Richard Jones, Moelview, Moonstruck yn drydydd. Ond diwrnod Sandy Anderson yw i.
And second is Moelview Moonstruck.
Craig Allen yr wrth y pen, a Sandy Anderson yn berchen arno.
A Sandy Anderson yn enw sydd mor gyfarwydd i unrhyw un sydd yn edrych ac yn dod i'r sioe yma ac ymwneud ceffylau yn gyffredinol.
Ie, y dyn sy'n berchen sioe ceffyl y flwyddyn wrth gwrs. Mae e wedi buddsoddi'n fawr iawn yn y brydiau Cymreig. Mae wedi cael llwyddiant gyda'r adran A yma. Hefyd wedi...
Big enough pockets for a card. That was well thought out jacket.
Craig Eleanor.
Ie, Craig Eleanor yn dangos y ceffyl.
Beautiful, beautiful stallion.
Roi'r ceffyl ar ei rannau. Felly yn fab i Minfield Sandpiper a'r fam Thistledown Sheer Luster.
Ac yn ddornod cofiadwy iawn i Sandy Anderson. Yn dod i'r brig gyda'i farch Thistledown Sharif.
Not a bad stallion class. The Bs, they're always less than the others. Very, very good quality.
Craig Eleanor wedi wneud I waith yn ardderchog a sicrhau bod Sandy Anderson yn derbyn y garden goch am y march ore dros 4 blwydd oed gyda'r adran B a Thistledown Sharif yn berchen ar yr hosglwm.
Dim rhaid bod yma I deimlo'n rhan o'r sioe. Mi fedrwch chi ymuno'n yr hwyl drwy gysylltu neu'n dilyn ni ar Facebook, Twitter neu Instagram S4C. Ond os nad ych chi'n hapus I ddarllen...
Don't forget, we're all over social media. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. If you want to keep up to date with everything going on at the show, just visit our website s4c.cymru/sioe.
Da ni'n tynnu at derfyn sioe fawr Sir...
Well, Nia is out and about and of course Glamorgan's time as the feature county within this particular show is drawing to a close. And Nia is talking with Teleri Glyn Jones, who was the chair of the committee in Cardiff prior to the show, and it was a bit of a challenge actually. Cardiff obviously is a city, and it was quite difficult to persuade the people of Cardiff to raise money towards this Royal Welsh Show. We've been raising money for the last 5 years, 3 years before we should have done as a feature county, but obviously the COVID epidemic did affect us. We've been making our own beer, brewing our own beer, and that's the name called the Supreme Champion, which has gone down well. We've tried to target a new audience, a new generation, so that we could spread the word, as it were. And as Nia said, it's an opportunity to educate as well. But this is a show, yes, for those who live in the countryside, but it's a kind of show that the people who live in urban areas can also come and enjoy. And the Teller is just saying, yeah, we did have a tractor rally along the streets of Cardiff, and people were stopping thinking, what on earth is going on? Couldn't understand why there were so many tractors on the streets of Cardiff on a Saturday afternoon. But they could see the signs, and hopefully we did have some influence, and we did manage to raise awareness. And locally, were you aware of this because I was aware of the tractors, and I thought myself what was going on. So were you aware of the reaction you were getting? Well, yeah, we were aware of it, and that was the whole point, really. Obviously, for the people who were familiar with the show, it was great because they felt that they were creating the attention that they were desiring and attracting a new audience to come to the Royal Welsh Show here in Builth. Looking back now, I mean, it's the last day of the show. There's an element of relief, if you like. It has been hard work, even though we've got the population, more people who live within Glamorgan than any of the other counties. But it's as if, you know, it's a huge county. You can go from the Gower all the way to the top of the valleys and down to Cardiff, and then of course the Vale of Glamorgan itself. Obviously you are the feature county until the end of the winter fair. So how successful do you feel you've been to bring all these people together? One of the most important things that we've been able to do, I think, as we've been, fundraising, I think the feature counties in the past have raised the money to renovate a lot of the buildings here on the Showground. What we've tried to do in a different way, we've been trying to raise money so that we can develop more leaders amongst the younger generation, as it were. I know it's something that we're working towards. We're trying. It's a step towards, hopefully, bettering the community and the charitable aspect that's involved, rather, with the Royal Welsh. Teleri is originally from Anglesey, and has, to her recollection, not missed the show, and she's just had second thoughts now, realising that Nia lives in the Vale of Glamorgan. She's no recollection of calling in Nia's house during her fundraising activities, so she might be calling there after the return home. Right, let's get back to the sheep shearing shed. Here's Gerald again.
Yes, we're back in the shed again, and we have Heat 1 of the veterans, and they call this the pro veterans between 50 and 60 years of age. And for Rob Evans, Stephen Pugh, Howell Havard, and the current Welsh manager of the Welsh team, Alan Mancini. And see Howell Havard there on stand 1 going very well. Stand 3, sorry, going very well. And Howell Havard from Sennybridge. Howell Mancini from North Wales. As I stated, he is the current Welsh team manager, and he would have been very, very proud to have assisted and managed the guys when they did win the world title up in North Wales with and, Rob Evans there on stand 1, completing another lamb. And as you can see, the pace is a little bit more sedate than perhaps we witnessed yesterday, with the open shearers going at a very, very high rate of knots. But these guys will be concentrating on doing it correctly, as they've done for a long period of time.
You mentioned Rob Evans there, Gerald. He's going to be very keen to make an impression today, because this is his last year in this category, because he's celebrating his 60th birthday today.
Oh, indeed. So he'll be hoping to go out on a high then, and we wish him all the best if he does. But this is quite a big competition, realistically, because there is 3 heats, albeit there's only 4 or 5, but there is a dozen competitors hoping to be crowned veteran between 50 and 60, so he'll have to get in the top 6 to be having a chance, and he'll be trying his best, I'm sure. But I don't know, are the men getting a little bit slower or the lambs getting a little bit sharper? I don't know, but we'll have to come back later on to see which one of these gentlemen made it through. And there we see Howell Morgan going out and Alwyn Mancini going out and shearing the sheep. So and Stephen Pugh there on Steve 2 finishes, and we'll have to come back later on to see which one of these gentlemen progress to the final.
We will indeed. Right. Let's head back to the main ring.
And the main ring is still a buzz with horses and competitions, as it's been basically for 3.5 days so far, and yet another class and another red rosette has been required by our competitors.
Yeah, we could see in that shot there, Gerald, that there was activities in all 3 of the rings, so it's still as busy now as it was at 8 o'clock this morning when the competing started.
Yes, indeed, and we can see then this young lady is trying as hard as she probably was in Monday morning.
That's right, they're competing for the gold medal now.
Tocyn sioe ceffyl y flwyddyn.
For the stallions. Stallions and colts competing now for the gold medal for the male champion.
Gyda'r sioe ceffyl y flwyddyn, sef y price, does dim modd i'r ceffyl gwedd.
He's forgotten his number.
He isn't doing much to help you out, is he?
No, not too much to help me out at all. In fact, we've had a bit of a muddle with the Section B stallion this morning because he's wearing the wrong number as well, so we're not quite sure who he is. We think he's the Thistledown. We think he's the Thistledown pony.
I think we did feature this one just a moment ago, didn't we?
Yeah, and I think I got it wrong, so but we think it's Thistledown Sharif.
And Eiddo I Sandy Anderson.
The attractive colouring of the horse standing in second place. What is the official name that describes that colour then?
Roan.
Roan, is it? All right. As I stated, I'm not a knowledge on horses, but that's very pretty, isn't it?
Yes, very pretty. Yeah.
Jumpit Moonwalk.
And then 2 youngsters from yesterday come forward to compete.
Richard Jones, Moylview Thunderstruck.
I think we do get competitors in the ring at this time with no numbers because often classes clash and people just grab somebody to help them out.
Ie, mae hynny'n wir. Mae modd i'r un sy'n ail cael y gil yn Gampwriaeth, wrth gwrs.
And he's having a good look.
Judges lining his 4 competitors up here in this particular section, and as we've watched for the last 4 days, the hat will come off in a moment and he will decide which is the winner of this particular section.
Absolutely, it's a big decision and it's a big moment when you're in the middle of the ring. Because forevermore, that is your male champion that you've judged and your name is beside it. His hat's not off yet.
Ond mae'n godro hi'n bach yn dwi.
Adi.
Ond, yep.
Odi.
Thistledown.
O ti'n gywir?
Yep.
There you are. And the champion is the Thistledown Sharif.
Sef Walsecker, Colorado.
Sandy Anderson, he's having a very, very good day.
A Stephen Howard.
And in reserve
Yn wir.
is Walsecker, Colorado.
Mae'r egni yn uchel a'r ysbryd yn llawen wrth I Craig Eleanor ddangos mai Thistledown Sharif sydd wedi mynd ar wobr gynta a pencampwriaeth gwrywedd y merlod Cymreig. Llon gyfarcheddol iawn i'r perchenog, Sandy Anderson.
Digwyddiad olaf cylch y Dydd yw'r seremoni wobrwyo ar Rheinald Williams.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Show, and the last event of the day in the sheep ring is the presenting of the prizes and the sheep parade and presentations of the main awards. And Maynard, of course, after a busy week in the sheep ring this week, is reflecting on what has been a very successful week, and of course none of which would have been possible without the sponsors and of course the hard work of all the stewards.
As a competitor, this is where you'd want to be then, isn't it?
Yeah, and mainly just making a very important point there, insofar as, you know, a show such as this is so dependent on the sponsors, and you know, without them you wouldn't be able to have the standard of competitions that we've seen during the course of the last 3.5 days.
And of course there is winners in every breed and every section of the show, so we will see every breed on display for the crowd to witness here, and obviously from champions of interbreed sections and native sections and whatever, as we can see the Clan Forest there, because supreme champion overall, and she's received plenty of awards over the whole show, but this is another one that she's received again, which she will take them all gleefully then. Lovely animal, fitting that an animal born just down the road here in Herefordshire becomes supreme champion of the Royal Welsh Show, and a beautiful show animal it is at that.
There's another interesting point that Maynard was making as well. You know, the show's been well attended. There's been quite a few people on the outskirts of the ring looking in, as it were, and we're very fortunate here in Wales to be able to see a spectacle such as this, because you know, people come from all parts of the world. We heard an Australian accent in the main ring with the horses earlier. We've seen the success that the Jackson family have had from Scotland coming down here. So, you know, and it's also been said before, this is the biggest agricultural show in Europe.
Yes, it is, and as if you would, a general public or whatever, to witness and see all these different breeds would be an eye-opener, but then to see like the best of them coming forward and receiving their awards, and then they can go into the building that is just behind and see every competitor that was right throughout the show, because this year there is a record number of sheep here, so plenty to catch the eye.
And it's nice to see, as Maynard was saying, a new generation of handlers coming through.
Almost definitely. Isn't it funny, as we as commentators then are have featured most of the breeds, but be the first look we get at Exmoor Horn, so they're us sitting here talking about them, and then if we'd have, like the general public have been out there amongst them, they will have seen these, wouldn't they? So good show, very good.
Yes, we'll have a time later on, I'm sure, to reflect on what we've seen during the course of this week, but in the meantime, let's head back to the main ring and we'll rejoin Lossie.
Felly, dyma'r cyntaf, pencampwr y stoc ifanc y ddoi, Heniarth.
Right, I think we're now on the
Ei ddoi, Richard Miller a Meirion
B Championship.
Llanafferry. Ashley Porter yw'r gŵr yma o Australia. Dwi'n meddwl yn dangos...
And this was the reserve champion, female champion.
Rydfa Heniarth.
Wedi cael profiad arbennig yn dod yma i'r sioe, yr holl ffordd o Australia, a'r ysfa yma i fod yn y prif gêm.
Now competing against the male champion in reserve.
Heniarth Arietta, hi oedd gil bencampwr benywedd y sioe, yr adran B eleni, a Ashley Porter yn arddangos y gaseg gwag yma.
This is the Baron Mare winner.
A mi oedd Rob Jones yn sôn bod yna griw draw o Australia di bod yn aros gyda ge hefyd.
Reit, ie, mae yna griw mawr o Australia.
And the male champion. Thistledown.
Felly'r march yw hwn, y pencampwr gwrwedd, Thistledown Sharif, Craig Ellen.
Thistledown Sharif.
Yn arddangos ar ran Sandy Anderson.
Sandy Anderson yn berchen Ar sioe ceffyl y flwyddyn.
Yn wir. Cil bencampwr Gwrwedd. Ti'n abod y gŵr ma.
And this was a second place stallion who also ended up reserve male champion.
Eiddo I Lynn Wilson.
Mae'n chwedlonol, Owen.
Ydyw e?
My strawberry colour, is it?
Strawberry colour, yeah. Strawberry brown.
There we go.
All the people who know colour will tell me I'm totally wrong when they hear that.
Mae'n rhan o'r sefydliad.
Mae rhaid bod I sephometer drwy'r to, yn dwi? Yr holl gamau wedi wneud yn y cylch yma, Lenny.
So the judges having a good look now and deciding who is going to be the overall champion Section B.
Dwy hyd yn oed o frydfa Heniarth.
3-year-old filly, Baron Mare, and 2 stallions to choose from.
Fe Thistledown Arietta gyda Ashley Porter o Australia. Richard Miller gyda'r bencampwr ifanc a'r bencampwr Benywedd.
Has he made a decision? I think he has. Wait for the hat to come off.
Mae'r tensiwn yn codi, yn dwi?
Odi. Cyn bod yr het yn dod I ffwrdd.
Dyna ni.
Oh, my goodness. What an amazing feat. The Heniarth stud of champion of reserve overall for the 2023 Section B Royal Welsh. So this is Heniarth to a T, 3-year-old filly, and Heniarth Arietta, a Baron Mare. To a T shown by Richard Miller. And I see Marianne Davis has opted out. And we've got Ashley Porter showing the Baron Mare, Heniarth Arietta.
It's not often this happens. We've got champion and reserve champion overall Section B with the Heniarth stud. And Richard, how are you feeling?
Almost speechless, which is unusual for me.
No comment.
Bit emotional, really, because they both go back to Earth Windflower. She's a granddaughter. Well, they're both granddaughters. Windflower, owned the Royal Welsh ring. She's fantastic. We read of this one's father was champion. This one's father we imported from Australia, and she's lucky to be alive because the mother of this one was really badly hurt as a youngster, and we spent a lot of time in nursing her, and she just had foal after foal, and this is, fantastic.
It is indeed fantastic. And how about you, Ashley? Is this the first time you've competed here at the Royal Welsh?
No, this is not. I've competed about 10 years ago and I got a second then, but this tops it. This really does top it.
Yeah, I don't think we could get any better. However, we've got championships this afternoon, so congratulations once again. Huge good luck. We've got everything crossed for you, but what an achievement for the Heniarth stud. Llongyfarchiadau mawr I chi.
Thank you.
Allwch chi byth a blino ar yr olygfa osgeiddig yma.
Now this is the Section C winner of the junior stallion class.
Red Knight.
And it's Bryn Sion Red Knight, belonging to Ioe and Dora from Trawsfynydd.
Mae yna ganlyniad gyda ni. I ni'n edrych ar bencampwriaeth yr Hanfryd Cymreig i'r cesig.
And this is a female champion, Llanwarn Miss Candy, in the partbred section.
Yn hynod boblogedd, fel un sydd wedi dod i'r brig, sef Llanwarn Miss Candy, yn eiddo I John Williams.
Well,
we're back with Aaron, and we're watching the axemen this time, I believe. Dewi is going to talk us through the final of the standing block challenge. I believe I heard Dewi mention that there had been 4 heats previously, and there are 4 representatives from the Czech Republic, or maybe 5, not sure. And the gentleman on the end is relatively new to the sporting kit compared to the other competitors here.
Top pink. Bridesmaid, mae'n galw fo.
O, oce. Beth bynnag, pwy sydd ar handicap cyntaf wan? Pwy sy'n mynd i gychwyn cyntaf? Ti'n gwybod?
Mae Gosat ni sy'n dechrau gyntaf ni, a wedyn maen nhw'n gweithio fel le.
Right, so it's the gentleman this end who's going to start first. And according to the handicap system, it'll be the gentleman at the very far end who'll be the last to start.
Ar tri mae'n gofyn i, ddim ar un. A ddim hwn, dwi'n fet efo hwn, dydy hwn i'm yn siarad ddim pryn dim Saesneg, a definitely ddim Cymraeg.
Gadael i'r fwyell wneud y siarad.
Ond dwi'n cael lot o hwyl o'r dyn yma, unios yma.
And the next gentleman from the Czech Republic is on his way, as is his fellow countryman next to him.
A maen nhw gyd i ffwr. Mae'r boi ar y pen i ffwr.
And there's actually, looking at them, there's quite a few left-handers here. There's the gentleman at the end, which is quite unusual. There's 1, 2, I'm sure 2 there before. And the gentleman from the Czech Republic there, the furthest one along, seems to be going streaking ahead. Oh, the guy at the very end, even though he was the last to start, I think, was the first to finish.
O, bo beth i ffwr, a i di mynd y gyffroes iawn.
Neu gric yn yngwar o edrych ar draws ar bawb.
Ie, mae'n job.
A un bech ar ôl. Mae'n just iawn yna, mae'n job go gynnes.
Di, mae'n gwybod wan, fysa ddim brys wan, ti weld. Mae jyst eisiau gorffen yn saff.
Geith orffen yn amser ei hun, Dewi.
And Dewi's just saying there's no rush at all. He just wants to finish in his own time.
Sorry, a fi mor gyffroes ac mor fast. Fydden ni job cadw fyny.
Ar y pwynt y dim, o ti wych. Diolch ti, Dewi.
Iawn, diolch i'r
Welcome back, and without further ado, we go to the second heat of the veterans, aged 50 to 60, and it's Gerald again.
We have 4 gentlemen again. They're trying to get through this second semi-final, and they are. On number 1 is John Froggatt. On number 2 is Howell Wigley-Jones. Number 3 is Eddie Maguire. And on stand 4 is William Workman. William Workman, a gentleman I know quite well myself, from Trecastle, just the other side, Senny Bridge. We're a step down perhaps from the 50 to 60 or 61, sorry, up, and but these guys will, as you alluded to before, then one gentleman in the last one is his birthday today, so it will be his last time that he'll be in this particular section, and he'll move up again. But these guys that have been there, seen it and done it, and maybe the speed of mind and the speed of hand isn't quite as good as what it was, but still they know what quality shearing will be required to get through to the final.
And the gentleman on stand 3 is from New Zealand originally, but now lives in Mid Wales, and during the COVID period he was promoted to represent the New Zealand team at the Royal Welsh because the New Zealanders couldn't travel.
So he's still got his roots then, yeah, basically then, yes. As I stated, perhaps the speed and that isn't quite as efficient and fluent as what it was, but I can assure you that these boys will be doing a very good job in making sure they're very clean, and they will have great pride in themselves when they go back down the back to see their pens that are clean and very tidy, shorn. And as I said, this is the second one of the heat, so there is another heat after this one to see what gentlemen do get through to the final. There we go, Eddie Maguire, formerly of New Zealand then, now living in Mid Wales here, has come out first, so whether that'll be good enough, we'll have to wait and see.
Yes, we'll see if he's done enough to get to the final, which we will cover hopefully later on. But we are now going to head to the main ring, and we'll join Lottie.
And
we are actually with the Shires, which is a nice sight to see.
Anthony Wass and
not many forward, obviously, because they're not masses of them around at the moment. Some lovely animals forward, as you can see.
Sylwebaeth Whitehouse.
I think if global warming carries on, we might be going back to Shire horses, so these might be the biggest classes in a few years' time. I'm sure there's more than one horsepower in each.
Leatherington, Upton, Hamlet, Arvam, Seydon, Stella.
It certainly might not be a big class, but they're certainly big horses anyway.
Absolutely, yes. And, you know, although they're no longer used to ploughing and stuff, they are actually used in leisure a bit more. A lot of people using them to ride.
To be fair to the handlers and that, there's a lot of work gone into presenting these horses for the... It's not a case of just brush and wash and feed these, is it?
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
The decorations, I'm not too sure what the correct name is, but all their manes are plaited up and...
Yeah.
Oh, I give credit.
It's a big job.
Full of admiration for the people to turn these horses out as good.
They really are
do.
Gentle giants.
Of course, Elizabeth Whitehouse.
And this is obviously the champion. It's Elizabeth Whitehouse with Saradin Ellinsnore.
Certainly wouldn't want any horse to step on my toes, but one of these would not be funny.
No, I don't think you'd have much foot left. They really are the Gentle giants.
Elizabeth Whitehouse.
Pictures to see, to be fair. I'm sure the crowd outside will appreciate looking at these.
Absolutely. And now we're heading back to the section C's, which is number 70, class 70.
Yeah, Mr Richard Pittman wedi cael llwyddiant.
And this is the winner of the senior stallion class. And this is Donistic Turpin. Shown by Richard Pittman. Shown and produced by Richard Pittman.
Wedi enni tafliad carreg o'r sioe yma.
We've actually had John Kirk, the owner, in here with us. Very surprised because he didn't even know he was coming. Wasn't sure he was even coming, so very pleased to see him win.
Wel, mi fydd y garden goch yn aros yn lleol yma yn Llanfair y Miallt. Llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn.
Putting on a lovely show.
Jackie Kirk a Donistic Turpin, y march buddigol yn yr adran C, a Richard Pittman yn arddangos ar Sioe.
Teulu sy'n mynd ôl allan, carafan.
Well, Maynard is still at the
Thomas o Pont Arddeles, well,
in the sheep ring, and she's with Bainon Thomas at the moment.
Bob class yn diwedd. Champion male, reserve male, champion female, a reserve female.
Oedd rhywun arall yn cystadlu myna?
Well, he's just listed the success that he's had here at the Royal Welsh this year, and on top of that, of course, Ivan Bainon Thomas has won the Shepherds competition. And it means the Shepherds competition is judged during the course of the week. They come and watch you, how you treat the sheep during the week. They ask you several questions about the breed, etc., and the vet, and about the vet as well. Well, and that should have been quite simple because his father is a vet.
O ran y sioe yma, mae mor bwysig achos mae'n gyfle...
Maynard's just asking about the show. It's about advertising the breed, and they will also be taking that into consideration in the competition. And it's been an opportunity to show our stock, and maybe getting an opportunity to sell on. We have to advertise, and we do get an awful lot of customers here at the Royal Welsh Show. The Berishon champion there has been here before, of course, and he was up at the Highland Show as well earlier, about 4 weeks ago, and Maynard happened to be there at the time, and she'd spotted him and said, yeah, I'm going to have to keep my eye on that one. He's a candidate for the top prize. And you know, as they're saying, it's a very good example of that particular breed. Back to work tomorrow. Oh no, I'm off till Monday. A part-timer. Yes, unfortunately, Ivan's back at work tomorrow. But there we are.
Yeah, neu popeth athyn nhw lan I weld yr interbreed o a show word I mouth. Ond ie, ni sy'n rhedeg y ffarm, cael y popeth yn.
Mae gwaith byth yn dod I ben o'r ffarm. Anyway.
Well, there we are. Congratulations, especially to Ivan Bainon Thomas, who won the Shepherds competition here at the Royal Welsh.
Dan ni'n edrych ymlaen at bryd bencampwriaeth y ceffyla yn y prif gylch yn nes ymlaen y prynhawn ma, ac yn beirniadu...
Well, later on, we're looking forward to the main championship.
Enwog iawn, Sam Whaley Cohen yn illydd...
looking forward to the...
2022.
Exactly.
So...
the main horse championship later on, and we've got a very special judge here today, who's the winner of the Grand National, Sam Whaley Cohen.
But never something quite like this.
So how did you react to the invitation in the first place?
There's a bit of trepidation. There's a lot that goes into getting the horses here, and so it's a big responsibility to take into account everything people have achieved. So yeah.
So what will you be looking for?
Look, I think it's going to be difficult to separate out an ultimate winner from horses that are just so spectacular already, but you always look in the eye of the horse, see if you can see something beyond their physical presence. And I think, as a judge, that's what you want to see, a really live eye and a horse that's looking healthy and happy.
Yeah. What is that relationship between, I don't know, a jockey and a horse, the owner, the people who are showing the horses? It's quite a special bond, isn't it?
It is. I think when I rode Noble Yates in the Grand National, felt like for those few minutes, like we were almost one creature. And I think that is the best bond with any animal. But that moment where you're so in sync, sort of absolutely without asking what either one of you is thinking. And it is a very special bond.
OK. You've been at the Showground for about 2 hours now, had a bit of look round. Had some ice cream yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
That's on the list, though.
Okay, yeah. What do you think of it?
Oh, it's amazing. It's beyond anything I imagined, to be honest. And here with my children, we went up, we saw the sheep sharing, we've been eating the food, and I've left them down in the main ring watching it all happening now. So it's incredible.
Well, enjoy the day.
Thank you.
And all the best with that huge responsibility, Sam.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, we will no doubt see Sam in the main ring later on, and that's where we're going now. It's back to Lottie.
Thank you, and this is now the championship of the partbreds. It's been quite a long morning because there's lots of classes because of the different sizes. And we're now looking at the Supreme Champion partbred, who is Llanwan Miss Candy, bred by the exhibitor.
Wedi dod a naws gwahanol i'r brifgelch, wrth gwrs. Mae'n wahanol iawn i'r brydau Cymreig. Mae'r ceffylau...
Lovely animal. One of the smaller partbreds, which is nice, because sometimes the choice is for the bigger ones.
Rhai Cymreig, wel, tipyn o gynnwrf yn y gynulleidfa. Gyda'r adran rhanfryd, maen nhw'n fwy sedate. Maen nhw'n dipyn fwy hamddenol.
And there's the beautiful rosette that will be probably in pride of place in a frame, I should imagine.
Ond amrywiaeth hefyd yn y dosbarth oherwydd ond 12.5% o wad Cymraeg sydd angen yn y ceffylau yma. Felly wyt ti'n disgwyl wedyn bod yn mynd i edrych yn wahanol gyda cynlleiad o wad Cymraeg.
Ac os gofian iawn, mae'r un sydd yn arwen yn gymeriad.
Ydy, ni'n gweud ni hefyd.
Wy'n credu bod e'n barod i ddathlu hyn o.
Ie, wel, mae hynny'n sicr fi.
Paratoi, wedi cael y llun.
The lap of honour in the mud. I bet the mud's getting a bit sticky out there. But at least it stopped raining.
Dyma pam i chi'n dod i'r sioe frenhinol. Dyma pam i chi'n...
Lovely. Be a few celebrations tonight. End of the Royal Welsh, and the beer will be flowing.
Dyma chi'r un dath i'r brig, pen campwr, yr hanfryd Gymraeg, Llanwarne Miss Candy, y gasau gwag, llongyfarchiadau i'r perchennog John Williams.
John, you said you'd had a tough year leading up to this show. You've come, you've got the red rosette, you've got a championship rosette, and now you've got the overall Welsh partbred champion. How are you feeling right now?
This is what dreams are made of. People wait a lifetime to even get cards at the Royal Welsh. To have this, it's so special to us and the family, you know.
I can hear the emotion in your voice here. The sun has come out to shine on you. It could not have been better.
I just like to say, we lost Tracy's grandmother early part this year, and she's shining down on us today. Diolch yn fawr, Nan Rhys.
She definitely is. Llongyfarchiadau mawr I chi. Diolch yn fawr.
Yeah, diolch yn fawr.
Oh, does dim rhaid deud mwy.
Yes, quite an emotional moment in the main ring. It's been an emotional experience for many people who have won the championships here at the Royal Welsh Show. Let's get the latest weather forecast from Alex. Well, the weather here in Llanelwedd has been quite sunny. It's been dry, totally different to yesterday afternoon. And later on this afternoon there will be just a few scattered showers, as you can see, temperatures ranging from 17 to 20 degrees Celsius. Later this evening, it's going to be dry and temperatures overnight between 14 and 17 degrees centigrade. Well, tomorrow it's going to be a day of sunshine and scattered showers. There aren't many scattered showers around, but some of them could be quite heavy. And highs of 20 in the southeast, lows of 17 degrees along the west coast. And looking towards Saturday, a mixed bag really, but plenty of sunny spells to come.
Yn wir, a dyna chi wedi cael bulletin y tywydd rwan I gyfeiliant Martin Geraint.
And there we are.
Y bandstand yn canu lawr ar lan y môr.
We are very grateful for the sunny weather that we are having here this afternoon, because it was quite damp yesterday, not so today. And Nia's just asking Alex on her first visit to the Royal Welsh, obviously heading home later this afternoon. What was your highlight? Well, it was watching the Cobs in the main ring yesterday. But there's more to come, and we're here till 5 o'clock this afternoon. But we'll leave you for the time being for the news headlines.
Y prif straeon pnawn ma, fe fydd hafau poeth 40 gradd Celsius yn dod o rhywbeth cwbl gyffredin ym Mhrydain ymhen rhai degawda. Dyna rhybydd gan y swyddfa dywydd ar ôl i'r tymheredd y llynedd gyrraedd y lefel ucha ers dechrau cadw cofnodion. Ar wahân i'r acfyr, roedd pob mis yn gynhesach na'r cyfartaledd dros gyfnod o 30 mlynedd. Mae yna gryn ymateb wedi bod i gyhoeddiad British Gas fod i helw hanner blwyddyn yn uwch nag erioed o'r blaen. Roedd hwnnw 969 o filiynau o bunna, a hynny wedi cynnydd yn y pris y gallan nhw i godi am hynny. Bod y corff reoleiddio Ofgem yn dweud bod yr elw'n anarferol, mae ymgyrchwyr yn erbyn tlodi'n pwysleisio bod pobl yn ei chael hi'n anodd talu biliau. Fe all anafiadau'r pen ddal i achosi niwed i chwaraewyr rygbi ar ôl iddyn nhw ymddeol. Dyna un o'r prif gasgliadau wedi gwaith ymchwil gan Brifysgol De Cymru. Fe fu ymchwilwyr yn edrych ar effaith taro'r pen ar gyn chwaraewyr i fynd chwarae am 20 mlynedd. Gan ddod i'r casgliadau galla hynny gynyddu'r peryg o gael demensiaeth fynd yn hyn. Yn ôl prif weithredwr Cymdeithas Amaethyddol Frenhinol Cymru, mae'r sioe fawr wedi bod yn un llawn bwrlwm a gweithgaredd. Mae Aled Rhys Jones wedi diolch i'r gwirfoddolwyr, gan ddweud bod y niferoedd aeth eleni wedi codi. Eisoes mae yna fwriad i gyflwyno pethau newydd y flwyddyn nesaf.
Un o'r prif newidiadau dyn ni'n edrych mlaen ar gyfer y flwyddyn nesaf yw'r pentre garddwriaeth. Mi nathon ni lawnsio ar ddi Mawrth y sioe ein gweledigaeth ar gyfer garddwriaeth. Mi fydd yna elfennau i gystadlu yn y maes blodau, cynnyrch ac ati, ond hefyd bydd yna ffocws ar addysg, bydd yna ffocws ar y sector fasnachol o ran garddwriaeth. Sut allwn ni ehangu a rhannu syniadau i ffermwyr i arall gyfeirio, tyfu mwy o ffrwythau, llysiau ac ati.
Fe fydd tîm pêl-rwyd Cymru yn dechrau hymgyrch yng nghwpan y byd yfory, ond fydd hi ddim yn hawdd, gan mae'r tîm cartra De Affrica fydd y gwrthwynebwyr cyntaf. Mae'r merched yn cael tâl am chwarae dros eu clybiau, ond mae gan lawer swyddi eraill hefyd a bywyd teuluol ar ben hynny. Yn ôl y capten, Ia Jones, fe all cefnogaeth fod yn fwy anodd i'w chael, a mae dim ond merched sy'n chwarae'r gamp. Fe fydd y penawdau newyddion nesaf ychydig cyn 7 yn y cyfamser. Mwynhewch y prynhawn ola o weithgarwch o faes y sioe yma ar S4C. Ond pob hwyl am y tro.
Well, Glamorgan's time as the feature county at this year's Royal Welsh Show is coming to an end. Later on, we'll be concentrating on the main ring and we'll see which horse will be crowned the supreme champion. Yes, even though this year's show is drawing to a close, there are still plenty of things to look forward to. And just to remind you, we're going to be broadcasting live from the show until 5 o'clock this afternoon. And we will be going from cattle ring, sheep ring, to pig ring, to the main ring. And obviously we will be visiting the sheep shearing shed, because later this afternoon we'll be watching the axemen against the shearers. But coming up as well is the final competition in the cattle ring, the females of the Future Pairs Championship in the beef section. And the best Welsh ponies and cobs will be competing for the Tom and Sprightly Cup. That's still to come within the next 3 hours. As I mentioned, we will be here until 5 o'clock this afternoon, and we will, during the course of the afternoon, we will have the opportunity to reflect back on what's been a very good week here at the Royal Welsh here at Llanelwedd. And of course, as one show draws to a close, we'll be looking forward to next year's show, and the feature county will be Ceredigion. But now we go now to the main ring. And we'll join Lottie.
And we're here with the Section Cs, and we're on the Special 72, which is the male championship. And Geraint Thomas is making his mind up as to who is going to be the gold medal winner here.
Duke of Gloucester.
That's the young stock champion from yesterday.
Thomas Jones yn arddangos ar ran y perchenog. Richard Bittman sydd digwydd bod yn arddangos yn march Donis Dick Turpin. Felly siawns reit dda gyda Richard.
So we only have
yn y dosbarth yma.
3 forward, which is the young stock champion from yesterday, and the 2 stallions from today.
Felly Donis Dick Turpin ar y chwith, Richard Bittman wrth y pen. Popsters, Duke of Gloucester yn y canol, yr ebol 2 blwydd. Ac wedyn Bryn Seion, Red Knight eiddo Ioe.
So the hat is off, and he's obviously decided who is going to be the gold medal male champion.
Yn y benderbyniad. A'r tensiwn yn codi. Pwy eitha hi? Dyma ni I lanfair y miallt. Richard.
And that is the male champion. And it's Donis Dick Turpin, belonging to John Kirk. And shown by Richard Pittman.
So, fi o'n i'n gofyn am cliw bach, a fi gethon ni fefyd, ynddo fe?
A lovely achievement. And in reserve is Bryn Seion, Red Knight.
I Donis Importance, wrth gwrs.
Who belongs to Ioe and Dora from Trasfynydd.
Ac yn agos tu ôl o fe, mae'r beirniad wedi...
Reserved for the gold medal.
Red Knight yn Is Bengampwr.
Donis Dick Turpin sydd yn mynd â hi mynd ar pencampwriaeth gwrwaith yn y sioe frenhinol eleni gyda'r pencampwriaeth.
How fantastic. Lovely, lovely stallion.
Ac yn eiddo I John a Jackie Kirk. Llongyfarchiadau mawr iddyn nhw.
I think even Richard Pittman.
Yes. Thanks, Lottie. We're off to the sheep shearing shed, and it's the final heat of the veterans competition.
Yes, there's 4 more veterans on start show here in Brian Sarkley, Di Thomas, Andrew Morris and Susie Parish. We'll have a lady veteran competing with the gentleman here.
Susie Parish
Wouldn't it be a turn-up? Andrew Morris, just down the road, lives probably the closest competitor to the showground here. He lives down in Aberedo. Should only be a couple of miles just down the Wye Valley from the showground here. Been in a couple of Shira for a very long time around the Bilth and surrounding areas. And a very good Shira, to be fair. But I'm sure that he will do an exceptional, good, clean job, and you can see that he's coming down the last side on his first slam. Andrew would have travelled all over the world, I know, with his shearing profession. He's lucky enough to have gone to New Zealand on many occasions, and that'll obviously steady him in good stead for this particular competition. And you see Susie Parish there, getting up on the stage amongst these gentlemen and shearing in the same competition. Testament to her and confidence. So she finishes a lamb, down the porthole and up for the next. Andrew Morris there, stand 3, going up the long blow, filling his comb up to perfection and doing an exceptional clean job on this particular lamb. As I alluded to, they'll be down the back pretty quick to have a look at his pen as soon as they finish. See what the judges think. Oops, there's a little weeny battle scar on that particular lamb. It's just part and parcel of it. And on stand 1 here we see Brian Sarkley putting his lambs where pace is. But unfortunately we'll have to come back in a while and see the result.
On our main ring webcast. Depending on your device, either press the red button or use the audio selection option. Any problems, contact the S4C viewers hotline.
Yes, we will be back there, and later on, of course, we'll see the spectacle that is the Axemen against the shearers. Anyway, we are going to head over to the cattle ring quite shortly, but Ivan is with Rhiannon Davies, who was successful yesterday, by the way. We did hear Ivan interviewing Sarah Cox, the Radio 2 DJ. She was judging the Young Handlers competition, and that's the young lady that won then. Anyway, let's join Rachel and Will.
Back to the females of the future class now, which is heifers that's got to be under 2 years of age on the day of show, which then the judge then puts 2 together then to make a pair for each breed.
So these are the superstars of the future. These are the ones that could be taking the big rosettes next year or the year after here at the Royal Welsh. And
fingers crossed.
In other shows as well, I guess, isn't it? So there'd be some keen stockmen, I would have thought, on the side of the ring, keeping a very close eye on these.
Especially if you want to up your numbers, looking for some nice females. You could have a few for sale. But if it's a real nice female, you'd like to keep it for yourself, wouldn't you?
Indeed. And these are not from the same breeder. These are
no. It can be any breeder, any exhibitor. They're just representing their breed society. They are nice pair of Charlets there going round. Powerful pair there, aren't they? Followed then by the blonde Aquitaines.
I always feel the Continentals have got that slight advantage at this age, haven't they? They're always just that little bit better grown and look that much more powerful and impressive in the ring, really.
Yeah, they've got a better growth rate, haven't they? Your natives are a bit more slower maturing, but they get there. Nice pair of sementals there.
Indeed.
Eithriadol o dda. Ydyn, eithriadol o dda. Maen nhw reit o'n blaenau ni fan hyn nawr, y pwynt sylwebu. A ni'n cael cyfle, fel sy'n ni ferniad yn hunain nawr i fod mor agos a hyn. Ydyn. Ti wir yn gweld i pŵer yn dwy ti rhennydd.
Our judge for today is Ian Miller.
Another Scotsman?
Yes. They got plenty. They must have come down on a bus.
I do recall there was a lot of judges from Northern Ireland. You can't put more than one judge on a bus. That's a very good point, Gerald. They disagree.
That's the trouble.
Yeah, the Charolais are looking the part, I have to say.
I tell you, that sun is gleaming down on them there now, and they've got a nice shine on them looking from above then, don't they? It's just a shame it's a bit muddy underfoot in it. You put all the effort into getting them clean and tidy, and then they just get splattered in mud.
To be fair, we haven't had too much rain on the actual competitions themselves. It's been in the evenings and the late afternoons that's what's done the damage here at the showground, I guess, isn't it?
On the Grand Parade yesterday, wasn't it? That was a bit of a washout. Oh, the little blue is having a bit of fun there now. She's getting excited. She's ready to go home. She says she's had enough.
Quietly bach.
That's it. Keep them going, man, innit?
Everyone stay calm.
Yeah. She'll settle. Oh, there's our young handlers judge leaning on the side, taking a good look. Keep an eye on what else is happening. That's our pair of limbs there going round now.
Gary Vaughan Tain.
Longhorns.
On lot of ffordd I fynd yn
Our judge, Mr Miller, is having a good hard look at them. He'll look at them individually then as they go along.
Welcome back to the showground at Llanelwedd, and it's straight to the shearing shed, and it's the first final of the day, the ladies' final.
Yes, we've seen several of the heats earlier on, and the other 6 ladies that have made it through to the final here on display. And they are Tanya Keefe, Becca Jackson, Hannah Rose, Susie Parish, Amy Silcox and Molly Gittins, in that particular order from 1 to 6. And just the same as the gentleman that we've seen yesterday in the open shears and all the other competitions, these young ladies will be hoping that it goes their way and that they have a good day, and shearing is just the same as everything else. If you're on form, you are on form, but you could be off form. And you just hope, pray today is not one of them days.
And the sheep need to be on form as well, Gerald, I guess, isn't it?
Well, it could have a little bit to do with it, perhaps, yes. But that's the easy way out, isn't it? Blame the sheep, isn't it? Well, every bad workman blames his tools, doesn't he?
Yeah, you're right. Well, they've gone off at a cracking pace, I know that, eh?
Yeah, that's number 4, and Susie Parish going very well, and number 3 here, Hannah Rose, is going very well as well. But as we alluded to many times, it's not the pace, it's the cut-in, and speed has a certain bearing on it, obviously, but the finish job out the back, and the judges would like to see a clean, nice, well-shown lamb. And there we go. We see Hannah Rose on number 3 appears to be the first one to go in for her next lamb, and on number 6 Molly Gittins is not too far behind. These ladies are, as I alluded to, competing for female shearing, or ladies female shearing champion of the Royal Welsh 2023, and that, whether they put it in their trophy cabinet or on their mantelpiece, that trophy will be very well treasured, I'm sure.
You made the comment earlier that we've got shearers from all over the world here, and I guess these ladies will be travelling.
Yes, well, I'm not too sure of the nationalities, everyone, but I'm willing to say that on stand 1 there, we have a New Zealander. And as I stated before, then the World Championship was held up in the Royal London Show there about 3 weeks to a month ago, and a lot of these competitors and lady competitors here will have been over for that particular competition and probably stayed, whether on a holiday or a working holiday, I don't know, but they've stayed here in between Scotland and Wales and England. They've probably been around and done a little bit of shearing, maybe to pay for their trip, and here they are having the experience of shearing in the Royal Welsh Show in front of always, which is a large crowd of vociferous and excitable people. So it will probably trigger half a gear faster then, I'm sure. So when we see, look at number 5, Amy Silcox is in and finished. Looks as if she's the first lady out, but as I alluded to, that doesn't mean everything, but hopefully we will come back and get the result of this particular competition later on.
Hannah Rose wedi gorffen. Hannah Rose a sgôr fwrdd isel dros ben, sydd yn dda dros ben. So ni ddim yn synnu o gwbl. Mae Hannah Rose sydd wedi mynd â hi, felly wedi Becca Jackson wrth o'r botwm coch y fanna.
Ni nawr yn symud ymlaen I brif bencampwriaeth y merlod Cymreig o Deip Cob.
Well, we'll leave the sheep shearing shed and we're back to the main ring, and here's Lottie again.
We're back in the main ring, and the excitement builds again with another championship class.
Yeah, this is the final championship, the big one, who is going to be overall supreme Section C. And this is Donis Dick Turpin. Male champion.
Ryan Wilson.
And this is
Ormond Rose Gold, and Diver.
Ormond Rose Gold, who was reserved female champion.
Felly mae yna 4 yn cystadlu yn y bencampwriaeth yma.
And he's pulling them all into line so he can have another good look and just double check that he's going to pick the right one, though I'm sure he probably knows who he's going to pick.
Mae fe wedi rhedeg digon yn diwedd Roswen Cara.
You'll turn them sideways just to make sure. When you've got this calibre of animal in the ring, it's just nice to make sure that you are right in your right with your choice.
Sef y bencamp Braig Benywedd a Bryn Seion Red Knight. Cil bencampwr Gwrwedd y Sioe.
A long day and a lot of running for some of these handlers, and
Red Knight.
I expect they're quite excited to see if they can go all the way.
Diddorol am sut mae bobl y beirniad hyn yn troi'r ceffil i'r ochr i'r genedlaethau ac a gweld mewn ffordd. Mod i beth mae fi yn gweld, ond pwrpas yr tric fach hyn yw i gael cymaru'n sydd wedi gerdded lawr y linell a just gweld popeth ochr i ochr.
And has he made his choice? Looking hard at everything.
Felly mae'r tensiwn yn codi. Bydd yna benderfyniad gyda ni yn union. David Thomas yw'r gŵr...
Deciding who is the best pair for his championship.
Yr adronec o frydfa telynau yn Llanwnda yng Nghanarfon. Mae yna gymaru, ond dwi'n meddwl bod yna benderfyniad.
There you are, and the overall Section C champion of the Royal Welsh is Donis Dick Turpin. Owned by John Kirk and shown by Richard Pittman. And in reserve is David Oliver with the female champion, Roswen Cara. They're nice, congratulating each other, and what a lovely pair.
Tipyn bach o waith da wedyn ni, a benni gyda doi geffil sydd yn batrwm.
Ie, dwi'n meddwl bod hwnna'n yn brawf o feirniad da.
I would think Geraint is very pleased with that as his champion. Lovely animal, a real Section C.
Saith tri y pencampwr wrth gwrs, Donis Dick Turpin, wrth y march, Donis Importance, ac allan o sylnod, Rosie O'Neill.
Ie, a Roswen Cara yn gil bencampwr, Roswen Gethin y tad, a Blancilla Arabella y fam. Felly, march 10 oed yw hwn. Mae wedi ennill yn Llambed.
That's it, Richard, you've got to run again now.
Brif bencampwr i yno. A dyma ni Jackie Kirk yn ymuno a Richard.
Jackie Kirk, that's John Kirk's wife. John is with us in the commentary here, and it's been quite exciting to watch him do so well.
Aros yn lleol. Yn aros yn Llanfair y Miaf, Donis Dick Turpin, John a Jackie Kirk sy'n berchen ar gwpan Chetwynd eleni. Richard Pittman yn arddangos wrth gwrs yn dangos y ceffil, Dick Turpin yn Penningham.
Richard's given up now. I think he's had enough. He's run enough today in the mud. I'm sure he won't stop smiling for hours. Certainly be a few beers in the beer tent.
Richard Pittman, I bet you didn't think you'd be doing this at the end of this week. Let's just say you are a bit out of breath. You've got more running to do, so I won't keep you long. But what does this mean to yourself and John and Jackie Kirk, of course, who own him?
Can't really put into words, you know. It's I'm honoured really to have a horse like this. He's had a hell of a show in career. Small but very successful, and I can only thank John and Jackie for allowing me, and it's a real privilege, it really is.
They've just said to me over the fence there that it's a partnership. Without you, the horse doesn't work, and without the horse, you don't work in this ring. So this is a real match made in heaven, I would say.
Yeah, but without them, you wouldn't be here. So they're very good breeders, and yeah, I've been very fortunate to have him and his father, and yeah, very lucky.
Very successful show season. You were supreme at Lamberton Stallion Show. Coming down to the Royal Welsh now, you've gone champion overall Section C. You've got the Tom and Sprightly coming up, and we wish you the best of luck there.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
Enjoy every second. Llongyfarchiadau mawr.
Yes, well done indeed. And we'll see him very shortly in the Thomas Brightly Cup, which will also be held in the main ring. Right, let's go over quickly back to the cattle ring and rejoin Rachel and Will.
Well, it's warming up here now, Gareth, as we get towards the end of the competitive day. Future pairs, the females, that's what we're judging. Ian Miller, a rather cool-looking judge with rather cool-looking spectacles.
I was going to say, it must show that the sun is shining. He's got them all lined up now and checking up behind them.
It's either that, Rachel, or he doesn't want to give it away. Perhaps that's his poker face, maybe, is it?
Could be.
Can't see where his eyes are looking.
Ian Miller.
Just before the break, you were saying you quite fancied the Charleys.
Yeah,
I
do quite like the Charleys. Strong, powerful pair there, aren't they? He's back and forth, back and forth.
A wedyn, ar ôl hynny, mi fydd e'n penderfynu.
He's still having a good look.
Pencampwyr.
It's a big decision, isn't it?
Peiri'r dyfodol.
Well, it's definitely been a show this year that's been very difficult to predict. Most of the classes, you can see the top 2 or 3, the likely lads, if you like, going around the ring. But this year, I've found the quality throughout all the livestock has been exceptional. And
yes, it's been tremendous, hasn't it? He's making his short list now by the looks of it. He's got the Charleys gone,
the blonde
Aquitaines, the Limousins. He's obviously going on down. The Blues have come out. The Longhorns.
The Longhorns. The Shorthorns.
Mae'r pŵer gyda nhw'n does, y Charolais ni'n gweld fan hyn nawr.
That's his six shortlist.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yes.
And the Charleys have been pulled forward, so you know.
You're still in the game. You're still in the game.
Yeah.
Still going back to have another look.
Yeah. Mae'r teulu wedi cael ei tynnu mlaen.
O'n i'n gobeithio bydden nhw. No, he's happy with his shortlist. He's moving on. It's not very often you see the judges at the Royal Welsh in their leggings, is it? It's normally totally the opposite weather, isn't it?
Keeping the standards high with a shirt and tie, but down below is a little bit more practical, I think, isn't it?
Yes. I think you've got to be practical nowadays, haven't you? That poor little blue heifer is ready to go home, I think.
Fancies a gallop up and down the field, I think, doesn't he? Yeah. I don't blame her.
Perhaps she's looking for a male friend.
Well, it'd be a good show to find one, I would have thought, doesn't it? They're the very best of...
There should be plenty of choice out there. Quite whether she chooses the right one is another thing.
It'd be like Love Island for cows around here, wouldn't it?
It would be. He's assessing them now from head on. Seeing what jumps out at him.
Bydd fel buwch a gobeithio gyda sioe fyd.
He'll go back round now and do the same from behind.
Quick check.
Lot o waith crafu pen o hyd gan y beirniad Ian Miller. Wedi cael nhw lawr I 6.
Well, he'll take his time and pick them out when he's good and ready.
Welcome back, and we're straight back into the sheep shearing shed. It's the veterans over 61s final. Here's Gerald and Will.
Yes, to be fair, and we featured several of the heats earlier on, and these are the 6 elderly gentlemen. And I'm taking that. There'll be some stick taken when I say elderly, but these are the eldest competitors that are in the show, and 61 and over, and Elvid Jackson, Ken Jones, Jeff Evans, Ivan Morgan, Gwynfor Evans and Heath Evans are the 6 gentlemen on display, and that's how they are in order on the board, in the order that I just announced. And there we see at number 6 we see Heath Evans going in for his next lamb, and there in stand 3 is Jeff Evans. And on number 4 there we see Ivan Morgan. Like I say, all these gentlemen would have shown mostly part-time but just seasonal when they're in Wales here, but just a few of them perhaps would have gone over the water, or been lucky enough like myself to go on over the water many years ago. And I would go as far to say the quality of shearing will be very good, but perhaps the speed will be a little bit more tame then.
It's just remarkable. The speed of these guys is still extremely impressive. Good grief, to think some of these guys are heading down the Friendship pension once a week. I mean, there's a fair bit of work in them, isn't there? There's a fair bit of work in them.
Hey, it's on a Thursday, you know, this competition too.
That's why they're rushing.
Going mad.
They need to finish before the post office shuts.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
I'm glad when I get some stick after this, I'll be saying Will said that, not me.
No.
No, the quality is exceptionally good, to be fair of him, and as I stated, then the speed perhaps isn't quite as fast as what it was, but the quality will be good. And we see Ken Nimmer, which I know very well, and he has set himself when he was shearing many years ago a high standard, and I'm quite sure that he will not have diminished from that, and it looks as if he's doing a very good job. Perhaps another factor is that they can't quite drink as much beer as they used to as well, so it's taken its toll over the years. But there you go, Ivan Morgan on stand number 4 is the first one to finish, but as I alluded to, it doesn't mean that he's in, but hopefully we'll come back later on and see the result of the seniors final.
Yeah, another veterans final to come between 50 and 60, and of course after that we'll be there back in the sheep shearing shed to watch the axemen against the shearers. In the meantime, back to the cattle ring, and it's back to Rachel and Will.
Yeah, from the veterans very much through to the future here. It's the future pairs that we've been following, and Judge Ian Miller has selected his first draw of 6 pairs. The Charolais, the Blondes,
Limousin's,
the Limousin's,
Longhorns, Blues and the Shorthorns.
And
he's still having a good look.
It's a very evenly matched pair of Charolais.
Standing back and taking it all in again. He's travelled a long way, so he wants to make sure he does the job properly.
Sometimes that's the way to judge, I guess. Take a good step back, and you'll see things that you maybe don't see when you're too close to the animal.
Yes, very true. He's made his decision by the looks of it.
Yeah.
He's going to say his few words.
A wedyn gawn ni glywed sydd ag ei ddweud am y dosbarth ola yma yn y cylch gwartheg. Felly fe dawela I a rhiannydd am eiliad.
From our judge here today, Ian Miller. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I must congratulate the Royal Welsh Agricultural Society for the show they have put on this week. It has been truly outstanding. Every place I've looked, I've been wasted for choice and quality. Now, I must also thank all the exhibitors today. I've pulled forward a short lead, but the ones I didn't pull, yous are all winners in your own right. It's just you have to have a short lead and I can't pull yous all. Now, I would say today I've been looking for 2 correct showy animals which are well balanced. They have to be like peas in a pod. I would say the 6 that I've drawn forward are the nicest balanced ones. So without any more to do, I would just like to once again thank the Royal Welsh for inviting me to take part in such a prestigious show. It has indeed been an honour and a pleasure, and a memory that will last with me forever. So thank you very much. Thanks to the exhibitors, thanks for all the stock handlers, and thank you for my stewards today. Thank you very much.
Well, there we have it. Ian Miller with his words of adjudication, and he's about to tap out the champion and reserve champion of the very last of the cattle classes here at the 2023 Royal Welsh.
It's mad to think that this is the last competition, isn't it? It's gone very fast, hasn't it, the 4 days?
The amount of work that goes on, he's heading towards the top of the line.
Oh, he's going to go round the front now.
Just a little look from the front, looking for the symmetrical pair, as he mentioned.
The old blue is still looking for a man.
Bydde fe yn neis, ond fi'n credu bod y blonds a'r limbs a'r Charlie gyda lot fwy o pŵer mae heddi'n yn anffodus.
She's wanting him to keep looking at her, isn't she?
I don't think he wants this show to end, does he?
No.
It's been that good a show, he doesn't want it to end. He's back. One last look across. I wonder if he's changed his mind.
Here he comes.
Yeah.
Tap his Charlies out.
And it's the Charlies. You backed them all the way, Rachel.
Yes.
You were quite right.
Yeah.
Kevin and Sinead Thomas is Charlie, matched up with the Corbett families.
Limousines are in reserve.
And the Limousines coming in reserve. So the 2 continental breeds are brought forward.
It's nice to see a couple of native pairs pulled out as well, isn't it? You know, it's not all continentals in the shortlist.
That's a very proud owner. Oh, what a great way to sign off the cattle classes here at the show.
Mae rhaid ni sôn am y Limousines hefyd. Trwch blewyn oedd hi, dwi'n siŵr, rhwng y ddau fryd. A rhiannydd unwaith yn rhagor gaeth i...
Still, you can see the showmanship there, isn't it? We've won the prize. Still just adjusting the animal in the ring, knowing everyone's eyes are still on them. I think that's a great shot there.
It's a shop window, isn't it? That's the thing, isn't it?
You don't stop. You don't know who's looking, do you?
Yeah.
Diolch i ti a dy debyg. Diolch i'r arddangoswyr i gyd.
You can see the pride. They've spent weeks and months preparing these animals and hoping this moment might just come, and all the ups and downs you get of breeding and rearing and showing livestock and the frustrations.
Great ffordd i bennu'r wsod off, ydw e. Wedi bod yn wsod galed. Dydd a nos.
And I guess very apt that we have a Welsh interview as well to see off the last of the classes. It's been a great show where the rosettes have been shared all over the UK, and I guess that's testament to the quality of the competition here at the Royal Welsh, that it attracts people from all over the UK and the very best of stock here to Llanelwedd. This is the future pairs. I wonder whether we'll see them again in this ring in the future.
I would have thought there'll be a few back out, won't there? You know, they'll carve them down now and, you know, at the right age to suit the breed and be back then with cows, won't they? Calves at foot.
I would say there's a very good chance. So congratulations to Charlies and of course the Limousines.
Diolch Kevin.
the Tom and Sprightly Championship for the best Welsh pony or cob in the show.
Y gore o'r bridiau Cymreig 2019, Perthog Gwenan Mai.
Cofia'r adran dy.
It was the D section cobs that were dominant, winning 4 times in the last 10 years.
Sydd wedi mynd ar Tom and Sprightly.
Enillydd cwpan Tom and Sprightly 2012, down away Crackling Rose.
But in the last 5 years, the B section have won 3 times.
Adran sydd yn mynd â hi. Mae wedi dewis yr adran B, Colored Heartbeat.
Mae di bod yn fore.
So let's head for the main ring then. And let's join Lottie Stevens.
This is amazing. I love the Tom and Sprightly. It used to be judged on applause, and it was so exciting because the crowd used to get behind their favourite. Usually judged on the movement because of who it was named after. It's only the champion A, B, C and D, so only 4 animals forward. And our judge today is Jenny Kesnick from Australia, so yet another Australian accent. And she breeds Welsh ponies in Australia, which is quite amazing. She's a life member of the Welsh Pony Cob Society here and of Australia, and she's also on the judging panel here. She has said that she's looking for type, but that must go with functionality. The animal must be able to do a job, and as part of that, it must be able to move. And as you can see, they're moving. As the class is an overall championship with all 4 sections, all champions of the section, she is very excited to be asked to select the best Welsh pony of the show.
Dyna beth yw dewis I, ond Cymraeg sydd gyda hi heddi.
So we have the A, the B, the C and the D in the ring.
Mynd â hwma I bryniaeth, brydfa heniaeth. Siw gymaint o excitement. Dwi'n cael y gyrau mas yma. Mae hon...
This is the champion B, a 3-year-old.
Gair. Tu fas y cilch yn meddwl bod Mrs Saesneg yn mynd I ffefro hon, achos bod y beirniad yn cadw adran B, ond wy'n digon siŵr fe fydd Jenny and dewis beth mae hi moyn, beth mae bobl.
I've been reading your notes, Lottie. You said that you are a judge and whatever, so let's have your opinion on who's going to come to the top of this class.
Oh, I think this is hard. This is, you know, you've got 4 good examples of the breed, and it does literally come down to personal preference. And I think if you were judging this, which I never have been asked to judge this, you would be quite mindful of how it was originally set up, that it was set up for popularity on movement. And I think, to be honest, you would be swayed by the one that moves the freest and goes the best. Obviously, she's going to look at all of them and decide who she thinks is the best example. And obviously, there's a reserve as well, which is fantastic. And we were actually reserved for this in 2017 with our homebred mare, and it was lovely. Not quite all the way, but there's still time. Still time.
I have faith.
You have faith. So we got this.
I suppose, in all honesty, then yesterday was Cob Day, and we see the champion Cob is in the ring. It would just be quite a difficult task to move away from that, being all the crowd that was backing him up yesterday. But it's her decision after all, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely her decision, and I don't actually think she can be wrong in this ring. It is. So she'll have them all out individually and have a look, because obviously she hasn't seen them up close herself, and she'll be looking to checking their feet and all the things that we can't see from outside the ring that you do see inside the ring, very much so. And I often laugh when people say, oh, that one should have won, but you don't see everything from outside the ring. And the hardest thing about judging is actually not picking what you like, it's picking what order they should go in and what faults you can forgive. And with these 4 animals, you've got lovely animals with not many faults.
Gwynfau sir enwledig os gofiau, ddim yn anghyfarwdd.
No.
A bod fan hyn.
Wedi ennill o blaen, of course.
I bet that's the first time she's judged wearing wellies. Coming from Australia. She was very smart.
Thoroughbreds oedd I delight, felly siwt nath I diddordeb hi gyda'r bridiau Cymreig ddechrau?
Wy'n credu yn ei chalon ni.
I think Richard slowed down a bit as he's been running all day.
Yn ei ffwrsi. Mae'r adran, mae'r thoroughbred.
So that is Donistic Turpin, owned by John Kirk and shown by Richard Pittman.
Trafod I roi march i'r cesig.
And now we're looking at the senior stallion from the Section Ds from yesterday. And this is Gwyn Weiss, Seren Wledig. Bred by the Evans family and owned by J. Penfold.
Dyma fe, Gwyn Weiss, Seren Wledig. Oes y cobs, and again a pleitfa, and a digon o sŵn ma.
So if you think about the preparation that's gone into producing all these animals for this show, the shoeing, the bathing, the feeding, the training, and it culminates in 4 animals stood there as the 2023 champions and best examples of the breed.
Y boi I drafod ceffil gorau gallu di gael yn y cobyn wedyn ni I Gwyn Weiss wrth gwrs y perchynog o brydfag Gwyn Weiss le maen nhw'n Sirgyfyrddin yn dyfe fi'n deall dyna le mae'r ceffil hyn wedi cael I fagu
Ochre Hermon fi'n credu
Hermon, ie, dyna le
And of course he would have had to be bathed again for today.
Jenny Oedd ti'n hoff iawn o hala diwrnod gyda Jenny. Dywys y dillad I ddod i'r cylch, wel, nes I wedi farw. Ond ni wedi gael llon bol.
Obviously a crowd favourite.
Wel, mae di mynd at yr het llai o seis. Fe oedd un oedd e'n anfer. Dath e lan gyda fi yn y car a Jenny'n goffo dal ar bus.
Na.
So fi'n siom da fi bod I ddim yn gwisgo fe.
Ti'n bod be, wy'n licio cael y cyfrinachau bach yma, ti? Ti ôl yr llenni?
Ie, ti ôl y llenni, ie. Ond na, mae'n gymeriad, Jenny, mae'n rhaid gweud. Real Australian.
This is the Section B winner, the champion 3-year-old filly. Henyaith Moonamia. I've been told off because I was calling her Moonamania. So Moonamia. 3-year-old filly bred by Richard Miller and Marianne Davis. And they've had a fantastic Royal Welsh winning reserve champion as well with their Baron mare. Interestingly, this filly is by an Australian horse that they imported.
Un o'r rhain nawr, neu pan bydd un o'r rhain yn ennill?
So obviously very worthwhile.
Beth mae'n I olygu yn amlwg wrth gwrs yn bersonol, mae'n golygu pob peth. Ond mae'r rhaid bod yn golygu rhywbeth
I love her distinctive knee.
Edrych ar wythnos fel hon.
O di, fel ni'n gweud, mae'n...
Very distinctive colour.
Yn y cylch heddi, a'i barn hi sy'n bwysig yn y gystadleuaeth hyn, ond wrth gwrs I ddod, mae yna sawl gystadleuaeth mewn llaw to a beirniad ar wahân.
Richard has been showing at the Royal Welsh for years and has won so many times with their homebred stock.
Mae'r beirniad yn holl bwysig, ond I fi...
And still continue to bring the best out.
A barn, a falle bydden nhw yn beirniadu ti fori. Neu falle bod nhw moyn pyrnu dy geffil bach ti, fel ni'n gweld ar y sgrin nawr. Mae fe'n...
This is a Dillick Spectre, who's a 3-year-old colt.
Odi, a potential sydd.
Who belongs to Dan Williamson and Ashley Oldroyd from the Dan Ash stud. And he was young stock champion here last year as a 2-year-old under Judith Reed when she judged. So he's quite amazing to go all the way to do it a second time. Must have been quite nerve-wracking bringing him back and wondering whether he would get his reward again or whether he would just be beaten and relegated to down the line. But their faith has proved right, and here he is, and they are absolutely over the moon. And quite rightly so. Shown by Ashley Oldroyd.
Jenny, wrth gwrs na dylen ni weid cyn I Dillick Spectre.
Bred by Mark and Liz Kilby from Colchester.
Dan Williamson.
Who were here yesterday to see.
Dwi'n credu yw'r par sydd yn perchen yr ceffil ifanc ma. Fe oedd hwn yn bengampwr o stoc ifanc.
Full of beans.
A blwyddyn hyn, ond blwyddyn hyn, fe ath mlaen I gael y brif wobr.
Yr ebol tair blwydd oed, ie?
Odi. Tipyn o gamp am rhywbeth tair blwydd, yn dyw e?
Wel, mae ebolus tair oed yn ei erbyn, os gyda Marion Davies a Richard Miller.
Muna Mia, odi, yr adran B. Odi, na, wyt ti'n reit. So, o'r gogledd fan hyn, gwynfaes Seren Wledig.
So there we are. What is she going to do?
Domestic Turpin. Pen nôl, a'n cynta o'r ceffylau llwyd. Glas yn ni'n gweld fyna. Pen iath Muna Mia, yr adran B. Ac wedyn nesaf fe fydd Idyl Expecta.
Well, we'll be back in the main ring shortly, but in the meantime, let's head over for the second veteran final, the 50s to 60-year-olds, and here's Gerald again.
Yes, one step down, and we have on show here, we have Alwyn Mancini, Brian Sackley, Howell Havard, Eddie Maguire, Andrew Morris, and Howell William Wiggly Jones in that order. And we see then number 2 there, Brian Sackley, going very well, and Eddie Maguire, featured him before, shearing very well on number 4, and on number 5 Andrew Morris as well, and these are all accomplished shearers that are going exceptionally well. And Howell Havard on number 3, and in to get another lamb, and Andrew Morris closely behind. And Andrew Morris, down she goes, and in for the next. There on number 1 is Alwyn Mancini from North Wales. I believe these gentlemen have picked the pace up quite a bit in this final here, Will.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what age you are, isn't it? The adrenaline starts flowing when you're up on the stage in the Royal Welsh Show, and yeah, here comes the snowstorm, as they say, isn't it? The white wool flying everywhere. They tell the crowds behind you, the blood will be flowing.
Yeah, we can hear the crowd then, yes, and the crowd are getting excited as they get to the end of the quantity of lambs they have to shear. And Eddie Maguire here on stand number 4 is making it look very, very easy and got a nice good flow and rhythm to him. And I'm sure that he won't be far off being the fastest on the stage, but he's in for another lamb. And goes Howell Havard from Sennybridge, tight behind, and Andrew Morris there in close proximity as well. As I stated before, a lot of these guys will have gone right through what we've seen all the way through from the juniors probably many years ago, and intermediate, senior and opens, and then have decided they're not quite, bodies won't allow them to continue at the paces required as these open shearers are of today, so go to the veterans and hopefully that they can repeat
maybe they want
recent successes then.
Sorry, Gerald, yeah, maybe they want to put a few of the juniors up against a few of these seniors to find out.
Yeah, fair go. And then there's Eddie Maguire is out first. And anyway, unfortunately, we'll come back later on, hopefully, to get the results.
Welcome back to the showground at Llanelwedd, and we return to the Tom and Sprightly Championship. So it's back to Lottie Stevens.
Yes, and now we're waiting for decision from Jenny Kesnick from Australia. She's seen them all run out. She's pulled forward her champion, which is John Kirk's Donistic Turpin. What a wonderful day they've had.
Donistic Turpin. I'r perchynog. John a Jackie Kirk. Wedi dal a llygad, Mrs. Says.
And who is she having reserve?
Wedi dewis yr un gorau. O'n i'n gweud y gair by, ond o'n i'n meddwl fi'n hoff iawn o hwn.
What a lovely Tom and Sprightly champion.
Seeing some of the notes earlier, Lottie, I noticed that the judge, I mean, she breeds, am I right in saying that she breeds sections
Yeah,
B?
No, she breeds section B, I think.
And she's chosen a section C as a winner?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
This
is actually her first time judging horses in the UK. And only her fourth visit. And they are in reserve for section B. Henyath Moonamia. I'm sure they're very popular with the crowd too, let's hope.
Mae'n amlwg. A mae'n hyfryd pan ti'n meddwl nôl I naturioldeb.
A great honour for her to judge that, and nice to have a different face and a different viewpoint. And to recognise the popularity of the Welsh breeds all over the world.
Wi ddim quite yn siŵr, o'n i'n trial meddwl yn gynharach Moonamia enw ar ei boles.
I have to say that stallion's got the most lovely face, ears forward. Thoroughly enjoying it.
Os ydyn nhw'n trafeili trwy canol wlad rhywle a gweld pentre bach o enw fel Moonamia, wi ddim yn gweud yna bydd yw e, falle bod Moonamia mas na'n ganol Australia. Ond fi'n siŵr mae lot o connection Australia gyda'r adran by, ond llanfair y meuall sy'n cael ei hebu.
A mae hwnna'n stori dylwydd teg yn dyfu bod I di aros gytre. Cwpan Tom and Sprightly.
So I'm sure they're going to do the run of their life to get the applause from the crowd now.
Ond na, da iawn John a Jackie, y bobl ffeina lle di ffindio yn y byd cyfyle.
Well, John and Jackie Kirk will be very happy.
Wel, dyma chi beth yw stori dylwydd teg. Cwpan Thomas...
They're not already in the beer tent, they will be later.
Adre yn Llanelwedd. Llon gyfarchiadau gwresog I Donistic Turpin yn ennill prif bencampwriaeth yma yn y sioe yn 2023. A wy'n siŵr fydd...
And nice to see a B champion, a B reserve as well.
Richard Pittman and Jackie Kirk here. How are you feeling? You have taken the Tom and Sprightly Cup.
Very emotional, but it's all credit to this Richard here.
And where is John? Where is John?
Commentating. How typical, doing something for someone else.
I can imagine he is up in that cabin, crying his eyes out, wishing he was down here with us. And so does the horse. So the horse wants him down here too. How are you feeling, Rich?
A bit tired, No, I'm over the moon, to be honest. It's, yeah, like I said earlier, the privilege to have with me. So, yeah, quite emotional. It's something that don't happen every day. So.
Exactly. It could be a once in a lifetime, but for this horse, I'm expecting there's going to be a long career ahead. You don't overshow him. I know that for a fact. He comes out, and I was just saying now, as he was walking and trotting in front of the grandstand, he seems so at home here.
He is, and it's teamwork, and he's got a fantastic partnership with Richard, which is just fabulous.
Well, many congratulations. You don't have a very long journey home. You can't leave the showground just yet. You've got a little bit more to do. We wish you the best of luck, but many congratulations for your achievement so far. Diolch yn fawr iawn I chi.
Thank you. Llwyfan cneifio, dwi'n bod yn gweddio am hyn ers wythnosau.
Well, here's Aaron in the sheep shearing shed. It's the axemen against the shearers. Bill Wacky representing the axemen, feeling fit and ready to go. He's on fire. And the axemen are getting together in the background, and Aaron's been watching them earlier on, as we know. Yeah, we've got the Czech guys on board as well, so we fancy our chances. You taking this seriously, or is it just a bit of a laugh?
Yeah, serious business. I went in back a Hoyle hefyd, yeah.
It's serious business, but we'll have a laugh afterwards. Right, over to the shearers, here we are. This is Gethin Lewis, who won the Champion Shearer of Wales competition in the shearing shed yesterday, and a member of the team representing Wales in the test matches yesterday. And he's on top of the world. Well, Aaron's just mentioning, you know, he's a bit of a rookie. He's come from nowhere recently, but he's been shearing since he was 19, and he's been shearing in the Open last year, and I just keep trying in every show. And you know, I've had some couple of tough days, and I've had a couple of good days as well. And yesterday was one of the best. Right, enough for yesterday. What about today? Have you got a chance against the Axemen? Well, Bill's saying he's feeling fit. I'm feeling a bit nervous now. No, it'll be a bit of a laugh, maybe, but it'll be a good spectacle for everybody to see. Well, talking of a spectacle, there's a lot of people have come here to watch this, and there's a bit of pressure on you now, being the new Champion Shearer of Wales. Yes, it'll be a good race, and I'm looking forward to it. All the best, guys. You can shake hands before we start, right? All the best. Right, they've introduced each other, and we will be back there later on. Now then, Maynir, for the first time this week, has left the sheep ring, and she's with the British Wool stall with Emlyn Roberts from Dolgella, who's had a bit of a busy week, but glad to see the sunshine this afternoon. Now, these have been chosen as the best wool in the show, and this comes from Oxfordshire. It's a half Wensleydale, quarter Jacob, quarter Paul Dorset, and every breed has its own strength, apparently. It's the natural colour. As Maynir is saying, usually it's not the most popular colour, but people are tending nowadays, according to Emlyn, to go for the natural colour rather than adding any synthetic. But here's the Supreme Champion. It's a clean sheep. And apart from being the Supreme Champion as far as the fleece is concerned, he's also won a championship in the sheep ring as well, so he obviously knows what he's doing. Well, I'm just saying, more or less, it was a perfect fleece. And that's what Maynir is emphasising there. What's kind of important as well is they're keeping the fleece clean without the little bits of grass or the things there, and that obviously makes an impression. But unfortunately, fleece and wool isn't worth that much these days, unfortunately, compared to the standard. It's not getting the price it deserves, you know, with clothes and stuffing furniture and so forth. It's a natural product and should be used more. And you look at the standard of all that wool produce in the background there, and you know, it's used for carpets and used for clothing as well. It is the best standard that's available, and also importantly, it's very, very sustainable. Well, we saw the two captains shaking hands earlier on. now we get to the business end. The axemen and the shearers are underway.
Yeah, there's no friends out there now, that's for sure, Gareth. Look at them swinging those axes. Little bit of an issue there, getting stuck in the log.
Oh, look, the shearers are cheating. They don't even have to take the belly off. Just as well like if they put a chainsaw cut in the log then, isn't it? Oh, the shearer got excited then.
So it's a relay all the way down. And,
the shearer should be judged on finished product.
The next man in looks as if he means business. He's revving himself up. Look at that. Eh? Maybe the axeman needs smaller logs next time, I think.
Yes,
isn't it? That might help a little bit. Or bigger sheep. Or bigger sheep.
Yeah.
Rhys yr oedd yr oed yna I lawr a'r nesa yn yr hes ydi Dewi Jones o ran y cneudwyr.
Well, I'd be gone now if I was the axeman. I wouldn't wait.
Maybe they've kept their best men till the end.
Oh, look out, yeah.
Look at that.
If I was a shearer, if I was the axeman, I'd go and knock the lamb.
Yeah, the axeman would be hoping there'd be a couple of unruly...
One gets away.
In there, yeah.
I do believe that this...
Digon o wenni a chwerthin a tynnu coes yma'n hyn o Sir Bwyeshwyr. Bwrw ymlaen gyda'i tas. A dyna'r oen arall. Symud ymlaen ar hyn.
Something going on here, I'm sure.
O ran y ras gyfnewid I Andrew Morris. Andrew Morris ydi tad Rhys Morris. A ddodd hwn...
And on to the last one.
This guy's giving it all anyway, to be fair.
I wonder if the axemen leave their best competitor till the end.
Well, you'll see, he's turned quickly anyway.
He's certainly
turned quickly anyway.
I tell you what, this is going to be close.
I think the shearers are taking this for granted, and it's going to be close.
Oh, how close was that?
Now then.
Virtually a draw.
I orffen yr ornes hwyliog yna.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground at Llanelwedd, and one of the awards that have been presented on the Showground today is the award to the Woman Farmer of the Year NFU. Let's listen to the winner's interview.
In Nantymoel near Bridgend.
And this is quite an honour, isn't it?
Yeah, incredible honour. It's amazing to win such a prestigious award and just to follow in the footsteps of some amazing women.
Yes. Well, ma hwn dydi yn chwarter canrif oed.
Well, just a reminder, the name of the winner, by the way, was Katie Rose Davis. But Nia's now talking to Lorna Davis, who's representing the NFU. She was one of the judges, and she's just been asked what made Katie stand out compared to the other competitors. Well, the culture and tradition and the enthusiasm that she has towards change within the industry said she was a very, well, that she deserved the award.
Obviously, was it make your mark?
Yeah, obviously, we're always changing, and we need to keep up with the times. But farmers need to be progressive, and I'm very passionate about traditional farming methods, but also encompassing modern farming methods and technologies and things to make sure our farm is sustainable.
So, how do you see the future?
It's going to be a really interesting future. Obviously, everyone needs to eat. We all need food, and everyone seems to care more now about where their food comes from. They want to know how it's been produced, and I feel very passionate about educating people and young people and bridging the gap between the urban and rural communities, and ensuring everyone can make an informed decision on eating healthily and eating food from Wales.
And who farms at home?
So my mum and my dad, myself and my husband Tristan, and my 3 young children.
That's quite a good team.
Yeah, we work well together.
And that's so important.
Yeah, really, really important. We all bring something to the team, and we all have different roles. But yeah, it's really, really important.
And who's going to be the boss after today? I think we know the answer to that question.
I don't know about that. Like I said, it's teamwork makes the dream work. So
yeah, exactly. Well, I'm sure the family's here today, obviously.
Yeah. My husband is here. My mum and my dad couldn't be here, unfortunately, but we'll be celebrating later on.
I'm sure they're so proud of you. Yeah, my foment fawr ar wobr yma'n cael ei rhoi as chwarter can.
Yeah, just mentioning that this award has been presented over the last 25 years. I'm just asking, is it a bit of an old-fashioned kind of concept, awarding a farm wife, as it were? No, not really. I don't think so at all. It's an opportunity to show how we've developed, and Katie as an example, and she's proof really that the women have a very, very important role to play within the agricultural industry. Right, we've seen the first contest. Let's watch the second one. They're already underway in the sheep shearing shed.
Second heat, Gerald.
Yeah, it was close, and we don't really know what the outcome of the first one was.
It was by a nose whoever won the first one, wasn't it?
Or by a swipe, perhaps I should say, is it?
It could have
swipe
been.
with the axe or a swipe with the machine, perhaps,
yeah.
is it? Oh, no, the sheep are taking a
wasn't a blow
lead
between them.
Anyway, but not far behind.
Hyn o bryd fawr iawn I ddewis rhwngthyn nhw. Y bywetiwr nesaf ydi Bilnawaki ynta o Bethesda ac Aidan Grant yn ei erbyn o fan hyn yn cneifio yr holl ffordd o...
I think they may have sharpened their axes since we've been away. They're going just a touch faster than they were.
The second axeman isn't quite as fluent as the first one. And I think the shearers this time will gain a bit of an advantage, but not a great deal.
Bit of banter going on there by the looks of it, isn't it?
The third shearer's under the way. And there we go.
He's not messing around, is he?
Quite a distinct advantage now.
He's taking no prisoners, the shearer.
But we've seen the last axeman last time really pulled out all the stops, and
Adnabyddus ar y llwyfan yma wedi bod yn cyfrannu i'r digwyddiad yma ers y blynyddoedd. A nesa yn disgwyl I dro gan Gwenyn Braf a'i ysgwyddo fo yn fanna yn y llun ydy lle da ni Paul Bufton wrth y bachgen lleol. 900 o fon cyffion mae'n debyg wedi cael ei paratoi ar gyfer.
Still not a lot in it, I have to say, Gerald.
No, to be fair, no.
Just coming
there you go.
Down over the tailhead. And it's neck and neck as they go into the last one.
Actually, yes.
Fawr iawn o amser ar ôl rwan.
Gee whiz, then I would say it's advantage axeman just at the moment.
The shearers will be hoping for a knot, and the axeman will be hoping for a kicker. I think that's how it works.
Good description, that. Well, fair do. Oh, the shearers. He upped his game down that last side.
A couple of fast blows going in there.
I think Shearer panicked. He wasn't too far behind, to be fair.
I guess they're not too concerned.
Close contest, fair dues.
They're not too concerned about the pen score anymore, you can tell. Yeah.
If there's an inspection out the back, it'll be marks off.
Well, I do believe there's a third leg, and if it's exciting as the first and the second, well, it'll be worth watching. Lee at the moment is with Mared, who's currently the chief executive of the Young Farmers Movement, and she used to work for the Royal Welsh Agricultural Society, and she's just explained to me it's quite funny being the other side of the fence, as it were, but it's still been a very, very busy week. There's been lots of competitions been going on. The Young Farmers area on the Showground has been a bit busy every single day. Loads of competitions, dancing, singing. The theme was circus, and it's been a bit of a circus there this week, to be perfectly honest. And the judges have obviously enjoyed themselves as well. And this afternoon, it's the awards ceremony, and we'll see which county has won the cup. Do you know, Mared? No, I don't, unfortunately. All the people who are counting up the results have locked themselves behind the door, and I've got no idea which way it's going to go. And yes, just ask again, do you feel it? Yeah, how different does it feel for you being the other side of the fence? Well, to be honest, it's not that much difference, because in essence we're all members of the same final. We work hand in hand with the Royal Welsh Agricultural Society throughout the year, but you know, because of that, it doesn't feel that much different. But I was here last year. It was funny being here on Sunday, watching everything being set up, and I wasn't part of it. But you know, it's not so different.
Dyma ni felly gornest ola'r dydd yma yng nghanolfan gneifio meirion a ras gyfnewid rhwng pencampwyr y fwyellwyr a'r un peth y wir am y cneifwyr. Eddie Maguire yn cneifio ar hyn o bryd, ac yn fwyellu mae Gavin Thompson o Iwerddon. Fawr iawn I ddewis rhwng y ddau ohonyn nhw o ran y cyflymdra ar hyn o bryd. Eddie Maguire yn dirwyn I ben gyda'r oen cyntaf am fanna. Nesa ar y rhestr o ran y cneifwyr mae Ilan Jones. Ilan wedi arwain y gad yn y prawf yn erbyn Ffrainc, ble ddath Cymru i'r brig unwaith eto. Yn ei erbyn o mae Marcel pencampwr yr Almaen. Ydy bach ar y blaen ar hyn o bryd, swn I dweud mae'r cneifwyr a mor braf wedi gweld y pencampwyr yn bod yn rhoid o'i amser I greu chydig bach o athloniant ysgafn, ond mae'r herma o ddifri hefyd. Cofiwch o ran y bwyellwyr y fan hyn, pencampwr gwlad y Czech, Gwiriniaeth Czech, Matews.
Well, the third.
Sorry for the slight delay there. We had some technical problems, but we're back in the sheep shearing shed, and it's the shearers against the axemen once again.
Well, we're here for the exciting part, Gerald,
they're
aren't we?
going the wrong way around this time. Look, I don't know whether the shearers have got nervous or what, but they're going from right to left this time, and it's trying to confuse us, Will. But our axemen are giving it a good go this time.
Are they well ahead this time?
And the axemen have actually cleaned up. Oh, well done, the axemen. It must be 2-1 to the axemen.
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground, and Nia is with the show's chief executive, Aled Rhys-Jones. And as chief executive, and this being your first show, Aled, how do you feel now? Nia actually forgot to introduce him, but I think he's a familiar face to all who've been at the Royal Welsh Show this week. The week has gone very, very well from the first Sunday evening. And then Monday was busy. Tuesday is even busier, and even now, look, on a Thursday afternoon, there's loads of people still here on the showground. What have the challenges been for you, Aled? Well, things have gone extremely smoothly. We did have some problems with the traffic on the Monday, but all the effort that the people, the volunteers give, you know, it's been fantastic by everyone. We've all pulled together as a team during the course of this week, and any challenge that's been set, we've been able to manage to face that. What's struck me as well is the combination that we've seen, the enjoyment, the competing, the relaxed atmosphere. I've spoken to many families who have said that they've enjoyed the experience of being here. Now then, there are further developments to come in the future. And the challenge for us within the next couple of weeks is to make sure that those visions that we have for the future become a reality. Now then, how do you balance as a chief executive holding on to what we have in the old tradition and, you know, moving on, taking a new journey towards the future, as it were? Well, our history is important to us. We've been here for over 100 years, and tradition is important, but we have to develop. We have to take those steps, but we want to make sure that the show is looked as an important part of our culture. It's important as far as agriculture is concerned, obviously. It's also important as far as the Welsh language is concerned. It's been lovely to hear people speaking Welsh along the showground during the course of this week. And of course, now there will be some research done to get people's reaction to what's happened during the course of this week. Yes, we're looking forward to see people's ideas, suggestions perhaps on how we can move forward. And we'll be discussing that with the public and with the members as well. We have members who live beyond Wales, and we will be asking people and engaging with people throughout Wales the next couple of months to see how we can move forward together. Yes, the financial challenge is obvious. We've been looking to see how we can face that. We have to be sustainable as a charity before we can do anything else, and try and be as green as we possibly can. Well, the University of Cardiff have been doing some research during the course of the week. We look forward to seeing the conclusion of the research that they've been doing during the course of this week. Now then, it's not quite the end for you as a family. You've got a big day ahead of you tomorrow. Yes, the youngest son, Tommy, will be a year old tomorrow. So I'm really looking forward to that as well. Thank you, Aled, for the chat, and then we'll leave you to carry on with your work before the day's over.
Mae pawb yn gadael maes y sioe ac atgofion arbennig ar ôl wythnos yn Llanelwedd. Ond un peth sy'n sicr, fydd gan y ddau yma, Kevin a Sioned Thomas, atgofion, well, fydd yn...
Well, Evans with Kevin and Sioned Thomas have had quite a week here at the Royal Welsh. A bit of a surprise. We were hoping that would be successful, but at the end of the day, it has been very enjoyable for us as a family.
Mae'n 5 oed, a tro fenyw gyda'i, cynta gyda dreisiad yn y 2-year-old class, a cynta gyda'r dreisiad fel yearling heifer, January born, a hi'n wedyn yn junior heifer, reserve junior heifer champion, A'r tarw wedyn, ail yn y clas ar tarw. A ar y tarw ymlaen wedyn fel champion Elite Bull yn y sioe erbyn y brydau eraill i gyd.
Anhygol.
A'r heffer bore yma wedyn, yn gyntar, fiwch ar twyr ôl heffer, mam a merch yn y grŵp o 5. A gael y pen cymbwriaeth ma ni. A'r heffer fach wedyn yn yr Stars of the Future heffer yn yr Interbreed bore yma yn cael y pen cympwriaeth fyny hefyd. So,
chwarae teg I ti am gofio hwnna I gyd.
A ben y cwbl wedyn, ennill y best stand yn y sioe yn yr...
Y best stockmen with it.
Best stockmen.
And stock women.
Stock women, nawr te sioe.
Ie, wel lot o frwsio di bod mlaen fath os ma, cadw'r popeth yn deudi a watcho blodau wrth gwrs.
Union, ond I chi'n dîm da chwarae teg ac yn dîm teuluol.
Odyn, ni gyd yn cymryd rhan, chwarae teg, mae gyda ni lot yn helpu yn y cefndir hefyd. Ond busnes teuluol I wedi bod erioed, a mae'r plant ysyn nhw'n fabis yn dod i'r sioe a mwynhau dod bob blwyddyn, a brwsio am felly gwta bethau o hyd, felly chwarae teg iddyn nhw.
Ydw'n iawn I wei, Kevin, un o'r sioe gorau o ran llwyddiant, I chi wedi gael erioed?
Dwi'n meddwl...
Well, Kevin's obviously been talking about the success that they've had here as a family, and there's no surprise at all that he has admitted that this is probably the best Royal Welsh Show that he's ever experienced, and it is a fantastic shop window to the industry, and the people that we've been talking to in general in the cattle shed have expressed the same feelings, you know, comparing it to the Scottish shows. They consider this show in the Royal Welsh to be one of the best in Europe.
Sy'n wastad yn neis. Cymru ar y map to. Llonggwarchiadau mowr iawn I chi fel teulu. Mae'r stoc, wel, werth I gweld eich Eleni to. Da iawn.
A'r sioe mynd nhw'n nerth I nerth yn yw.
Siwrne saff adre I chi gyd.
Diolch yn iawn I chi.
Yma yn y sioe, mae'n bosib yn llythrenol I ddilyn y gallbwyd o'r gorlan i'r geg.
Here we are in the carcass competition. We don't feature too much of this, or there isn't much of a competition here in the Royal Welsh Show as in the Winter Fair, but I was lucky enough this morning to walk around and view the carcasses, and just a few, say, die-hard competitors have exhibited sheep here in the summer. The carcass cabins, as we see behind, would be 4 or 5 times that in the winter period than in the Winter Fair. But there were some exceptional good carcasses. I always like the point of the people that judge them, and I see that and I'm quite pleased to see that the winning carcass was under 22 kilos, because we as myself as a sheep farmer and producing lamb, we get penalised for producing over 22 kilos. So, and very often we've seen carcasses of 24 or 5 kilos winning it, and I don't think it's quite right myself, but never mind, we got a good view of the champion carcass there.
The winning carcass this year coming from just north of Cardigan, just above the town of Cardigan. See Mavanwi and Eiros there have been showing carcasses and showing textile sheep for many years, and I happened to have a chat with them yesterday. Delighted to be taking this award home.
Yes, and those who understand it, then the carcasses are still graded, even though we are out of Europe. It's still a classification in terms of EU ROP, and it's Europe, and E obviously is the first letter out, and E is for exceptional conformation, and U is for the second best conformation, and obviously to win in today's standards of lamb production, then obviously a E conformation lamb will come to the fore. Fat classification then is 1 is too lean, 2 is acceptable, but the optimum and main target that everybody would go would be a 3L. 3H is actually seen as slightly over fat, but 4L would be deemed as a little bit too fat, and then 4H would be deemed as quite fat, and 5 would be deemed as very fat. Fortunately, within the sheep industry, we do have customers that'll require the lean ones and the fat ones, so there is a market for everything, but in terms of being able to market, they all want that 3L classification to put in the supermarkets or in the butcher shops and whatever. And we got perfect. Lamb hits the target every way. It's an E3L.
Very well described, Gerald.
We see the boss of Keypack over there, Merthyr and Pries Morgan. A lot of pressure on these people that are running these actual abattoirs, but thank goodness they are. A lot of them here within Wales. Should be more realistically, but we've got to go with what we go.
Tra bod y gwellwyr yn cael toriad, dwi wedi sleifio nôl
Well,
a di ffindio.
Aaron has has found his cousin. David happens to be Aaron's cousin, and obviously the Axemen are having a bit of a quick 5 minutes to themselves.
Ferch wedi mynd i dangos ti, mae'n gweithio ddau ffordd, hi'n mynd i tynnu, ar un ail, ar un ôl. So dwi'n mynd dangos ti for basics.
Right, I think Aaron's going to have a go at the sawing. He's asking if they've got a chainsaw, so you've got to use what you've got in front of you. Fionn is relatively new as a novice, but she'd be pulling to start with. And David is kind of giving, or trying to give Aaron some instructions. You've got to find the rhythm. That's all you've got to do. Just slowly to start with and keep it level. Here we go. Keep going.
Ideal. All the way. All the way. Oh, all the way. Lovely. Go on. All the way. Go on. Go on. All the way. Oh, come on. Come on.
I don't know whether using WD-40 is considered cheating or not. But, you know, they're going to get there eventually.
Oh, come on.
Diolch Fionn am dynnu fi ar lli. Oh, hwnna'n galed.
Ti'n go galed?
Dim diolch.
That's hard work. Do you fancy another go? No, thanks very much.
Dim lot. Fionn, ti wrth i fod ar y job ma, ti?
Ynddo.
Ers faint ti wrth i?
Well, Fionn has been doing this for just over a year.
4 mis ti di bod wrth i?
Oh no, sorry, I beg your pardon. Only for about 4 months.
Ni a merched o Czech.
Yma.
Czech ma, ni a merched o Belgium a Iwerddon.
It's very, yes, well, as far as Fionn's the only one competing from Wales. But there's competitors here from Belgium, Ireland, Czech Republic, as we've seen.
Mae'n 2,000 am wbeth fel hyn.
And the cost of a saw like that would set you back about £2,000.
Mae'n dal yn edrych. Mae'n gan awblygyn yn siŵr os ydych chi ddim yn gwybod eich stwff.
Credu edrych ar ôl pethau fel hyn, a cadw'n len.
You've got to look after your tools, obviously. Keep it clean.
Dim bad. Ond, ie, dim yn bad.
Overall, Aaron, I don't think you're too bad.
Fionn, diolch am lusgo fi. Diolch am y sgwrs, David.
Diolch. Gweithio.
Prif bencampwr hufen iach.
Well, that says it all. Supreme Champion Ice Cream.
Hufen iach.
And it's Mountain View Ice Cream, Golwg y Mynydd in Llandeilo. Laura Griffiths and James. How does that make you feel seeing a title like that? Well, I was so pleased, really pleased. And I hadn't really intended competing, to be perfectly honest. Didn't really realise that we were going to win. And I said to the steward, what do you mean, champion of what? No, champion of the whole ice cream section on the showground. And there are so many ice cream companies here. I was thrilled. Couldn't believe that we won it. Actually, the story is quite complicated. You've been involved with the company for a while, but only just taken over. Well, I used to live next door to the people who owned the company on the farm initially. And a couple of years ago, they decided they were going to leave, and they created this ice cream company. And I was the first person to work for the company. And I grew up with them, living next door, of course. But when they moved and they wanted to retire, then I spoke with them and took over the company and bought the business, and that's where we are now. And James is part of the company? Well, he works part-time and then takes time off work to come and help me out on occasions such as this. But he's really good, fair play.
Having a good week, James?
Had a good week, James? Hard work, yes, it is actually. Very hard work, because there's one ice cream that you want us to mention about. Well, this year we decided we wanted to do something completely different, really. So I chose to make a lemon ice cream. Everybody does lemon sorbet, but I thought I'm going to do something different, like lemon. The base is lemon, and there's some curd there, then strawberries on the top, just to get something different, really, and the taste of the cream to come through. It's not as sweet as everything else that we've got, and we've kept one for you because, from what I understand, most of it is gone. And this is the Supreme Champion ice cream, and that's all you've got left. And you've been kind enough to keep some for us. Right, as I'm tasting the ice cream, tell us where'd you get the milk from? Well, I'm still in touch with the people I used to live next door to them. I buy the milk off them. They live in Llansamwel and Britain Ferry at the moment, and they've got quite a big farm. And they've got crossbreeds, Jerseys, Guernseys and Holsteins. So the milk, as you would imagine, has a high butter fat content. And their milk go to dairy partners, of course, and I take my share to make the ice cream. So you can taste the cream. So where do you produce the ice cream? At the moment, it's down in Horeb at Food Centre Wales. That's where we do it at the moment. But we are going through the process of building an appropriate place back home in Llandelo. Oh, where can we buy this? Have you got a shop? No, we haven't got a shop yet. We're hoping in the future to be able to do that. I only bought the business just before COVID. But obviously there was nothing doing for about 2 years, but we had to start again. But what a rebrand. And obviously you've taken care to decorate your stall. You've got ice cream and your earrings and on the Crocs and in your socks. You're living the dream, aren't you, to all intents and purposes, Laura? And with the rosette and the title of having the best ice cream on the showground, it's been quite a week for you.
Un peth sy'n braf am beth i dod i'r sioe fawr yw gweld hyn ffrindiau cyfoedion chi'n di gweld spel on.
Well, one thing about being at the showground is you meeting up with old friends. But I've seen this guy all through the week, Iwan Humphries, that's Welsh Farmer on Twitter. So he's been quite active during the course of the week. And it's an important part of what you do as a farmer, isn't it? Yeah, I try my best to support agriculture in UK as a whole, not just Wales, trying to get everybody to know exactly what we're up to. And what have you got on the farm altogether? For those who don't follow you on social media, 32,000 hens. I have 700 sheep and about 20 cattle.
Oh my goodness,
yeah, the favourite breed, of course, is speckled face. Yep, and the lambs are perfect. What about the cattle at the show this year? What did you make of the standard?
10 out of 10, my reina.
10 out of 10. My cattle won't be coming here, I can guarantee you that. I've just seen on social media that your cattle keep bursting through the fence and getting stuck in the rivers and so on. It's good to see you. I know you had a period when you were not very well. Yeah, I spent some time in Bronglais. I'm very grateful to all the people who work in there. Meningitis is certainly no joke. It's good to see you back on your feet and feeling much better, and to see you here at the Showground. And I'm going to be on S4C tonight. I'm on what's considered to be the Welsh version of Question Time, Pawb a'i Farn, which is being broadcast as 8 o'clock this evening. So I'll certainly have plenty to say when I'll be on the programme tonight.
Dwi mewn cwmni da iawn nawr, sef cyfarwyddwr cylch y defed. Wel, am deitl Gwyn Prisg. Fe fydde fe ddim...
Mainers Gwyn Prisg, the director of the sheep ring here at the Royal Welsh.
Sut mae'r sioe yma'n cymaru?
How's this show been for you compared to the ones in the past? Well, once again, what can I say? It's been a fantastic show. We were lucky with the weather Monday, Tuesday, but when the the youngsters were here on Wednesday, we did have a bit of rain, and today the sun's appeared once again. Do you know what? Fair play to all those youngsters on Wednesday. When the rain came down, none of them complained at all. So no, they showed fantastic character, and everything went splendidly, smoothly. When we were doing the championships, the weather wasn't too bad, but I'm happy about that. 3,500 sheep, more than has ever been here before. The numbers have been high, but the problem we have is finding room for them all. We've got about 1,600 pens, and the competitors came in, wanted or required 1,800, which was a bit of a headache, and the cattle shed helped us out to some degree, but we managed to get everybody in at the end. But we're going to have to think ahead. How are we going to sort this out for future shows? Yes, we need another shed, and because we'd be able to fill them. There's nowhere for people to keep the tack, the boxes, the hay. It'd be nice if we could do that one for each people, but as things are at the moment, there's no chance of doing that. And as you can see, it doesn't look as if we'll be able to get another building on the showground. But there's going to be a lot of discussions going on in the next committee, I'm sure. We'll welcome everybody back next year, possibly with a fewer amount of sheep, to make sure we get room for everybody. But there's a warm welcome to everybody who comes here to the sheep section in Llanelwedd. We've had some very strong classes here today. Jenny Langford, she was judging 56 sheep in one class. And, one really felt for her. Best of luck, Jenny. And she was crying on my shoulder, having to judge so many sheep. But then again, she was so glad that she'd had the opportunity to come here. There was more than 50 sheep in the ring at the time. But it was a sight to see. I was looking down from the balcony afterwards, and it is always a sight to see here at the sheep ring. And if you haven't won, well, it's only the opinion of one individual. Don't let that put you off from coming back next year. And it's just proved, Gwen, how important this show is for the industry. And what makes me feel great is how many young people were here exhibiting the stock. There's about 70% of the people here were under the age of 50. It's been a pleasure, Maynard, and look forward to next year.
Oh,
yeah, you can catch up with your sleep. No, not at all. They got the trap show on the weekend.
Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi anyway.
Mae'r prif gylch wedi gweld...
Welcome back to the Royal Welsh Showground here in Llanelwedd. Day 4 drawing to a close, but there's plenty going on just the same. We're going to return to the main ring now, and we'll join Lottie Stevens, who's joined by David Thomas.
Right, we're back here, and I don't know which way we're going to go first, but it's the in-hand in the north end, and it's the ridden in the south end of the ring. So there are, we're going to the in-hand first. All the champions, in-hand champions coming forward. They're going to be judged by Mrs. Sue Keylock from Herefordshire. Sue is the daughter of Vivian and Pat Eckley from the famous Cusop stud, and they owned the famous influential riding pony stallion Bulch Valentino. So they couldn't have a better judge, really, and she's got a great choice in the ring with the Welsh, the partbreds, the sport horses, the riding pony breeding, the coloured, and we'll endeavour to tell you who they are when they do their shows, so you know. We've got a little bit of information missing, so hopefully we'll catch up and be able to tell you. So have you ever been in this, David? Have you your background?
Hi, Lottie. No, I'm not actually in the in-hand Supreme. We have actually been in the ridden Supreme.
Fantastic.
2018, which is fantastic.
This is basically her choice, and she has said that she will look for correct confirmation with a good walk. So perhaps we can whittle it down by who walks the best.
Well, I think she's certainly got a work cut out, because there's some absolutely beautiful animals being presented today.
Yes. So this is the Welsh Section A. This is the Dydd Spectre, who's a 3-year-old colt. He was actually young stock champion here in 2022 in his section, so it's amazing for him to have gone this far today. I haven't actually got who the coloured animal is at the moment, but I will hope to get it for you. That's the Cob Stallion, who is Gwyn Weiss Seren Wledig, bred and shown by Marion Evans, champion Section D.
Mae bron y bod yn dasg amhosib i'r beirniad. Odi e wedyn ni, achos dyw e ddim yn debyg wrth I debyg I ddilyn y beirniad?
Wel, yn sicr, yr un fydd yn mynd ar bryd y beirniad ar y diwrnod fydd hi. Bydd hi'n talu sylw at...
So this is the show Hunter Ponies breeding just passed.
Bosib fydd na elfen o...
That's Heatherton Hotspur, it was. This is the Section B champion, Henioth Moonamia.
Y ceffil sydd ar X Factor. Felly fydd na ambell...
Just in shot there is Valmai Thomas from the Mount Pleasant stud with the riding pony breeding champion, Mount Pleasant China Doll.
Mewn llaw yn y gorffennol. Nath I dangos yn y sioe hynol ddiwetha nôl yn 1997. A'r flwyddyn hynny, hi nath gymhwyso I sioe ceffil y flwyddyn.
So they'll all go around and then they will stop and give an individual show so she can have a really good look at their movement. And then she will bring them into line and have a look at each one individually, because obviously she hasn't seen them until now.
Well, we'll be back in the main ring shortly. Dylan Tandy keeping company to Aaron, and he's judging the woodwork competition with the younger members of the Young Farmers compared to the ones we saw earlier on. And they've been, well, they've got 2 hours to complete the task. They've been busy for the last hour, and they have to dismantle a pallet to start with and then create anything that they want to. And it's not easy dismantling a pallet, to be perfectly honest, because and they're not new pallets either, so that makes it even more difficult. Yeah, maybe we should have given them new pallets to start with, but Yeah, this is a competition for the under-18s.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
And they've got to use their imagination because altogether there's 100 points available here. And Dylan is one of the judges, or the judge rather.
Yeah. On the day.
And the marks will be given for pre-planning, for the actual building work itself. Well, obviously, depending on how the end product looks at the end. And Aaron's just asking Dylan, any team standing out at the moment? Well, even though Dylan was from Ceredigion, he's obviously not favouring any particular county in this competition.
Galw am builders. Oes, dim i gael, Dwi'n sylwi mae builders sydd wastad ar y ceir neisia, wastad y dillad mes ar sunglasses drytaf.
Yeah, Dylan is a builder and Aaron's just pulling his leg, basically suggesting that, yeah, it's always the builders that've got to best the cars around. Right, let's get back to the business end, back to the main ring, back to Lottie and David.
There are now. We're going to the ridden now. So I'm going to pass you to David because he knows more about this than me.
Thank you, Lottie. Yeah, just going to shot there was young Ella Einan. She's no stranger to the Supreme Championships of the Royal Welsh. And just in shot now is the coloured champion.
That's a beautiful animal. This is India Lata on the Sarum stallion.
Oni adran A don gyfrwy, Ceffil Hinti.
Oh,
that's beautiful.
Well, that's certainly different, isn't it? An Appaloosa side saddle.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
You wouldn't lose that one in the ring.
No, you wouldn't, no.
Ron o Brydfa Roden yn magu, ond fi'n credu mae Ron yn mwy enwog am trafod a produso ponis plant marchogaeth.
Mr. Ron Thomas is the Supreme ridden judge today. Very, very experienced, and probably, in my personal opinion, the best judge of a pony you'd ever meet.
Yes, and they're very lucky to have him in the ring, aren't they?
Absolutely, with his experience. Ron doesn't tend to judge an awful lot, to be honest. He does the odd occasion, a celebrity opportunity, but...
and why not?
Yeah.
Why not? So is the side saddle the ridden cob, do you think? Rooster Coburn, or is that...
Pan wyt ti'n edrych ar y bencampwriaeth yma, y llerddoio o'ch chi roi eich barn y gweud y gwir, achos...
So the coloured now, this is Emma Reese's ride. It's called Bombay Regal Air. He's out of Stanley Grange Regal Reflection. She hasn't had him very long. He was a spur-of-the-moment purchase. Emma herself hasn't been very well, and she bought him. I think it's cheered her up.
Certainly done well.
Absolutely, I think it's
certainly
really,
a good purchase.
Really cheered her up.
Yeah. So will they just run this like a normal class? And
yeah, he'll probably ask them to do a go round and then line them up. He may ask for them to do individual shows, but we'll see.
nôl nawr at bencampwriaeth mewn llaw.
Welcome back, and we're heading straight back to the main ring. So let's rejoin Lottie and David.
There we are, and there's the Section B champion, which is Heniaeth Munamia, who has already been reserved for the Thomas Sprightly today. And our judge, Mrs Sue Keelock, from Hay-on-Wye.
Tocyn bach air I ddim mlaen mewn llaw, ac effaith gorau ar y maes I ddim mlaen mewn llaw.
I don't envy Sue's job today, Lottie, do you? With all these lovely ponies forward.
No, except I think in some ways she can't do wrong. Whatever she decides, but she'll want to have the best that she can find there, and I think you only get one chance to judge the Supreme at the Royal Welsh, and she will want to make it something memorable.
A mae hwnna'n abwyd dda yn dwi, fel temtasiwn.
Mae fe, na'r gorau gallu di wneud o dan gyfrwydau mewn llaw.
So they'll all do a show so she can see them properly.
Ond I fynd lan I sioe. Dyna'r gorau gallu di wneud.
O ran cymwyso, dwi'n meddwl mae hon yw'r sioe anoddau cymwyso fydden ni'n dweud.
And this is Peter Bowdler with Plas Pennant Master Morris, who's the sport horse.
I'r Brydiau Cymreig, yn aml iawn ni'n gweld y Brydiau Cymreig yn ennill yma, yn mynd ar tocyn, ysgwn ni mai a diwrnod rai Cymreig yw I heddi, ond yn y gorffennol, ni wedi gweld synod Lady Lilian yn mynd ar tocyn yma ac yn mynd ar holl ffordd yn sioe ceffyl y flwyddyn.
Mae sawl un wedi wneud I. Mae sawl un wedi wneud I.
Ac wedi cael ei coroni yn sioe ceffyl y flwyddyn hefyd.
Ie. A rhai blynydde nôl, Sue Keelock oedd yn bernadu'r gysyleth hynny yn sioe ceffyl y flwyddyn.
How many horses are in this class and come forward in this championship?
I'm not 100% sure. We'll have a count up as we go along. I don't think they've all come forward. Obviously, some were champion on Monday and Tuesday, and so it would mean either coming back or staying over. And of course, not everyone can stay for the week, much as they'd like to. This is the winner of the Tom and Sprightly. This is Donis Dick Turpin, who has just thoroughly enjoyed his day, ears forward, and shown very well by Richard Pittman. Lovely Section C.
Ie, wedi enni tafliad carreg o'r maes yma. I ni llun gwely stabile, dwi'n siŵr, uwch ben yr eisteddle.
Dyma Sue Keelock. Smart iawn.
This is the Section A champion, 3-year-old colt. Bred in Colchester, Essex, by Mark and Liz Kilby. Shown by Ashley Oldroyd, who is part owner, with his partner Dan Williamson.
So it looks like they're doing a walk round now, Lottie.
Yes, that's right. This is where she'll look at how they walk and decide whether she likes. And I suspect she'll call them in any order and then have a really, really good look, so that she can see whether they track up and whether they're wide, dish, all the faults that can come with horses.
Ac edrych nôl I llynedd, Glynwyn Annie Power enillodd y bencampwriaeth mewn llaw.
People always go faster with red shoes on. Did you know that?
Gwynfaes Seren o'r Ledig oedd tu flaen I ni fyna a geith.
Just in shot there was Valmay Thomas from the Mount Pleasant stud and her daughter Kyrgios. Lovely to see Kyrgios helping her mum.
Wy'n cofio fi. Wy'n cofio ti'n hoff iawn o fe. Wy'n cofio ni. Heniaeth Munamia.
This is very important that we encourage young people. It's obviously the age for the Royal Welsh. You have to be 14 before you can show at the Royal Welsh, partly because of the number of animals forward, and the collecting ring becomes quite a dangerous, lively place, particularly first thing in the morning when you've got 3 classes coming in, which is why they imposed the 14 age limit.
Yn agor yn llyged ni.
Odi.
But as soon as they're able, I'm sure they'll be in the ring, and our next generation of showmen.
Well, I don't envy Sue's job this afternoon, trying to pick a winner out of these, some lovely, beautiful animals forward.
No.
And each one a winner in their own right.
Ddim o'r eisteddle mawr yn y cylch cyffyle. Mae'n fwy hamddenol. Mae'n brofiad gwahanol yn y cylch cyffyle.
Felly, mae'n dipyn o beth iddyn nhw I gael y
She was very smart, Sue, and obviously
ar ôl cael yr profiad gwahanol tawelach.
happy it's not raining. I think for the ladies, they go to a lot of trouble to get a nice outfit, and then if it's raining, they end up wearing a raincoat and a rain hat. And kind of spoils it, really.
Inspector. Pencampwr yr adran A. Diddorol, fe ddath e o gael ei goroni fel pencampwr y stoc ifanc. Ac wedyn, un cam y well I fod yn pencampwr yr adran I gyd.
As I said, he was young stock champion in 2022, so as a 2-year-old, so he's quite a good show record.
Fe oedd yn pencampwr yr stoc ifanc adran A blwyddyn diwetha. A dyna le bennodd I siwrne, ond blwyddyn hyn, mae fe wedi mynd ar holl ffordd.
Os ewn ni'n ôl I'r flwyddyn 1976, fe nath tad y beirniad, Mrs Sioe.
Super walker, this pony is Lottie, would you agree?
Gymwyso.
Sorry?
He's a super walk, this pony has.
Yeah, that's right, and he's happy and he's bobbing along, isn't he?
Yeah, of course, dyna fe yw'n credu taw Les Partridge oedd y beirniad y diwrnod na. Ie, wir. Braidd yn cofio fe, Helen. Braidd yn cofio fe.
Brith gof.
I think he's quite a showman.
Nôl fel y plentyn bach na'n pipo dros yr rails.
Ie. Idil Inspector yn cael tro bach.
Oeddi, mae'n bod ni sy'n trafeilu na ar ôl cwpl o ddyrnodau yn y cylch.
So the judge has to see every pony do that, every pony like that. And then evaluate and decide which way she's going. So this coloured animal had... What was he called, David?
I believe this is called Wee Big Man.
Wee Big Man.
I actually think he was in the Enhanced Supreme last year, as well, if I remember.
Right.
I think I remember commenting, I wouldn't like to have to help to get this one ready. Imagine the work and preparation that goes into this.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's actually turned out to perfection.
Yes.
Yeah. Fair bit of work.
Edrych am y cerdded, dyna beth yw I barnu. Os dyn nhw ddim yn cerdded, dyn nhw ddim yn mynd I fynd yn well yn besis eraill. So, mae digon clir ar hwnna.
And often it's quite difficult to judge them with such an animal with such a lot of feather. It's difficult, you can't really...
No.
You could hide a multitude of sins, really, couldn't
Absolutely, and, the judges are not allowed to handle them, whereas years ago they'd have picked them up and looked at the foot and felt down all the legs.
Yeah, can't run the hands on the legs anymore.
No, whereas now, because of health and safety, they don't do it.
Y tad Woodley Mammoth ar fam Janie. Felly fe oedd pencampwr y cyffyle lliw yng nghylch y cyffyle.
Mae'n drawiadol iawn.
Ydy,
A'r siwrle na yn mynd yn y gwynt. A'r gymffwrdd.
Beautifully produced. I wonder how they keep that feather from losing the feather.
I actually saw at a show a very long time ago an animal feather like that. It was actually wrapped in cling film, which I thought was an ingenious idea.
Pencampwr cyffyle lliw.
Wedi teithio'n iawn?
Wedi teithio yn ddidor, yn dywe?
Ydy. Na. Dim lot o'n I weid yn erbyn e. A dyma fe, Gwynfaes, y seren wledig.
Section D.
I brydda Gwynfaes, Mirion Evans a'r teulu. Hermon fel wedon ni bore ma'n dyfe, dyna le mae'r brydfa yn dwylo.
This is Gwynfaes Seren Wledig.
Dorian Lloyd.
Dorian, siwr fod dal ar gwmwl nawr ar ôl ddo.
Wedi blino wedyn ni, wedi blino, wrth gwrs.
Cadw fynd, Dorian, cadw fynd.
Dod I ben ma.
He would have been champion yesterday and come back today for the
Supremes. Cyment o safon.
And you can see why he was champion. He's an outstanding example of a cob, isn't he?
Absolutely, yes. He's lovely animal.
Ar wahân, mae rhaid deall gyffyle. Mae'r fenyw iawn yn y cylch I wneud ni heddi. I gymaru, tmod, pwy mor dda. Mae un ceffil yn ei adran yn erbyn y llall. Yn campwr yr adran dy, of course.
We should be looking to see how straight he's moving. And
Cerfa nawr, boi, cerfa. Mae'n bwysig ar beirniad hyn.
He's got such a lovely turn of front. You could imagine him with a saddle on and being ridden.
Yeah, well, I'm doing any job, really.
Yes, that's right.
A'r ceffil.
Wel, o'na luniau, ti'n gwybod, ar y we neithwr o Dorian yn cwtsia yn y ceffil ar ôl ennill pencampwr adran dy. A ni jyst yn pipo arno un oedd Dorian yn bles iawn yn ôl ceffil. O ti'n gallu gweld o'n ligger e'n gweud, ti'n fi di wneud na reit. Mae fe'n bles da fi eddi.
They're very fit, these cowboys, when they run. But to a certain extent, I think they carry them.
Ydy, symud yn dda Owen yn dweud.
Ie, wedi symud yn dda.
Lovely show. Lovely show.
Defnyddio'r coes ôl yn dda.
Fi'n feddwl bod wedi cael diwrnod hir ddo.
Right. We'll be back in a bit and carry on, hopefully, and view the rest.
Ar ôl y ffos fi'n credu.
Ie, wir.
Mr. Ron Thomas.
Welcome back, and we're returning to the main ring. Here's Lottie and David again.
Y cyfrwy yn ôl i'r prif.
So Mr. Ron Thomas now is watching the individual shows. It's the Palomino champion.
And the Palomino champion was Glebedale Desert Storm, and originally ridden by India Lata Sears, but of course India's on a Section A. And as India's quite small, I don't expect she had a choice about that. It's finding another rider.
Very ably ridden, I can see by Catrin Roberts.
Ah, there you are, you know who's
AKA Catrin Rowland, so she was.
Mae rai bod hwnna'n cyfri bod rhai ohonyn nhw yn fwy profiadol na'i gilydd yma yn y brif gylch, a'r lleill wedi cael y profiad tawelach yn y cylch cyffyle.
Mae fe gallu neud wahaniaeth, ond I wedi gwir mae'r
So difficult job there for being a stand-in jockey. I know India's actually tied up in another ring at the moment, so not a regular ride for Catrin, but I think she did a really good job on that.
Really good, yeah. India's in here. She's on the Section A in the ring. Yeah, she can't ride two in the same ring. Not even India.
Yeah.
She has tremendous success with her ponies. She works so hard.
Fel arfer, y rhai mewn llaw ni'n gweld fwyaf yn y prif gylch, wrth gwrs, a fi'n meddwl bod y mwyafrif, wel, y rhai ni gyd wedi cymwyso trwy'r cylch cyffyle. Felly'r... Fi welson ni y ceffyl Palomino I ddechrau, Glebedale Desert Storm yn cael ei baratoi gan India Lata Sears. Dim hisi yn y cyfrwy.
So Ron Thomas having a good look at this pony now. This would be more of his, what he'd be used to, a riding pony.
O, hwn yn dod â llygad. Beth yw dy farn di? Ti wedi cael hwn? Helen?
Do.
It's a riding pony champion, is it? Or
This is the partbred champion.
Ah,
yeah.
that's right.
It's been very successfully shown as a show hunter pony with Ella, and now she's content in partbreds with him, and he's been equally successful as a partbred. He's a beautiful pony by Stransdale Matador, I believe he is.
And how old is Ella? Is she? She's 13. Oh, no, I've just been told she's 13. Big thing for her to do in this ring.
Ac wrth diwedd dydd Iau, tipyn bach amser I bobl bod o gedre a cadw cyffyle ag o ffotali, gadw nhw hefyd. So, yeah, with that modd, mae'n bell un.
Beautiful pony. I bet they're beautifully turned out, isn't it, as well? I wouldn't don't envy on to get this pony ready for the ring.
No, and a lovely show. Lovely show.
Yna benderfyniad?
Dim yn yr marchogaeth, mae fe cwpl I weld to.
So next out to do their individual show, this is the M&M Working Hunter Pony Champion.
Caled.
Felly, y diwetha Isley Walton Quartz, eiddo I Eirig Einon.
Y ceffyl glas.
Ie, wir. A dwi'n meddwl mae Eiri Bonner yw hon o Aberystwyth. Ar gefn y Connemara.
Fair and Tea, wy'n credu enw'r ceffyl. Fair and Tea.
I actually saw this pony jump this morning with his jockey, Irie Bonner. Jumped very, very well indeed.
Yn y gystadleuaeth yma tan gyfrwy, ddim tebyg at I debyg.
It's called Fear and Tiz.
Gweud I Ron Thomas.
Fear and Tizzy. Fear and Tizzy. Fear and Tizzy.
Sôl am ddarog.
Wel, mae Ron yn brofiadol iawn yn dweud, mae'n nabod ceffyl tu fewn tu fas yn dweud.
Pob type o geffyl, o di ma fe.
Mae'r cogaeth I wi arbenigedd ac mae gyda'r gorau, fe yw'r hifen pan mae'n dod I baratoi cyffyle, mae'r cogaeth, mae wedi...
This was a champion of the working hunter ponies.
Yeah, champion mountain and moorland working pony.
Yeah.
Given a very, very manly ride for Irie. Considering he's a stallion, it's, you know, it's more difficult than a gelding. I wouldn't say more difficult than a mare, because mares, being an entire animal, is going to be a bit opinionated sometimes, but
demonstrates the versatility of the Welsh breeds, and
absolutely.
And the kind temperament too.
Sôn am sioe ceffyl y flwyddyn, I ni wedi clywed enw Sandy Anderson. Cwbl o weithiau yn ystod yr wythnos yma sydd yn berchen ar y sioe ceffyl y flwyddyn.
I think the ring surface is holding up quite well, isn't it?
Absolutely, I think it's recovered quite well. Considering the weather yesterday, I think it's held up quite well, really, isn't it?
adran am y diwrnodau hyn, a wedi cael tyma bach o lwyddiant trwy'r diwrnodau diwetha.
One hand to canter there, very nice, very smart indeed.
Yn edrych lawr i weld beth sy'n mynd i gael y goron i fynd mlaen i ddiosioia.
Ond Mr Ron Thomas fyny, y gore o'r goreion, yn edrych yn graff ac yn diolch cyn cario ymlaen a'i waith.
Well, mae Sioe Sir Forgan.
Well, we're going to leave the main ring for a short while because Nia is with the Glamorgan president and the ambassador. John Humphrey, the president, Jacob Anthony, the ambassador. Here's John to start with.
It started with a bang, not really a bang, but with a massive shriek, I suppose, on Sunday night with Molly and Mice here, over 1,000 people, all our favourite hymns. We really gave it some welly.
And then the opening ceremony, and you spoke Welsh because you did promise.
Yeah, naturiol.
Yeah, naturiol, yeah.
Yeah, tipyn bach. Ond, perigl. Perigl.
Pam?
Acos, diolch I pawb.
Yeah.
Dwi ddim yn forget.
Anghofio.
Anghofio.
Yeah, dwi'n gwybod, mae'n
Yes, John, just saying quickly there, he wants to thank everybody. Without saying, naming anybody, he doesn't want to forget anybody.
Oh, Jacob, yes.
Yeah,
Righty.
John's trying to say, Jacob has now to learn Welsh because I'm also doing it.
Different show this week.
A very different show this week, and my voice is still starting to go as it does every year show week, but I can't blame it on the Mice M this year, can I?
Oh, what have you been doing then, Jacob?
Going around and meeting all the fantastic exhibitors, the stall holders, and just really getting a feel for the show like I've never had before, really, and it's been an incredible experience, and it's something really, really special about the Royal Welsh, isn't it?
Well, yes, and I suppose you've had an eye-opener this year as well, because you, John, I've seen you going around all the different, stalls and meeting different people.
Well, I tell you, Neil, what's really baffling is you go from thing to thing to thing to thing, and you just about cracked what you've been looking at the previous time. Like you see a group of 5 sheep. Why? You think, why 5? And then you're on to 3 cattle, and there's maybe... And they're being judged because they're exactly the same, or they're being judged because they're a mother, a dad and a baby or something, but you're never quite sure what the game is.
Well, you're not over yet because you've got the Winter Fair, and then
Winter Fair is much less full of danger. This is a real marathon with knobs on. The Winter Fair is just 2 days, and it is always very successful. This is more risky with weather and things like that.
You've been very lucky, though.
Well, you could say that. It's much better than last year in terms of economics for footfall. But people still like a lovely day. And yesterday, I suppose they came here and it was dry, and then when it was wet, it was too bad, wasn't it?
Yes, but we've had a lovely day today.
Today's great.
And what are the memories you'll be taking back with you to Tondy?
I think the memories I'll be taking back is... There's so many ways to start, but really the friendships we've all made, isn't it, Johnny? Because I never thought that I would be spending my Royal Welsh on the beer with you, Johnny Humphrey. But we've become really good friends. The whole team in Glamorgan have become good friends. We've just made special memories throughout the week, and I'm looking forward to next year and still making more special memories.
And being normal again.
And being normal in shorts and flip-flops back. So I'm more comfortable in, to be honest.
Sitting on that old bank over there.
Yeah.
That's it.
But what a special year it's been. Thank you both.
Yeah.
Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Diolch yn fawr, Nia.
A dal ati efo'r Gymraeg.
Yeah.
Dal ati.
Dwi'n gyrru Cymraeg.
Cyn dysgu Cymraeg.
Yeah.
Wyt, yn dda iawn. Da iawn. Diolch.
Diolch.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Jacob. Yes, of course, the Winter Fair's yet to come, but we're going to go to the main ring and join Lottie and John.
And David.
David, I beg your pardon.
Well, welcome back to the Ridden Champion. It looks like Mr. Ron Thomas has made his decision, and it looks like it's a win for Emma Rees and her beautiful coloured Bombay Regal Air.
How amazing. That's lovely. Look how happy she looks. We love a crier.
Poblogaidd iawn, wy'n credu.
Wy'n credu oedd e, a mae'r ceffil hyn.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, this was an impulse purchase for Emma. Emma hasn't been very well recently and decided to purchase his horse and cheer up. Came to the Royal Welsh and he won his class, obviously, he was champion. And how about this for a result? How about that for a...
That's amazing. And in reserve, is it a Section C?
Well, mae gam yn nes tuag at...
I think it's the Section C in reserve, is that?
Yep, I think you're probably right.
Ron Thomas yn amlwg wedi blesio.
Local exhibitor supporting the show for many, many years. And taking reserve, we have the Section C champion.
Fantastic, two lovely animals. A very lovely thing to judge a Supreme.
Very delighted looking Emma.
Yes. Very happy and a beautiful, beautiful animal.
And Emma doesn't live very far from the showground, but and obviously she's taken this little horse home after he's been on Monday, and I bet she's glad she's brought him back today now.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, it's always worth the effort. You never know, do you, in the Supremes? And he's obviously rested and can come here and show his best today.
Odi mae'r emosiwn yn amlwg.
So have a nice lap of honour.
Wrth sylweddoli bod hi wedi...
Well, I think that smile says it all, Lottie.
Absolutely. It's a lovely animal.
And a popular choice with the crowd, with the sounds of it as well, I think.
Definitely, yeah, definitely sounds as though everyone's happy for her.
Sorry fan hyn. Bombay Regal Air yn derbyn pencampwriaeth tangyfrwy yn y sioe frenhinol fan hyn.
We're going to get a gallop across the grandstand. No, a buck. Not quite.
I think they know when they win.
Thanks, Lottie and David. Apologies, David. I had John Humphrey on my mind after hearing him being interviewed by Nia. But Nia now has moved on. She's with Esill Ellis Griffiths, who is the ambassador for the feature county at next year's Royal Welsh, which is Ceredigion, of course. And they are here announcing the fact that they will be the next feature county. And, of course, more importantly, they're selling all the items they have there to try and raise funds for the Royal Welsh next year. There's ties, hats, shorts. They've covered it all. There's something for everybody there. And they've been selling very well this week, in fairness. And I think we will see more of the colours, the green and the grey, next year. Why green and grey? Well, we did have a committee meeting and we were discussing it for quite a while, really. And we were a few hours and we came to the conclusion that, you know, we live in Wales. Our county is Ceredigion, and you can see the mountains and the greenery, of course. So those colours reflected our county to some degree. I was brought up on a farm, a cattle and sheep farm in Llanguirfon, and she's moved now to Llanwenog about 4 years ago. And she just had a baby boy 10 weeks ago, so congratulations, Esill. And he's been here every day. He's really enjoyed himself here on the stand and the caravan, so he's seen a fair bit of the show already, and it's quite possible that he could well be the mascot next year. Well, yeah, I've really enjoyed the show in my capacity as ambassador. I've met so many people this week. It's been an opportunity to meet different people. I've actually followed Jacob Anthony, Glamorgan's ambassador this year. And Esill has been part of the project that Glamorgan as a county have established. We did hear Tulleri from Glamorgan earlier in the programme saying that they were keen to develop young talent, and Essyth is one that's benefited from the funding that Glamorgan as a county have established. And on the stall as well, there is a picture there by the artist Meirion Jones, which depicts a scene from the Bali Saturday in Cardigan. That's being sold in an auction, I believe. I'm not quite sure exactly when. I think, oh yeah, the details are there. I think it's the 18th of August. So if you're interested, I'm sure you'd be able to find the details on the Royal Welsh website. Right, let's return to the main ring.
Now we're back with the main ring now, and we're doing the in-hand championship. And she's possibly seen them all, I think, and is now having a look and making up her mind which way to go.
It looks like Sue Keelock's made a decision, and I think it's a very popular decision as well with the crowd.
Absolutely.
Driven by the cheering and the shouting.
Yeah. Gwynfaith Seren Lwedig, which is interesting because he didn't feature in the Thomas Brightly, but he's been picked for the best for this, so it shows the difference with judges, how different judges look for different things and different horses appeal. And at this level, as we've said before, any of them could win.
Evans a'r teulu o Brydfa, Gwynfaith, ac wel dyma fe, o'r gore mewn llaw.
A dwi'n meddwl mai dad ath ar tocyn nôl yn 2002 oherwydd mi ath y...
And is that the Ridey Penny breeding in reserve? No, we've got the reserve.
Felly, tad y march yma. Felly, hanes yn ailadrodd.
O, di ma fe yn diwe. Aid gofio, wrth gwrs, mae'r gystadleuaeth.
I think the reserve is the Ridey Penny.
Looks like the hunter breeding.
Oh, hunter breeding, is it?
Yeah.
There you are then. There we are.
Yn cynnig tocyn bach I fynd I sioe ceffil y flwyddyn mewn llaw. Dim ceffil trwm yw Gwynfaith Seren Wledig, so fe geiff e'r tocyn bach air na I fynd I sioe ceffil y flwyddyn. Yn hwyrach yn y flwyddyn.
Mae fel anreg ar ôl anreg ar ôl anreg ydw I.
Mae Santa Claus wedi dod yn diwe.
Gynnar iawn I Hermon.
So I believe the reserve here is the hunter breeding is King's Mistress.
Sy'n berchen ar ceffil yma.
Owned by Shirley Roberts, I believe.
A Dorian Lloyd o'r Canolbarth Cymru sy'n arddangos a pharatoi'r ceffil. Fab I Gwynfaith Culhwch.
There's a delighted Dorian Lloyd being presented there by, I think it's Mrs. Cathy Bowdler.
Find some way to put it. Lovely.
Mae yna rhyw quality am bwyty fe.
I ni heb gweld Cobyn yn cymhwyso.
As we said earlier, he's a beautiful example of a cob, isn't he?
Yes, absolutely, and superbly produced and shown, and it's just a great result for them.
Absolutely, congratulations all connections. I bet they're absolutely delighted with that.
Arbennig, y wobr gynta. A dyma ni Gwynfaith Seren Wledig yn mynd â phencampwriaeth mewn llaw, Sioe Frenhinol Cymru 2023.
Well,
we're back with Aaron. We saw earlier on in this section with the young farmers under 18s woodwork competition where they had to dismantle a pallet and build something from that.
Ti'n di bod yn fel cwrw cyn gwaith ar bwysig a hyn? Nadw. Sorry.
And these are two members who've been competing in this particular competition. And Aaron says, in fairness, you've done a very good job here. Where did you get this idea from?
Google.
Google, plain and simple. And the two young men are studying woodwork in college. But they don't think they'll be going into business together. Let's see. Oh, hello. What a comfortable rocking chair.
Yeah,
if you make me a cup of tea, boys, I'll come back later. And here we go. Moving on.
Ydych chi fod yn gwybod lle ydych chi'n dod o? Beth ydy enw di?
This is Kai. And this is Isaac. And they seem being quite content with what they've put together. It's okay, he said. What is it to start with? It's like a manger. Two young guys who are farming, trying to be carpenters. You look for some hay, boys, fill it up, and I'll return. Aaron feels as if he's on the grid at the Formula 1. Here we go. Eglwys Pembrokeshire. Hawys and Becca. And they've gone and produced something that's very different to the other competitors. And the inspiration for this design was the internet.
Dim really, we're lot of waith to tynnu pallet ar lid.
It took them quite a while. Of course, the competitors had 2 hours to put everything together, and it took them quite a while to dismantle the pallet initially.
Wel, sa'n gwybod ni, ond ie, falle, gweithio.
Wel, mae'n edrych yn wych i fi, so ni'n berniadus.
If I was the judge, you'd be in the mix.
Pob lwc i chi. Diolch am y sgwrs.
It's the Royal Welsh Supreme Horse Championship, and several breeds have won this before.
Pen Strumbly, our Latif, a pony hela perfect.
Wel, pencampwr y dosbarthiadau gyrru.
Ond llynedd un o'r bryd.
Last year, it was one of the Welsh breeds that won.
Anni Power, pencampwr yr adran cyr.
And another Section C winner is the only champion to go on and win at the Horse of the Year show.
A synod Lady Lilian sydd wedi dod i'r brig, bobl bach.
So let's go back to the main ring and join Lottie Stevens and David Thomas.
There we are, so we're now at the Royal Welsh Supreme Horse Championship, and it means that the driving, the ridden and the in-hand all come up against each other.
Sam Whaley Cohen, bobl sydd yn dilyn y raso. Bydd hwn yn enw bach.
So the champion and reserve all go head-to-head for the Supreme Horse.
Absolutely, and we've got a different judge, and the judge is Mr. Sam Whaley Cohen from London, and he is an English entrepreneur and a retired amateur national hunt jockey. So his perspective of what's in the ring will be totally different from the previous judges. And it's kind of a nice thing to have somebody to do with their own thoughts on what to put up.
Absolutely, and not an enviable job, I got to say. With all these beautiful animals in front of you.
Not at all. He is a keen amateur jump jockey, having won the Cheltenham Gold Cup and running the Grand National. So I expect he wants something that goes fast.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see.
Fydd rhaid y fynd gyda'i galon, dwi'n siŵr, fydd e o bosib yn tynnu at un yn fwy na'r llall, a fydd mae rhain yn bencampwr yn barod, Heledd, felly does dim
So the champion and reserve in the ridden, the champion and reserve driven, and the champion and reserve in hand are eligible for this.
James Foley.
So this is the first time we've seen the driving champion.
Inspiration.
This is James Foley with Wentworth Inspiration.
Yes, I saw this yesterday in the horse ring winning, and just thought, what an amazing animal. Absolutely going like a dream. And of course got the whole ring now, so he'll really be able to open out and should prove a crowd favourite, if not a judge favourite. And there's our judge.
Neu colli gwbl o ddannedd y llefyd a goffa talu rhywun arall i drefnu gegau. Fel dyn ti. Gwynfaes Syren Wledig, wrth gwrs, y gorau mewn llaw ar y maes blwyddyn hyn.
Again, Lottie, the turnout of this is absolutely fantastic. The work and the effort that goes into present this is well, you can appreciate all the work involved, the hard work.
Well,
Tasa ti yn sgidiau Sam?
Dwi wastad yn tynnu
I sat and watching my mother, and she thought he looked like a Georgian dapper gentleman.
Gwynfaes yn mynd â hi, yn mynd yr holl ffordd. Bydde hynny'n braf yng Nghymru, wrth gwrs, y bryd Cymreig yn codi'r brig fel hifen, ond dim diwrnod fi yw I, Helen.
Rob.
So perhaps we ought to mention the stewards this week, because the stewards do a sterling job all week. Great support for the judges and ensure that everything runs smoothly.
Ond mae'r rhaid gweud, mae'r
all volunteers.
Mae rhywbeth yn y maes heddi na beth bydden ni'n dywys, fi'n credu. Gewn ni weld. A ti? Sy'n neb wedi gofyn I ti, Helen. Beth yw'r ffefryn di, gwed?
Wi'n mynd I fynd am Gwynfaes Syren Wledig.
So do you have a favourite, David?
Gewn ni weld.
Mynd at y galon.
I've got to be honest, Lottie, I really wouldn't know where to start, because they're all winners and champions in their own right. I'm going to keep an open mind for a minute, I think, and I'm going to have a look and see how they go, and then I'll...
and then you'll put your money down?
And then I'll put my money down, I think.
Are you having a punt? It's very, very hard to compare. They're all so different, really, and all so good. But of course, this judge could prefer the reserve champion to the champion, so we could see one of the reserve champions going there.
Absolutely, it's this judge is a totally separate championship.
Yeah, and he doesn't have to follow form.
Mae modd i'r rheini sydd wedi ennill y gil bencampwriaeth?
Ydy, mae hynny'n wir. Mae gyda ni'r gil bencampwyr yn adran dan gyfrwy, sef y march adran ec, march Helgarth Lucky Legend.
I wonder what the exhibitors are feeling at the moment. Having been in this position myself a few years back, I can categorically tell you it's absolutely nerve-wracking. Exciting, but nerve-wracking.
And they're probably tired. But you're the ones that have to run.
Dyma oedd Cil Bencampwr mewn llaw o dan Mrs Sue Killock.
So this was the reserve in hand, the Hunter breeding champion.
Yeah, beautiful mover.
Caseg hela. Gore.
And it's a difficult job, isn't it? It's difficult not to be influenced by the crowd. The crowd's already got, pick their favourites and what they would like to win. So it's a difficult job being the judge, trying not, to have what you prefer and not to kind of be influenced from the majority of the crowd.
She's very happy. We'll be back to see the result later.
Yes, we will be back later for the climax of the competition in the main ring. In the meantime, Aaron is joined by Hefin Evans, the chair of Young Farmers Wales, and he's had a fantastic week. Over 1,000 members competing here during the week, and all the people who visited the site, and especially our particular section here. And it's been wonderful to see so many watching the tug of war and the rugby, for example. When everybody's here around the cattle ring, it's a fantastic atmosphere. Now, the theme you had during the week this week was circus, and it's been extra special, really. It just goes to show what our members can do, learning the circus skills. And myself as a bit of a clown, as the chair, it was great to see.
Yn y darn bach yma, so ni'n feddwl, darn y ffermwyr ifanc. Ydyn, mae'n ffermwyr ifanc. Wel, prif wrthwedwr, Sioe ni'n ôl wedi dod o ffermwyr ifanc.
Aaron's just made the point that, this is a very good grounding area for people who will take part within the show. For example, the chief executive, Aled Rhys-Jones, was a member of the Young Farmers. Now then, Hefin is going to be raising money soon for Welsh Ambulance, or Air Ambulance Cymru, and all the details on the social media. All the best, Hefin. Right, let's, without further ado, head straight back to the main ring, and we return to Lottie and David.
Welcome back, everybody. I can just see that the ridden Supreme Champion is just doing her show now for the judge, Mr. Sam Wheely-Cohen.
I think the cob's very popular, as expected.
Dorian Lloyd.
Is he going to go the full length? My goodness.
Yeah, he looks
Fair
like
play.
he's doing the full length of grandstand.
The red shoes definitely make him fly.
Enillodd prynhawn ddo fan hyn yn y prif gylch. Dyna beth oedd y wyrgylch drydanol.
Fe oedd e. Fe oedd e wir, ond mae'n dod nôl heddi to. Mae'r gwres yn twymo yma.
So he's deciding how to judge them now. It's a bit difficult, really, when you've got in-hand, ridden and driven.
Absolutely, and it's a personal preference, and being a racing man, it'd be interesting to see what he would actually prefer.
Yeah.
Wedi bennu raso nawr. Y blwyddyn diwetha, fi'n credu. Yn weddol ifanc, tra bod e'n gallu. Ond ie, fel deinti ddiwy waith e.
Ie, mae'n berchen ar gwmni reit fawr. Mae'n berchen ar dros 200 o practices dental. Mae'n berchen ar y cwmni Portman Dental Care ers 2009.
Mr. Sam Wheely-Cohen's having a good look over the hunter breeding champion. And lovely to see how well behaved she's been, considering she's got a foal at foot and the foal's there with her. She's
yes,
not,
very well behaved.
Not stressed at all. She looks like an old hand at this, doesn't she?
Yes, definitely.
And what a beautiful big-bodied mare to produce such lovely foals.
And a lovely, lovely big stride.
King's Mistress. Y gore o'r cyffyle hela. Mewn llaw. I Shirley Roberts. Fe oedd yn is-bengampwr mewn llaw i'r march yr adran Gwynfaes Seren Ledig.
A'n dipyn o bwysau ar sgwyddau Sam Bernard Wheely-Cohen.
So each of the riddens will obviously do their own individual show.
Prif bencampwriaeth y sioe.
The driven's out now. The Hackney.
498 o geffylau wedi cofrestru ar gyfer eleni. Ac I ddewis yr un yna.
Wel ie, a ni'n benni ar rhyw 5 neu 6 tu flaen I ni a goffa dewis.
It's an amazing turnout.
Tipyn o beth yn diwe.
You can appreciate the work involved in this. It's not just getting, the horse ready, which is beautifully turned out itself. You can see.
It's polishing the brass and.
It's the, the harness.
Yeah.
The car and those white socks.
Yeah, and all the training that goes in and the months and months of work with the horse.
Wel, wedyn ni falle. Fe fydd yn erbyn e, ond ma' nhw'n picture, mae rai gweud. Ceffil Hackney, wrth gwrs. A mae'r camau just yn dala deligad I. Mae fe'n bert iawn.
Yr offer.
And they're obviously trained to pick their feet up and to go, although it is natural in the breed, but they'll obviously enhance it with training.
Mae'r sport hyn yn holl boblogaidd ar hyn o bryd, y gyrru, ac ni'n gweld siampl bach da iawn fan hyn, y gore o'r gyrru preifat yn y sioe frenhinol.
I think the Hackney's always popular at the Royal Welsh anyway.
Absolutely.
Because of the movement.
It's the epitome of elegance, really, isn't it?
Yes. And
Di wedi cael tro bach da, heb dorri wi'n credu tro hyn.
So for me, in a supreme horse situation, if I was judging this, I'd be looking for, I don't know you, Lottie, but I'd be looking for something that looks like it wants to win.
Yeah.
And this little pony looks like he wants to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, you're right. Something that's just shines with star quality and.
Lovely, lovely pony. Went with inspiration on his. Shown by James Foley.
And we'll be back, as they say. And Ivan, at the moment, at the cattle shed with Ella Roberts, who's been exhibiting here this week. And it's, as many other people have said, it's been a busy week and also a week to remember. Exhibiting the Welsh Blacks and the Shorthorns. What feeling did you have when you were walking into the ring with the cattle? Well, pretty nervous, to be perfectly honest. But I've been in the pig ring before, but the decision to bring the cattle is a different story. It's the first time we've exhibited the cattle at this year's show. Well, the Welsh pigs started at 8 o'clock, and the Welsh Blacks and the Shorthorns were being exhibited at 9. So it was a bit of a juggle, but we managed to do it. But we couldn't have managed it either without the help of a few very good friends. Yeah, the pigs, we had 2 red cards with the pigs, 2 seconds, 3rd and 4th, and a reserve female in the Welsh section. So we've been very successful from that point of view. So the pigs have delivered, as it were. Are you tired, Ella? Yes, I am. Plain and simple. And on the way back to Lleithfaen, not far from the Llyn Peninsula. But when you got up this morning, you kind of knew you're on the last day, one last push. And we were competing this morning with the heifers. But yeah, it's been a good week. It's been a very good week. Where would the show be without people like you? You know, competing every year, this year turning up with the cattle as well. You are the backbone of this show. Well, people have to support the show. Obviously, it's growing from year to year. And from what I understand, there were more pigs, sheep and the cattle here this year than have ever been before. Congratulations on all your success. I'm looking forward to see you back in the cattle ring next year. Right, back to the main ring, and hopefully it'll come to a conclusion. Let's return to Lottie and David.
Thank you, and we're back here. And have you decided, David, where your money's going? Which would you like to see as Supreme?
Oh, I don't know. They're all fantastic champions, winners in their own right.
You're sat on the fence.
I'm sat on the fence. Oh, it looks like you've got a decision.
Look at that. That's lovely. The cob. That's a popular choice.
So it looks like the overall Supreme has gone to Gwynfais Seren Wledig.
So what does Seren Wledig mean? I'm going to ask Gareth. What does Seren Wledig mean?
Say again?
What does Seren Wledig?
Seren is star, and Gwledig is a rural, so
rural star.
It's a rural star.
Ah, fantastic.
And it's been a very good week for Gwynfais Seren Wledig as well.
Absolutely. It couldn't be better. I don't think he's a rural star anymore. I think he's a global star.
That could be their next entry next year.
That's it. Lovely culmination to the show, and
well,
super result for them.
Yeah, fantastic. And it looks
and at the Hackney in Reserve, fantastic. Yeah, they were. Well, he's gone for the 2 movers, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
Yeah. The crowd pleaser. Sponsored by Lloyd's Fish and Chips from Lampeter.
Seren Wledig, mae wedi cael tyma bach o lwyddiant yn y sioe frenhinol dros y blynydde.
He wants to go now, doesn't he?
Yep, I think he's saying, come on, let's go, let's do this lap of honour and give the crowd what they want.
I think there'll be quite a cheer as he goes past the grandstand. And
well, he's certainly been a crowd pleaser this week, hasn't he? That's for sure.
Absolutely, yeah. And I wonder if he'll do the full length of the grandstand again.
Ffermwr godro yw Meirion, pwy sy'n godro heno, sa'n gwybod, ond dwi'n siŵr fydd yn dathlu nes mlaen. A bydd na mwy o lath yn y cwpad ag e.
Some more crystal for the mantelpiece.
hefyd wedi rhoi tipyn o nerth a egni a gwad, dwi'n siŵr, mewn i'r ceffyl yma i gael i'r sioe yma eleni.
Mae'n lafur cariad yn dwi.
Ydy, mae hynny'n wir. Mae'r un pobl ti'n gweld gyda'r Brydau Cymreig yma dro ar ôl tro. Yr un teuluodd hefyd i'r raddau. A ie, mae'n braf gweld y llinach Gwynfaes, er enghraifft. Mae yna sawl cenhedlaeth o Gwynfaes wedi bod. Y tad Gwynfaes Culwch.
Yeah, he's certainly looking a lot like he wants to get on with his lap of honour.
Yeah, and there's his breeder, Marianne Evans, obviously coming to help share.
Oh, fantastic.
Owner and breeder, but nice that he can come in and enjoy the moment.
Y tocyn I sioe ceffyl flwyddyn diwetha o'r sioe yma. Felly braf.
So with all the horses in the show, what are the odds of getting to the Supreme?
Be there.
Well, it's not easy, is it? Let's be honest, because you know you're not even, it's not even one judge just going to judge you all the way
that's right.
through.
It's a dream, isn't it?
It's opinions, I suppose.
A'r het yn parhau roi trafferthion I Dorian Lloyd.
Ydy, mae'r bac wedi dod to, ond dwi eisiau gael Michelle I roi'r ledwydd fach trwyddo fe.
O, mae Meirion.
Cyn sioe ceffyl y flwyddyn.
Has he got under his hat? Stuffed a rosette under there, has he?
I think
the lining's come out. It's red, it matches.
Yr wyneb yn gweud pob peth yn dwi.
Yn dwi.
Wel, dwi'n cael cwmni dwy ddynes ofnadwy hapus.
Well, here's Aaron, and with members of the successful Ceredigion Young Farmers County, because they have won the Young Farmers competitions here at the Royal Welsh this week. Aaron saying you sound as if he's quite surprised that Ceredigion have won, but they win it more often than not here at the Royal Welsh, and it's, I suppose, fitting that the next feature county have won just by the smallest of margins, apparently, but it's been a reason to celebrate, and you can see all the members in the background there who've been taking part in the various competitions, and they're just thanking all the members who've taken part, because it's been a team effort from the 10-year-olds and to the ones who maybe might be a touch too old to compete, and this is the trophy that they've been looking for, and it's going back to Ceredigion, and thanks once again to all the members who've supported us all through the week. Where's the party this time? Well, I think we're going to have to travel home first and make other arrangements. Congratulations, Ceredigion!
Does dim yn cymharu â hyn. Mae chi eiliad i'w drysori. A hyfryd gweld Gwyn...
Well, it's been a fantastic week for Gwynfei, Seren, Wledig. Dorian, well, yesterday when they won the Senior Stallion and when they won the Prince of Wales Cup, it was in the rain and he was absolutely soaking. But today, it's in the sunshine, and he's so proud as he takes the horse around the main ring here at the Royal Welsh Show, and having won the Supreme Horse Championship. It'll be a week to remember, not only for Meirion, Diane and Caleb Evans, the owners, but also for Dorian, who's had a very busy week. We've seen him, he's been out of breath a few times when he's been interviewed. But the championship goes back to Carmarthenshire.
Mae'r rhaid bod hi'n cymryd amser I gymryd yr holl beth I mewn, yn dywe?
Bawn na fod. Amser bydd e'n dreifo gedre. Bydd e'n taro fe parni, fi'n siŵr.
Yes, and Dorian certainly deserves that coach. Yeah, Gwynfei Seren Wledig is the name that people will remember and associate with the Royal Welsh Show 2023.
gwynfais seren wledig yn seren.
It's been a long journey, but a very pleasant one, I'm sure, now that they've won so many awards and so many championships in the Royal Welsh this week. I mentioned yesterday the Prince of Wales Cup and the Senior Welsh Cobs. And Dorian's looking so proud there and about to be interviewed by Hannah.
Prif pencampwriaeth Sioe Frenhinol 2023. Mae'ch teulu chi yma'n ymuno gyda ni. Sut wyt ti heblaw allan o wynt?
Dwi'm yn gwybod, yn onest. Wel, ddod sy'n byna am ddoi. Ti'n meddwl, geiriau ddim disgrifio. Mae'n deimlad, a wy'n deud ti be, mae'n deimlad, mae pawb yn meddwl bod nhw'n falle meddwl beth sy'r teimlad wir ti. Sgan o'n syniad, mae'r teimlad yma fel sydd ddim byd arall. Fel ddim byd arall.
Wel, i ni'n hynod o browd ohono ti. Ond Medi, wyt ti'n prowd o dadi?
Ydw.
Wyt ti'n prowd o Seren?
Ydw.
Wyt ti'n hapus iawn?
Ydw.
Ydw. Na'r atebion i ni'n hoffi. Llong gyferchiad yma, rydych chi dos dim digon o longgyfarch i gael. Mae'n deimlad arbennig. Ewch adre, blwyddiwch, yfwch, pop the bottles fel maen nhw'n gweud, a mwynhewch pob eiliad gyda Meirion a Diana Brydwyr wrth gwrs.
100%, ie. Diolch, Diana.
Dim problem, mwynhewch.
Diolch yn fawr.
Wel, dyna'r enw fydd gyda ni. Gwenfais seren wledig, seren y sioe hebos. Gwych iawn.
Diwrnod i'w gofio mewn gymaint o wahanol lefydd. Dwi'n meddwl am llwyddiannau teulu Kevin Thomas efo'r Charolais, Gethin Lewis yn ben campwr newydd yn y
I don't think I got an individual highlight of the actual show, but what is so pleasing for me personally is that the livestock numbers have been up. So many sheep for our judges to pick from, and then I feel so pleased for the people that have come to the top of the fold and win the championships, in the cattle and the sheep, and as we just witnessed in the stallion here. To come out on top of an event like this with the top rosettes with so many entries is so pleasing for me to comment on all week.
Welais i ffrind i chdi'n gynharach, Thomas Bull.
Siwt oedd, Thomas.
Cofio ta ti'n arw iawn. Oedd, mae o'n o reis.
Well, yes, but I would think so, yes, certainly have. And I was talking to Gwyn, the chief executive, about it before, and he said, we can certainly make room. We got pens and whatever, and we will make pens. No, great to see so many numbers, giving our judges so much of a challenge to judge the numbers that's been in front of them. And as you know, with numbers and strength, the show will go from strength to strength. So nice to be back after all the hassles of the COVIDs and all whatever we've had. It's so nice to see it so strong.
A wedyn mae'n fwy o uchafbwyntiau, hynny no Sil am naw. I ni gael ail ddiw y sioe ardderchog yma. Diolch i chi am gadw cwmni ni drwy gydol yr wythnos. A gofio wrthyn ni ar het. Hwyl fawr.